Chapter 93. On the snow-covered ground under the moonlight, Serena laughed maniacally and raised her deformed sharp claws. Looking at Ralph, who was struggling in the halted vision, she shook her head gently and said, "If you didn't see this scene, perhaps you wouldn't have to die. After all, I need enough witnesses from both sides to spread the word about everything that happened today." But because of the Blood Clansman's extraordinary hearing, the complacent Serena suddenly shuddered. Ahem. Want to spread the word? The words of the person involved are more convincing than the witnesses. Ahem. Serena Corleone turned her head in disbelief. It can't be. A voice that the two of them were very familiar with rang out on the empty snowy ground under the moon. Isn't it? Say, ugly-faced woman. Under the double shock of Ralph and Serena, Thales Jade Star, who was supposed to be dead, coughed violently and turned over while panting. He climbed up from the ground with his hands tied behind his back. In a world that you do not understand, there is a bardic poem that goes like this. Thales stood up with difficulty and quickly thought about the current situation and the solution. He slowly said, "What cannot kill you makes you stronger and stands higher." A few seconds after Serena shifted her gaze away, Ralph broke free from his stiff state as though he had been liberated. But the two of them did not do anything else. They just stared at Thales in shock. How is this possible? Serena shook her head in surprise. She looked down at the hand she used to strangle Thales. Was it because I was imprisoned for too long that my strength and estimation have regressed? But he's clearly not breathing. What's going on? There's a problem. Ralph looked at Thales and flashed a gratified smile. He made a gesture. Do not look at her eyes. Thales returned a powerful gaze and nodded slightly. The silver-haired, red-eyed female Blood Clansman gritted her teeth and turned to glare at Thales. Damn it, Thales showed a smile that he had not shown for a long time. He deliberately avoided Serena's gaze and did not give her a chance to activate her ability. The prince clenched his teeth and pressed them against the tip of his tongue. Was I too nervous and scared just now, so I did not think of biting the tip of my tongue? Thales laughed bitterly in his heart. I was forced to look at that path for so long. First target, Dark Knight Black Coffin. Was he really going to release that mystic? A strange expression flashed across Asda's face. But Thales only hesitated for a second before he prepared to attack. But just as Thales was about to bite the tip of his tongue and activate that taboo, something happened to his body. A strange wave surged out from his heart, surging up his chest, neck, face, and finally to his eyes. His blurry vision became clear, bright, and clear in an instant. The Serena before him became clear. Thales was momentarily stunned. What is this? He felt that Serena was like a blood-red lamp that emitted a piercing red light in the boundless darkness. He turned his head. Katerina lay unconscious on the ground under a big tree on his left. She was panting unconsciously, and a dim white light flashed in her eyes. Am I seeing things? Thales blinked in puzzlement as he looked at the scene before him. To his surprise, he realized that everything in the world seemed to have slowed down. Serena actually spent a whole 5 seconds gritting her teeth. Damn it, her voice became extremely slow and thick, like the result of a tape recorder speeding up. That's not right. Is this time stopping a series of play? Time has slowed down. No, Thales felt that his movements had slowed down as well. It's just that my thoughts have become faster. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see more clearly. The wave surged into his brain, and the scene before him changed again. At that moment, Thales could even clearly see something similar to radiation. The blood in Serena's body was moving vigorously, covering her heart, chest, arms, and the wings that were tucked away on her back. He could see that Serena's muscles were contracting vigorously, but the blood in her body surged in segments, full of gaps and discontinuity, as if something was damaged. Serena's claws, arms, legs, body, Every part that could move or could not move, her center of gravity, strength, speed, and direction, seemed to be instantly under his control. He understood everything clearly. What's going on? Thales thought in alarm. Thales turned his head and looked at the black coffin. He saw that this strange legendary anti-mystic equipment was emitting a deep black aura and black light. There were also strange waves of various colors surging out continuously. It seemed so ominous. If I use mystic energy to open it, inside. His heart skipped a beat. Is there a better way to solve the predicament before me? Thales had just thought of this when the wave seemed to have a mind of its own. It disappeared from around his eyes, everything in front of him returned to normal. This is... Thales frowned. What kind of power is this? Damn brat. Serena regained her speech speed and said through gritted teeth, "All right, this time, I will cut off your head." But a few seconds later, the wave appeared again. This time, it went straight to his brain. Wait a minute. Thales shuddered. His brain, which was already different from ordinary people, seemed to have activated some kind of amplification device. A better way, the distance between the black coffin, Serena's speed, true form transformation, possible attack direction, Ralph's best route of support, the speed limit of the snowy ground, and everything in front of him turned into useful information that was stored in his brain in an orderly and rapid manner. Possible plans, expected risks, influencing factors, estimated success rate. This time, the wave seemed to consume more energy than the previous few times. It only lasted for a while before it disappeared from his brain. In an instant, Thales felt as if he had run 1,000 meters. He trembled and broke out in cold sweat. Is this black technology, or the Terminator? But suddenly, he knew how to solve the situation before him. And the aftereffects are smaller and more comprehensive. Maybe I don't have to use that kind of power. A better way. Thales carefully avoided eye contact with Serena. He calmed his breathing and walked between Ralph and Serena. He smiled. "You know, I really want to call you a whore," he said flatly with his hands behind his back. Stupid mortal. Serena frowned and thought to herself, he's so confident when he's so close to me. I'll kill this brat first. It's best if I decapitate him. There's nothing to be afraid of. The key was that supra-class cripple. The female blood clansman glanced at the silver-masked Ralph. I have to make sure he stays and not let the truth leak. Faster. Serena gritted her teeth. Chris and Istron won't be able to drag this on for long. Oh, then why not? Serena smiled as if she was performing a magic trick. Her speed was so fast that Thales gasped in amazement. My dear Thales. She calculated the distance between her and Ralph, as well as the speed at which she transformed into her true form and pounced forward. Ralph furrowed his brows. He saw that Thales' hands, which were tied behind his back, were changing rapidly. Even though there was no head and chest, he could still recognize them. Push, me, left, tree. Twice in a row. Ralph narrowed his eyes. What a familiar feeling. Just like the time in the dungeon. Because if I called you a whore. I was afraid that I would insult this sacred profession, Thales said flatly. So in your heart, Serena chuckled and moved her claws. Whores are sacred. But I still have to thank you. Thales exhaled. Under Serena's astonished gaze, he enunciated each word clearly. At least before you killed me, you told me the truth. My blood is very nourishing. In the next second, Thales swung his hands behind his back. Begin. Before Serena could react, Ralph's pupils trembled. His psionic ability was instantly activated. A gust of wind rose out of nowhere and charged towards him. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk, but it did not attack Serena, who was fully on guard. Instead, it swept Thales up and blew him towards the sky. Thales clenched his teeth and tried his best to support his body. He narrowed his eyes to withstand the impact of the wind. After all, he was not Ralph, who had been immersed in the art of human kiting for many years. In the air, time seemed to have slowed down again. But he knew that was not the case. The fluctuation gradually filled his limbs. Thales instantly felt that he had grasped the balance of the wind by turning his limbs lightly. From the corner of his eyes, Serena screeched and transformed into her terrifying true form. "Where do you think you're going?" Serena widened her black hole-like eyes. She spread her red bone wings, tore her cloak, and flapped her wings to soar into the air. She roared hoarsely and rudely. "Mortal brat!" But Ralph's gaze was firm. He stepped on the gust of wind and charged towards the blood clansman. He wanted to hold this monster back. This was the boy's plan. Thales flew towards a big tree on the left. It was the birch tree that was broken during the Sisterhood War just now. On the ground beside it was an unconscious figure. Serena's expression suddenly changed. She realized what Thales was going to do. But in the next moment, the sound of wind whistled behind the patricide. Serena instinctively turned around and clawed. Asterisk clang. Asterisk there was a violent sound of metal clashing. It was not Ralph who attacked. Instead, it was a steel rope in Ralph's hand. Serena, who was caught off guard, frowned. Her arm was tightly entangled by the steel rope that came charging at her. "Ah!" Serena screamed frantically. She was dragged backwards by the steel rope that was carried by the gust of wind. She tore at the steel rope, but it was futile as sparks flew everywhere. On the other end of the steel rope, Ralph flew in the air with his teeth clenched. His legs were below his knees. 2 pieces of crude steel prosthetics had already disappeared. The steel rope was the equipment Ralph used to fix his 2 prosthetics. It was extremely tough. "I will never let you pass." The phantom wind follower's gaze was firm. Thales landed on the snow-covered ground with his hands tied behind his back. He rolled forward twice in a disheveled manner. That fluctuation dissipated. A wave of exhaustion swept over him. His entire body was sore. Some of his joints even felt as if they were being torn apart. Thales vaguely understood that this was because his current physical fitness could not keep up with the balance he made with the help of the wind just now. But he still struggled. With his hands behind his back, he squirmed and crawled in front of that person. That was the key point of his plan. Katerina Corleone. The Night Queen who was on her last breath. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the prince bumped his head into Katerina's pretty face. He knocked the latter slightly awake from her unconsciousness. He stared at Katerina's unfocused gaze and spat out 2 words. "Bite me." Katerina, whose limbs were all broken and only her torso left, was heavily injured and unable to continue, raised her head with difficulty to glance at him. The transmigrator said coldly, "That's right. Suck blood." However, the Night Queen, who had lost her confidence, merely glanced at the situation in the field before she shook her head powerlessly and bitterly. "It's useless. My injuries are too severe. You should leave quickly. Perhaps you can escape." Katerina lowered her head as if she had resigned herself to her fate and closed her purple eyes. On the other side, Ralph was still using the steel rope to maintain his distance from Serena while struggling to deal with her. Thales furrowed his brows tightly. This woman. And she's even a queen? At this moment, Ralph's pained groan came from afar. "I can't waste any more time." Thales made his decision. The prince, whose hands were tied behind his back, licked the tip of his tongue and furrowed his brows tightly. "Didn't Serena say that it's my blood? It's more nourishing." In the next moment, Thales closed his eyes, bit the tip of his tongue with his upper and lower teeth, and fiercely knocked his chin on the snow-covered ground. He heard a small pft sound. Then, a wave of intense pain traveled from the tip of his tongue. Thales was in so much pain that tears came out. The feeling of biting my tongue, it hurts so much. But Thales still struggled to stand up with tears of grief. Without hesitation, he threw himself onto the ground next to Katerina without any hesitation. Then, under the shocked gaze of the head of the Corleone family, the Weeper, and the Night Queen, Katerina van Corleone, Thales fiercely kissed Katerina's lips. Katerina subconsciously wanted to struggle. Until Thales' eyes widened in anger and stuck the tip of his tongue, which was filled with blood, into her mouth. A second passed. Katerina's entire body trembled. "This is, the taste of this blood, ah!" Ralph's furious roar came again. Thales furrowed his brows and stared at Katerina's incredulous gaze. This woman. Why is she so unreasonable? Her sister, Serena, was obviously intoxicated with excitement, savoring it carefully, and looking like she was about to attract fans. Could it be that she doesn't like, but he did not finish his thought. Because in the next moment, Katerina struggled with her broken body and revealed a terrifying, thirsty and bloodthirsty gaze. The purple-eyed blood clansman, who only had her torso left, suddenly turned around and pressed the 7-year-old child under her body. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the Night Queen lunged forward wildly. She bit Thales' mouth tightly, madly sucking his blood. Pain. Thales felt a sharp pain from his tongue. Once again, Thales cried in pain. Ugh, he desperately shook his head violently, forcing Katerina to let go of his mouth. Thales' tears flowed as he panted intensely. I was wrong. This is definitely crazier than her sister. Thales raised his head and furrowed his brows as he stared at Katerina, who was on top of him and had a fierce look on her face because she was disturbed from eating. In the next second, like an impatient lover, Thales anxiously extended his head and exposed the skin on his neck. He said to Katerina without a care in the world, "Quick, neck. Hurry up." Katerina revealed a longing gaze. She lowered her head fiercely and used her teeth to tear open the collar on Thales' shoulders. Hey! You! Before Thales could finish speaking, Katerina angrily bared her fangs and fiercely bit his neck. She started sucking his blood. Pain, sucking sensation, dizziness, numbness, and pleasure all assaulted Thales' mind in an instant. Thales cried in pain and looked pitifully at Katerina, who was ravaging his body. Powerlessly and bitterly, he finished his sentence. Can I be gentler? Amidst the strong wind, Serena grabbed onto a tree and finally steadied herself. Damned bug. I've played for long enough. In the next second, she raised her head ferociously, grabbed the steel cable fiercely and pulled it. The great strength strengthened by the true form was activated. Ralph, who was at the end of his tether, was dragged along by the great force on the steel cable. He crashed into a birch tree beside him and fell powerlessly onto the snowy ground. Ralph climbed up with great difficulty, but he could only lean against the birch tree weakly after losing his prosthetic leg. Ralph used his psionic ability to breathe in a mouthful of cold air again. He stretched out his arms and flung out 2 hidden blades. He rose into the air again and faced Serena head-on. They fought at close quarters. But Ralph was caught by Serena's nimble claw in the blink of an eye and struck his first hidden blade at a tricky angle. The strength in Ralph's sword disappeared. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the blade, which was not as hard as the steel cable, shattered inch by inch. Serena's strength was ingenious. Ralph, who was in the air, suddenly froze. He had no choice but to first adjust the wind to reduce her strength. However, in an instant, Serena expressionlessly extended her long leg and stomped heavily on his other arm. Ralph grunted and flew backwards. His arm seemed to have been fractured. In the next moment, Serena's face was ferocious. She flapped her bony wings and instantly accelerated towards Ralph. Her sharp claws attacked. Asterisk clang. Asterisk she crushed Ralph's last hidden blade with her claws. I miscalculated. Ralph thought disappointedly, I can't stop her at all. He remembered what the air mystic had told him a long time ago. I have seen quite a number of supreme-class people. Their fighting styles are basically, Asda said slowly at that time. They can control their attacks freely, meticulously, perfectly, and without any hesitation. The battles between supreme-class people seem boring and simple, fast and monotonous, but this kind of terrifying control between the millimeters is far from what those brats in supra-class who waste their energy or strength recklessly can imagine. As for your problem, if you encounter a supreme class. Asda's blue robe was so distinct that Ralph could still remember his indifferent and colorless face. If you don't get close to them, you can use your psionic abilities to fight for a while. But Asda immediately raised his head and revealed a thoughtful expression. There is only one exception. If you encounter Black Sword, Ralph recalled that Asda smiled lightly at that time. Remember to write your will beforehand. Recalling the past, Ralph sighed in his heart. Damn it, as expected, Supreme Class and Supra Class are not on the same level at all. I can't even stop him for a few minutes. The Phantom Wind follower gently closed his eyes. It ends here. At least the debt has been paid. But in the next moment, the sound of violent wind and the sound of hands clashing could be heard. Until the last sound. Asterisk splat. Asterisk Ralph opened his eyes in surprise. Damn it, Serena covered her left shoulder and flapped her bone wings. She screamed and retreated madly. Until she was a few meters away. A few seconds later. The patricide raised his head and looked at the person opposite him with a hateful gaze. That pure white true form blood clansman. My dear sister. The cold and elegant Caterina Corleone stood coldly in front of her. Her limbs were complete and powerful. Her bone wings could expand and contract at will. Her purple eyes were cold and fierce. It was as if she had never been injured. In the queen's left hand was Thales, who was groaning and gasping for breath. Serena looked at her younger sister ferociously and resentfully and let out an indignant roar. The Night Queen took a step forward and casually threw Serena's bloody left arm, which she had just torn off, onto the snowy ground. Her expression immediately turned fierce. The second round. Tower of Eradication, Sharp Blade Valley, Underground Secret Chamber. Xiao stroked his long white beard and slowly walked in. He lit the everlasting lamp in the corner of the room. It was a strange circular room. There were no objects at all. There were only thick stone walls. The stone walls were full of scratches of various colors. Some were deep, some were shallow, and their lengths varied. It was as if they were scratched randomly. Xiao turned around and looked at the other side of the room. It was a curled-up figure trembling in the corner of the room. Xiao looked at that person for a while and sighed slowly. It's getting worse? The figure trembled continuously and only managed to say after a long while, It's devouring me. Xiao's expression was solemn. Devouring? You mean, it's corroding your body? The figure trembled and raised its head to laugh bitterly. It's more than that. This kind of power, it's like it's going to happen to me. It's alive. Xiao Yi frowned. What's going on? The figure continued to tremble as if it had seen the deepest fear. It has its own consciousness. Like a demon in the bottom of my heart, it's urging me, threatening me, scaring me, go and fight. Go and fight. Go and kill. Can't stop, until death greets me, or death rejects me again, can't stop. Xiao closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. When he opened them again, his eyes were already red. Xiao, the respected Far East successor of the Tower of Eradication, slowly sat down cross-legged beside the figure. His eyes were filled with grief. Perhaps, this plan is wrong from the start. Even a genius like Crassus. How can we? Xiao's words were filled with pain and heaviness. The two of you. I shouldn't have let you go in the first place. However, the figure only laughed coldly. Impossible. Horus and I. Let's not talk about whether he can survive. He fought so many battles later on, and killed so many people. If Horus was the one who went in the first place, can you imagine how he is now? The figure curled up even more. Xiao gripped his sword tightly. His heart was filled with regret and pain. He sighed for a long time. When the figure saw Xiao's expression, he tried his best to smile. Teacher, don't worry, I can hold on. Until I complete my mission, I can. Xiao extended his hand in anguish and placed it on the figure's shoulder. He could not help but say, "You've worked hard, child. You've endured for more than 30 years. Chapter 94. When Thales woke up from his weak and unconscious state due to excessive blood loss, he realized that he was leaning against a huge birch tree. Ralph guarded him closely by his side. Seeing that he had woken up, the phantom wind follower heaved a sigh of relief. "How is the situation?" Thales asked weakly as he touched the two fang wounds on his neck that had magically closed and stopped bleeding. "Very good." Ralph gestured strenuously. With Ralph's help, he tried his best to sit up and looked at the two huge, terrifying monsters, one red and one white, under the moonlight not far away. Serena retracted her skeletal wings in a dispirited manner. Covered in wounds, she supported herself against a birch tree and spat out a mouthful of blood in a disheveled manner. She panted violently. She, who once held the absolute advantage, forced herself to raise her head and look at her cold and aloof younger sister in front of her. The true form Katerina only had a few scratches on her body. "It seems that the victor has been decided, patricide sinner," the Night Queen said coldly and raised her pure white right claw. "Are you going to surrender, or be executed on the spot?" Serena tried her best to support her body. She gritted her teeth and shut her eyes tightly. In the second round of the death match, Serena, who was greatly weakened and had used up all her trump cards, faced Katerina, who had instantly recovered and was full of vitality and was even stronger than before. Other than her left arm being cruelly torn off from her back, her right calf was also broken, one of the results of Katerina's tears of blood. She could not even maintain her balance while standing on the ground. One of her skeletal wings was torn into 3 pieces, and her body was covered in layers of lacerations. 2 of Serena's only right claw were broken as well. A terrifying bloody wound down from her ugly face to her chest. Serena resisted the dizziness caused by her severe injuries and stared at everything in front of her in a daze. Did I fail? Racking my brains for a plan. Using every trick in the book. Using Constellation's power to purge the Sacred Blood Army's opponents. Using Constellation's power to ambush and restrain Katerina. Or at least cutting off the wings around her. Even in the worst-case scenario, I must be able to hide and protect myself. These goals. Serena looked at the weak boy not far away in despair. None of them were achieved. Why? Freedom. Serena lowered her head and sighed. Why is it so hard? Her eyes dimmed, and her body began to be unable to support the true form which consumed a huge amount of energy. Her blood and tissues automatically withered and changed. Her body shrank, and she turned from an ugly-faced woman back into the alluring Serena. Very well, if you still have one good point, sister. Katerina narrowed her eyes. Her claws gently scratched a birch tree beside her, leaving a deep mark. That is, you can always seize the opportunity to surrender to save your life. The naked Serena, who had transformed back into her human form, sneered weakly. She forced herself to say, of course. An older sister always loves her younger sister. At this moment, Serena's and Katerina's ears twitched at the same time. Swoosh! From the birch forest nearby came the sound of someone flying at high speed. In the next second, the old butler Criscorleone's figure appeared in front of Katerina. Tong! After exchanging blows with the astonished Katerina, Criscorleone instantly retreated to Serena's side. He took out the cloak he had prepared beforehand and draped it over Serena. The luxurious clothes on his body were tattered. Part of it was torn when he transformed into his true form, while the other part was left behind from the fierce battle with Hestad. "Your Highness." With just a glance, Criscorleone understood the current situation. He said with a solemn expression, "Your Highness." With a solemn expression, he said, "I strongly suggest that we retreat for now." Thales frowned. He remembered Gilbert's evaluation of this old blood clansman. The Night Queen revealed a complicated expression. "Criscorleone, with your achievements in battle, you can be conferred a marquis. I still remember the surprise in my father's eyes when you mentioned that you wanted to serve us as a butler. Now that I look at it, he trusted his old subordinate too much." Katerina raised her pure white and strange true form head and furrowed her brows slightly. "Where is Hestad?" "He got what he wished for, Your Highness Katerina." Criscorleone turned around and politely bowed slightly to the second young lady of the family, the true head of the Corleone family. Hestad died in battle in a glorious and joyful manner. He left without regrets and was freed from the pain of immortality, leaving behind only us old comrades. Criscorleone sighed secretly in his heart. To continue suffering in this world full of lies. Hearing the news of her subordinate's death, Katerina roared ferociously and spread her skeletal wings again. At this moment, there was a sound from the trees. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk more than 10 human figures appeared behind Katerina one after the other, as if a frame skipped. The warriors of the Sacred Blood Army finally arrived late. Criscorleone supported the ashen-faced Serena and observed the worsening situation. His expression was grave and solemn. "Your Majesty." Although the remaining 12 men and women of the Sacred Blood Corps had injuries of varying degrees, they all wore resolute expressions as they respectfully saluted the Night Queen. Katerina did not even look at them. She only nodded slowly. "Surround them, the traitors," she ordered coldly. At that moment, she seemed to have returned to her proper role, the aloof and mysterious Night Queen who had spread her name throughout the 200 years of war in the Eastern Peninsula. The 12 figures instantly spread out and firmly surrounded Serena and Criscorleone. Although no one gave them a second glance, Thale's heart still tightened when he saw these people appear. This is the Sacred Blood Army. They actually did not have many casualties in such an intense battle. Thales panted weakly and said to Ralph seriously, "Be ready at any time and act according to the situation. Both sides have a very deep grudge against us. Do not let down your guard." Ralph nodded. Thales began to worry about the others again. The Sacred Blood Army has so few casualties. How are Putre, Waya, Cora, and the others, as well as Jadestar's private soldiers? Did I forget about someone? Strange. Who exactly did I forget? Thales scratched his head laboriously and vexedly, trying to remember. But soon, he would not have to be vexed anymore. "Ah ha, you are here, boy." A loud greeting came from behind him. Thales sighed. "So it's her." Thales' female protector on this trip, Ida, dragged the dying and powerless Simon Corleone out of the thicket like a donkey pulling a mill. She immediately attracted everyone's attention. "I didn't expect you to still be alive," Ida said excitedly. Thales rolled his eyes. He turned his head and was stunned along with Ralph. "What's wrong?" Ida, who had a beautiful face, silver eyes, bright hair, and slightly swaying ears, casually tossed Simon aside. She exhaled as if she had been released from a burden. She turned around and clapped her hands. She looked at Thales, who was stunned and speechless, and said briskly and disdainfully, "Have you never seen an elf before?" "I've never seen an elf who is as beautiful and stylish as I am," and as handsome and elegant as I am? I'm guessing that with their sense of smell and hearing, that group of blood clansmen might have already found His Highness. Wayakaso cut the branches above his head and covered his left rib that had just been bandaged. He stared at the birch bushes in the dark, and said with difficulty, "And we are still running around like headless flies." Putre lit a torch and carefully observed the footprints and wool tracks on the snow. He said indifferently, instead of complaining, "Why don't you save your strength? You'd better save your strength. You may have to use your sword later, if you can still wield it." Behind him was a Jade Star private soldier who was left behind on the road. He was supporting Cora, who was almost unconscious. "Damn it, I lost Prince Thales on my first escort mission." Waya sensed his injuries and sighed regretfully. "I am probably the worst attendant to a prince in the history of Constellation." When he heard this, Putre's hand, which was holding the torch, suddenly trembled slightly. "No, Lord Putre Nemain, the diplomat group's vice diplomat, said slowly, you are not." Waya turned his head and looked at Putre in surprise. The vice diplomat, who had always been indifferent to others, showed an unusual expression of loneliness and sorrow. "Believe me, you are not the worst attendant. Once, there was a prince's attendant, who was much worse than you are now. It can be said that he was a complete failure." "Who?" Waya asked in a daze. "Which attendant?" Putre closed his eyes dejectedly and only shook his head. At this moment, Waya's expression changed and he turned around quickly. The single-edged sword in the attendant's hand was instantly unsheathed and slashed diagonally behind him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Putre covered his right shoulder, which was severely injured in an instant. He fell to the ground and panted continuously. It was a wound caused by a sharp claw. It was only a few inches away from his throat. Cora fell to the ground powerlessly. Beside him, the Jade Star private soldier knelt down in disbelief. He covered his neck that had been slashed open and struggled to inhale the last breath of air in his life. Damn it! Waya's action just now had affected the wound, which was not light to begin with. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and raised his head to look at the enemy who had suddenly appeared. Very good intuition, boy. The supra-class blood clansman with extraordinary speed, blonde and handsome Istron Corleone, stood in front of them and licked his sharp claws that were covered in blood. He flashed a confident smile. At this age, with such skills and the power of eradication. You are one of the seeds of the Tower of Eradication, right? Istron took a step forward. His eyes shone with a cold glare. Will it taste even more delicious? No. Thales shook his head in resignation, letting go of the surprise and doubt in his heart. I have just never seen such a, conscientious elf. The next moment, Thales' head was struck violently. Asterisk thud. Asterisk under Ralph's stunned gaze, Thales touched his head with tears in his eyes and looked at Ida pitifully. What kind of protector is this? Hey, hey, hey. What kind of expression and answer is that? Under Thales' tearful gaze and the hostile gazes of all the blood clansmen present, Ida snorted in dissatisfaction. She kicked the unconscious Simon Corleone by her feet without realizing it. I went through a lot of hardships, exhausted all my strength, and used all sorts of methods to capture this terrifying supreme-class opponent alive. Then, I cleverly captured him as a hostage so that you would have more bargaining chips in your negotiations. Capturing him alive is even harder than killing him. I spent a lot of time. Yes, that's right. It's not because I got lost in the bushes. Ida raised her head proudly. Then, I immediately rushed over to provide support, to save you. Thales rolled his eyes in resignation again. Thank you for for rushing over now. There is only one question. Thales held his forehead and sighed. Are you a police officer? What? Ida was stunned when she came to his side. I mean. Thales supported his weak body and sat upright. His expression changed and he said solemnly, "You came at the right time. Capturing the enemy alive, well done." Ida then curled up the corners of her lips and chuckled. Katerina turned her head and looked at the dispirited Simon on the ground. She then stared at Thales. "You want to use him as a bargaining chip? Looks like you still don't believe us." Thales stared back at the Night Queen without showing any signs of weakness. "Of course, you are Serena's younger sister after all." "Enough." Katerina turned her head with a cold expression. She decided to settle the matters within her family first. She shouted, "Serena Corleone, Chris Corleone, surrender yourselves. I promise that I will give you a fair trial according to our tradition." Chris looked at the Blood Clan warriors surrounding them and Ida in the distance. He sighed. He was prepared to change into his true form and fight for the last time. At this moment, Serena suddenly extended her hand and stopped her subordinate's movements. "Do you think this is the end?" Serena smiled wanly and looked at her younger sister, who was certain that victory was within her grasp. Katerina furrowed her brows. "It has come to this. What other trump cards does she have?" Thales suddenly remembered what Serena had said. "War will purge the Sacred Blood Army's opponents and give me a more obedient Night Kingdom, and the true Corleone heir will turn the tide at the last moment." Wait a minute. Turn the tide at the last moment? He was shocked. Serena only had 3 people. How could she turn the tide against the attack of the suzerains of Constellation? So, the meaning of this sentence is, Thales furrowed his brows. She has reinforcements? In the next moment, Serena revealed a desolate expression. She opened her mouth abruptly and spat out a crimson ball from her throat. She caught it in her hand. It was a strange, wriggling ball. Chris' expression changed abruptly. Katerina looked puzzled. She did not recognize this thing. Thales thought of something. That strange fluctuation surged into his eyes. That ball. It was emitting crimson-red light. The texture of this light. Why does it look a little familiar? Thales' heart skipped a beat. He turned towards the black coffin in the distance. Is it the light of the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Could it be that the red ball is also, why? Katerina asked sarcastically. Do you still want to fight to the last soldier? Serena ignored her. She only crushed the squirming red ball in her hand under everyone's watchful eyes, as if she had accepted her fate. The ball was crushed in her palm and a red liquid flowed out. It was like blood. You forced me to do this, Serena said desolately with a hoarse voice. In the beginning, nothing happened. But a few seconds later, a loud noise came from afar. Asterisk boom. Asterisk it was like the eruption of a flood. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the sound was getting closer. It came from the east. Everyone's expression changed. What did you do? Katerina's expression was gloomy as she looked at the desolate Serena. Serena smiled bitterly and miserably. I made my last and most desperate choice. The loud noise grew louder and closer. Everyone turned their heads vigilantly and observed their surroundings. However, there was nothing around the birch tree forest under the moonlight. Hey, boy, you have a good brain. What exactly is this? Ida asked curiously. Thales shook his head solemnly. He had a bad feeling about this. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the sound that was like a torrential flood was getting closer and closer, almost within reach. It came from the east. However, even the blood clansmen, who were known for their sharp hearing, looked at each other in surprise. Obviously, they did not hear anything. Finally, after a few seconds, the sound gradually became softer. Gradually weaker. Finally, it completely disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. No one understood what had just happened. Only Thales stared at the east in a daze. Under that fluctuation, his eyes saw something. Behind those birch trees. Such a bright light. Crimson light. Suddenly, under everyone's bewildered and uncertain gazes, rustling sounds came from the direction where the strange noise disappeared. It came from the birch trees in the east. Rustle, it was as if someone was walking in the snow. Their footsteps were unsteady, as if they were not used to the snow. A normal person? A commoner? Katerina furrowed her brows, while Serena flashed a wan smile. Finally, a thin and frail figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. That was the owner of the footsteps. A young girl. A young girl with a face full of smiles. She slowly walked out from behind a birch tree. Seeing her, the heavily injured Serena Corleone trembled uncontrollably. Everyone else revealed surprised and puzzled expressions as they looked at each other. Only one person? Who is she? The young girl quickly swept her gaze across the entire place and said gently, "Oh, so it's here." Katerina furrowed her brows deeply. Who is she? Is she Serena's reinforcement? A delicate girl? No, it's better to be careful. After all, she's Serena's backup plan. Katerina quickly considered the situation. The young girl flashed a smile. It was bright and dazzling, pleasant and gentle. However, Thales instinctively felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Can you give me that box? This was promised a long time ago. The young girl smiled and pointed into the distance. Thales turned his head. His face was pale. The young girl was pointing at the dark night black coffin. Katerina's expression was solemn as she cautiously took a step forward. No matter who you are, the queen said steadily, I advise you not to interfere in matters here. The warriors of the Sacred Blood Army had cold and stern expressions as they looked at the reckless young girl. Under Katerina's telepathic instructions, one of them nodded. 5 Blood Clan warriors instantly disappeared and blocked the path in front of the young girl. They stared coldly at the young girl. What? You want to say no? The young girl seemed a little surprised. Why are there people like this every time? I will be very distressed. Don't say no. Under everyone's bewildered gazes and expressions, she immediately smiled and shook her head. Don't. The young girl happily revealed her pearly white teeth. It will hurt. Thales looked at the strange confrontation between the nameless girl and the blood clansman in front of him, puzzled. The way she speaks, this attitude where she talks to herself, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. At this moment, a voice that was mixed with fear and trembling traveled into the air. Run! Everyone turned their gazes. The supreme class elite, Simon Corleone, who had just woken up, sat up. At this moment, he was staring at the young girl with widened eyes. His face was filled with uncontrollable panic, like a mouse that had seen a cat. Run, Simon! Katerina could not stand it anymore. She shouted sternly to stop him, You have forgotten yourself. The Blood Clan warriors looked at each other. They could not believe that their commander was in such a state. But that was not all. In the next moment, the battle-hardened supreme class elite, the Marquis of the Corleone family, one of the terrifying 4 wings of Night King, the famous flashing wings Simon Corleone actually moved his buttocks on the snowy ground like a child. He curled up and trembled. No. All of you do not know, all of you do not understand. The young girl looked at Simon tenderly and grinned. Simon immediately shuddered. He trembled, and under everyone's incredulous gazes, his handsome face twitched. He shook his head desperately, sat on the ground, and stomped on the ground as he retreated. It was as if he had seen the deepest nightmare. With a sobbing tone and a distorted face, Simon screamed shrilly in a shrill and fearful voice. Run! In the secret chamber. Take a breath and repeat what you said in detail. In the darkness, Black Prophet, Murat Hansen held his staff tightly. His expression was unprecedentedly grave. His right-hand man, Raphael Lindbergh, was leaning against the wall, panting as if he had just run all the way here. He said anxiously, gasping for breath, "Don't worry." Panting, he said anxiously, because the prince's diplomat group is heading north. We placed them at the border between Constellation and Ekstedt. The people who are searching for Ramon are also preparing to withdraw, but both of them have not returned. 1 day ago, someone found one of their corpses. Raphael lowered his body and held onto his knees. He clenched his teeth and panted, trying to calm down this breath of air. And then? Murat asked calmly. How did they die? In the next moment, it's. Raphael raised his head, panted, and said through gritted teeth, "It's that." Murat's pupils shrank. He tightened his grip on the staff in his hand and listened to Raphael finish the word. Chapter 95. In front of the castle's gate. Simon Doley tugged on his heavy chainmail helmet and clenched the polished spear in his hand. He stood behind his master, his cousin who was 17 years older than him, the Knight of Angor Doley, adjusting his breathing. Beside him and behind him were countless knights and warriors. They stood behind the castle's gate. Everyone had different expressions. Some were trembling nervously, some had a determined look in their eyes, and some looked numb and unfocused. Many people were whispering to each other. Simon vaguely heard words like monster and annihilated. His cousin, Knight Angor, nodded at the middle-aged man in a purple robe beside him. The latter turned around and left. Simon recognized him. He was Wizard Shili from Seoul Tower. He was the wizard consultant of Sword Lake City. But why did he leave? Simon thought doubtfully. Seoul Tower has been destroyed. Where else can he go? Knight Angor rode on his horse and lifted his helmet. He looked at Simon worriedly. The latter tried his best to stand straighter. "I'm a knight squire after all." Simon thought nervously. "I can't embarrass myself in my first battle serving my cousin." Knight Angor did not look at his cousin anymore. Instead, he raised his head with a determined look. He turned his horse around and looked at the knights and soldiers. "They are outside the gate." He shouted, "Those shameful followers, the Redalians, the Nedardians, the Kalansans, the Red Earthlings, the Northlanders, the Far Easterners, and perhaps the damned Empire's people. They come in all shapes and sizes. But I don't care." Angor's determined eyes glanced at everyone. Because they all have one thing in common. Angor pulled out his long sword from his saddle and shouted with all his might, "We don't have long to live." Almost all the knights and warriors raised their weapons, knocking them or raising them high. In the metallic sounds and the rain of blades, everybody followed their commander and instinctively roared, "Woo-ah!" Simon was among them. He roared at the top of his lungs. This gave him a lot of confidence when he first entered the battlefield. The victory of the Northlanders proved that they, those monsters, those calamities, are not invincible. Angor shouted, "And what we are facing is just a broken army." Many people held their weapons tightly. "We will crush them." "Woo-ah! Open the city gates." Elder Leo ordered loudly. The soldiers at the top of the gate turned the winch, and the gate of the castle began to rise. Knight Angligo, the commander of the assault team, rode his horse to the front of the team. Simon quickly held his gun and followed. "After you open the gate, no matter what you see, remember," Commander Angligo raised the iron-colored longsword he inherited from the Temple of Knights. His sonorous voice traveled into every warrior's ears. "We are the sons and daughters of Thornland, the warriors of the Thorny Lands, the protectors of the Southwest. Woo-ah! We would rather bleed for freedom than succumb to fear. The light of the Republic once shone on our ancestors, and not even the Empire could erase it. Woo-ah! Dragons, elves, beastmen, and evil empires, none of them can make us bend our knees, the children of thorns are born to resist. Wuxia. May Arrow's light bless Sword Lake City forever. Children of thorns, advance. Wuxia. The gate finally rose to the top. Simon stood beside his cousin and looked at the shield with the image of a thorny sword on his saddle. I am a member of the Daoist family. He clenched his spear tightly and looked outside the city gate. There was a murderous army there, but they could not hide their exhaustion and injuries. They were also fewer in number than them. These are the supporters and followers of those calamities? Simon shook his head and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. We, the Daoist family, have protected Sword Lake City for generations. I am a child of thorns. I will never surrender. Knight Angligo put down his long sword and took the spear from Simon's hand. Follow the formation, Simon. Angligo frowned and whispered, there is a secret passage under the south gate. Huh? Secret passage? Before Simon could react, Knight Angligo swung his spear fiercely. Supernatural power surged into his arm, and he urged his horse forward. What does cousin mean? Simon drew the sword from his waist. His body trembled uncontrollably as he followed the main force out of the gate. He saw them get into formation in an extremely short amount of time. The knights were in front, the infantrymen were at the side, and the archers were at the back. He saw his cousin roar and kick his horse's abdomen. The horse trotted and sped up, and the knights beside him followed fearlessly. He saw the infantry commander turn around and draw his long sword. He raised his shield and let them advance. He saw the archers fire 2 rounds of arrows and exchange a rain of arrows with the enemy. He raised his shield with all his might and felt the tremors on it. Many of the infantrymen fell under the rain of arrows. He saw the knights roar in unison. They leveled their spears and charged forward in a row. Different kinds of supernatural power appeared with the knights. He saw his cousin's hands also surge with the supernatural power taught in the Temple of Knights. He shook his spear and leveled it at the enemy. He saw himself raise his long sword and follow the infantry with a roar. Then he saw his cousin right in front of him. Suddenly, one of them appeared. A young girl. His cousin raised his spear and stabbed at her without hesitation. Simon Corleone was shocked. He came to his senses. The vampire marquis thoughts returned from the night squire from more than 600 years ago to the birch forest unique to the northern region of Constellation. He looked at the scene in front of him in fear. It was still that girl. The battle broke out without warning. Do it, Katerina ordered coldly. Die. 2 vampire warriors of the Sacred Blood Army appeared beside the strange girl one after the other. Another warrior appeared ferociously in midair and attacked from above. The girl raised her head and smiled. Simon extended his hand towards the Night Queen, Her Majesty Katerina, who had a grave expression on her face. He shouted loudly in fear, "No." Beside him, the 7 or 8-year-old boy, Thales said to the 2 people beside him in annoyance, "Why did they start fighting?" While speaking, the 3 warriors of the Saint Blood Army had already extended their sharp claws that were comparable to steel blades mercilessly. Katerina furrowed her brows tightly and stared at the young girl. However, the girl continued to smile. She didn't care about the danger in front of her and didn't even resist. In the next moment, the pupils of everyone who was watching the battle, including Katerina and Thales, shrank. What was going on? *Rip. The blood clansman in front pierced the girl's chest with his claws and dug out a bloody heart. *Swoosh. The blood clansman at the back cut the unresponsive girl in half at the waist. Blood flowed all over the ground. *Thud. The blood clansman above grabbed and twisted, pulling the girl's head out from her thin and weak neck. He took out a section of her spinal cord, and blood gushed out like a fountain from her artery. Under the bloody and cruel method, the girl's body was instantly broken into 3 parts. Blood splattered everywhere. Thales endured the nausea and furrowed his brows slightly. He saw that Serena still had a look of despair on her face, but Chris Corleone, who was beside her, had a deep frown on his face. The 3 Blood Clan warriors killed the enemy in an instant. Their extraordinary ease made them look at each other in confusion. However, they still respectfully returned to the queen's side and meticulously handed over the girl's head. Looking at the girl's head and her smiling face before she died, Katerina let out a low roar. That's it? Isn't it too simple? These are Serena's reinforcements? Only Serena, who was surrounded, chuckled strangely with lifeless eyes. Everyone felt that something was strange. At this moment, Ida widened her eyes and shouted, "Something's not right." Those who had long been suspicious looked at the girl's corpse on the ground at the first instance. However, nothing had changed on the 2 parts of the headless corpse. In the next moment, the situation in the field changed abruptly. Ah! A few tragic howls suddenly rang. The ones who screamed were the 3 Blood Clan warriors who attacked and killed the girl. The 3 of them clutched their chests and abdomens tightly and bowed deeply. One of them even fell to the ground in pain. "Your Majesty!" He scratched his chest and abdomen. His face was contorted, as though he was enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. Katerina looked at the tragic state of her 3 subordinates in shock and anger. "Is it poison?" Thales raised his head. Ripples surged into his eyes. Immediately after, he opened his mouth wide in shock. The bodies of the 3 Blood Clansmen emitted a crimson light that was much more dazzling than the others. Katerina was about to carefully examine her subordinate's condition, but a figure that surpassed the speed of sound appeared beside the queen in a flash. Before Katerina could react, the figure dragged her backwards. "No, Your Majesty." Simon, who had transformed into his true form, firmly dragged the furious Katerina and shook his head agitatedly. "We must retreat." "Ah! No! It's so hot. There's something." The tragic howls of the 3 Blood Clan warriors became more and more frightening. 2 anxious comrades appeared beside them and anxiously examined them. Through the special vision brought about by the strange ripples, Thales looked at the field in shock. He said anxiously to Ida and Ralph, "No matter what that thing is, I think we should all leave first," but before he could finish speaking, boom. Thales subconsciously closed his eyes and covered his ears. A huge explosion and roar suddenly rang out violently. Everyone stared at the field in bewilderment. The 3 elite Sacred Blood Army warriors exploded like balloons. They exploded into countless broken limbs and bodies of various sizes. Thousands of crimson drops of blood splattered in all directions. The 2 comrades who were nearby and were affected by the explosion fell powerlessly on the ground. After twitching for a while, they also started to howl in pain. "Damn it!" Katerina roared furiously and shook off Simon. But immediately after, something even stranger happened. The blood and broken limbs all over the ground seemed to have a life of their own. They moved on the ground and gathered in one spot. The blood all over the ground flowed happily and gathered into a blood-red sphere. Thales furrowed his brows. He swore that he saw the most disgusting scene in his life. A Blood Clan's broken hand relied on its fingers to pull on the ground and crawled agilely towards the blood-red sphere. With all its strength, it leaped into the sphere that seemed to be made of blood. It was not just the broken hand that could move on its own. There were also rolling calves, moving lips, shrinking and moving stomachs, thriving organs, and even lively eyeballs, a brain that rolled strenuously, and a spinal cord that slithered forward like a snake. All of them were like servants who were summoned by their master, happily fusing into the crimson sphere of blood. Boom. The two blood clansmen who were howling in pain on the ground immediately exploded into blood-stained limbs that scattered in all directions. Their blood and broken limbs also came alive in an instant and fused into the large sphere that had expanded to the height of a human. Katerina looked at everything in front of her in astonishment. This was beyond her understanding of the world. The blood clansmen looked at each other for help in fear. Simon stared at the sphere and recalled the most unbearable and terrifying memory. B*TCH. What did you do? The queen roared at Serena in a frenzy. However, Serena only laughed miserably. As long as we all die here, we will be freed from his curse. Chris sighed at the side. Thales, who had a strong urge to vomit, covered his mouth. What the hell is that? Thales said incoherently as he pointed at the sphere and the broken limbs that were jumping happily around it. He looked at the strange scene before him in disbelief. I don't know. Ida looked at it in a daze, as though she was scared silly. But I don't want to die in that way. Ralph, on the other hand, had a horrified expression as he gestured frantically. Terrifying. At this moment, the sphere finally stopped expanding. The crimson sphere slowly shrunk. At the same time, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ball-shaped blood. It was a person. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the strange, smiling girl walk out of the sphere naked with her head and body covered in crimson blood. I told you. The girl closed her eyes and smiled. It will hurt. What on earth are you? Katerina gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. The girl raised her head and wiped away the area around her blood-filled eyes, revealing her skin and eyes. She looked at Katerina. Aren't you His Majesty? The girl laughed and said, Why? Did they not tell you when you ascended the throne? Katerina had a puzzled look on her face. Ah, I suppose you did not ascend the throne normally? The girl smiled gently, but immediately shook her head. Her smile was strange. Or could it be that B*****, Bloodthorn, has already given up on all of you? At that moment, shock and fear erupted from Katerina's eyes. Thales furrowed his brows. Bloodthorn. It's that title again. And this girl. I hope she is not what I think she is. Thales gritted his teeth. He decided to ignore what was happening here and run away first. At this moment, the girl took a step forward. Everyone's nerves tightened, and they subconsciously wanted to retreat. Only one person, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, walked forward step by step, mournfully. It was Serena. Behind her, Chris's gaze showed hesitation and reluctance. According to the agreement, I brought you the Dark Knight Black Coffin. Thales watched in bewilderment. Serena lowered her head with a pale face and trembled as she knelt down. Lady Blood Mystic. At that instant, the surroundings were deathly silent. Thales opened his mouth wide and covered his face with his hands. Guess what comes? He turned to Ralph. Is that your former boss? Thales furrowed his brows tightly. However, the latter's face was also ashen. He gestured, I have never seen him before. Thales gestured back with an unpleasant expression. All right. Run. Ralph tightened his grip on the steel prosthetic leg under his feet and carried Thales without batting an eyelid. Yes. The blood mystic flashed a charming smile. You're late for the promise of 200 years. I'm very sorry, sir, Serena said bitterly. When I attacked, the blood mystic clearly did not intend to listen to her explanation. She only smiled and looked at the black coffin in the distance. So, how do we open it? Katerina's expression changed. But Serena did not look at her younger sister. She closed her eyes and said without any reluctance to leave. With my blood. Very well, the blood mystic repeated with a smile. With your blood. The blood mystic gently extended her hand toward Serena and touched Serena's face. The next moment, Serena suddenly revealed a pained expression. But at this moment, an unexpected figure roared and charged over without any hesitation. Ah! Chris Corleone roared as he transformed into his true form and flapped his bone wings. Chi! He cut off the blood mystic's hand with one palm. Then, under the blood mystic's surprised gaze, Chris turned around and threw the dejected Serena more than 10 meters away. This is... Serena was startled. She looked at the old butler while she was in midair. Chris. She muttered. Your Highness Serena. Chris Corleone violently grabbed the blood mystic's other hand and shouted angrily, You can't give up. Why did you set foot on this path? Serena shuddered. She gritted her teeth and her body fell with a loud crash. But the next moment, the blood mystic's severed hand was pressed against Chris' body. The latter immediately howled in pain. Ah! He closed his eyes and knelt down abruptly as if he was being tortured. His pair of bone wings twitched continuously. Immediately after, Chris's entire body emitted crimson smoke. Look, your blood is boiling. The blood mystic who had lost both her arms bent down and looked at him with a smile. Your life is burning. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the next moment, Simon Corleone dashed to the blood mystic's side at an undetectable speed with an expression as if he was facing death with equanimity. With a karate chop, he cut off the blood-red girl's head. Simon gritted his teeth and suppressed the fear in his heart. He turned his head and said, You're really lousy, old man. Only then did Chris relax. His face was ashen and he could not stop panting. He laughed bitterly and said, The one who saved me was actually you, Simon. Shut up, old man. Simon's gaze, which was mixed with fear and hatred, shifted from the blood mystic's body to Chris. Among the three of you, I hate you the most. Katerina's voice rang out just in time. Leave 5 people to cover the retreat. She flew into the air and madly roared her orders. The rest of you, take the black coffin and retreat immediately. The Sacred Blood Army did not hesitate. Among the remaining 7 Blood Clan warriors, 2 figures flew and rushed towards the black coffin. One in front and one at the back, they carried the black coffin. However, in the next moment, a head strangely grew out from the chest of the blood-red girl's body. The reason why it was strange was because the head did not grow out from her neck. Instead, it grew out from between her breasts by tearing her chest apart. This is... Chris and Simon looked at each other. What kind of monster is this? No one is allowed to run. Under Chris and Simon's terrified gazes, the head on her chest raised its eyes and smiled happily. If those people discover me, I will be very distressed. No one is allowed to run. The blood mystic took a light step forward and raised her only remaining hand. The head on her chest said loudly, The blood of this world. All of it belongs to me. In the next second, a terrifying tremor came from the ground. Asterisk rumble, asterisk Chris and Simon stared at the ground in shock and bewilderment. Then, they looked at each other. What is this? Thales, who was carried by Ralph, tiptoed along with Ida and the other 2 for about 20 steps. At this moment, asterisk boom. Asterisk a figure descended from the sky. It crashed onto the snowy ground in front of Thales. Thales' expression changed. With a distressed expression, he stared at Serena, who fell from the sky, and sighed. Why is it you again? Serena, who was heavily injured, struggled to climb up with one hand on the birch tree. She looked at them with a fierce expression. Did Chris throw me here on purpose? Does he think that this boy has a way out? Serena's eyes suddenly lit up. She remembered something. No wonder Chris wants me to go with them. Let's make a deal. Take me away, she said coldly, and I will not stop you from leaving. Thales was stunned. Then, anger rose in his heart. This old witch. But the blood mystic's faint chuckle could be heard. No one is allowed to run. The ground trembled. In the next moment, Ida roared and pushed Ralph and Thales away. Serena also flew up in shock. Shing. The elf spun around and swung her scimitar, cutting off a tree root that emerged from the ground. Take him away first. Ida shouted angrily. She turned around and cut off a tree root that wanted to chase after Thales. However, 1 root, 2 roots, 3 roots. Even more roots emerged from the ground with a loud bang and swept towards Ida. The elf roared and swung her scimitar at the tree roots in all directions. Ralph and Serena struggled to climb higher up the tree. Damn it, Thales looked at the tree roots in shock. What ability is this? He saw Serena from the corner of his eye. She was right beside them. Thales wrapped his arms around Ralph's neck and said fiercely, "You created this mess yourself. Why should I clean it up?" But Serena did not have time to answer him. Because the birch trees on both sides had actually come to life. Bang. The birch trees swayed their huge branches consciously and whipped them in the direction they came from. Ralph, who could not avoid it, had a change of expression. He could only activate violent wind to block the branch. Bang. But behind him, another dozen branches whipped at him. Ralph's expression changed. This time, the phantom wind follower used all his might and threw Thales towards the empty space outside the forest. Bang. Immediately after, Ralph was whipped by the branches around him and fell towards Ida. No, Thales looked at the snowy ground that was getting closer and could only close his eyes. Until he was held in an embrace by an arm. Bang. Serena carried Thales with one arm and fell onto the snowy ground, rolling twice. Thales panted as Serena carried him. The two of them looked at each other and snorted. "I just saved your life. Of course, I can take it back. For the sake of your life." Serena said fiercely, "Hurry up and take me away. I know you definitely have a way. Morat already said that your relationship with the mystics is unclear, T. Thales was also in a bad mood. He clung to Serena's neck awkwardly, completely not in the mood to feel the softness of her chest. He could not help but curse and interrupt her, "You're the one with an unclear relationship with the mystics. Your whole family is with the mystics, but they met a group of acquaintances. Ugly-faced woman, how dare you come back?" Katerina, who was in an extremely bad mood, had already returned to her human form. She landed on the ground and said angrily, "And you, brat? Do you have a death wish?" Behind her, 2 blood clansmen carried the black coffin and rushed over. "I didn't want to either." Thales gritted his teeth. "It's all thanks to your good sister." Bang. In the next moment, a few more tree roots emerged from the ground. "Be careful!" Thales cried out in alarm. Katerina quickly flew over, but watched in shock and anger as the 2 blood clansmen carrying the black coffin were tightly entangled by the tree roots. The 2 blood clansmen who were entangled by the tree roots immediately let out a deafening roar, but it quickly turned into a pained howl. Thales and Serena flew over to dodge the tree roots. They watched in horror as countless small roots grew out of the tree roots that entangled them and pierced into the skin of the 2 blood clansmen. The flesh and blood of the 2 blood clansmen rapidly shriveled and dried up, turning into the same color as the tree roots. They then merged with the tree roots and drilled into the ground. "Are you sure that she is the blood mystic?" Thales furrowed his brows and shouted, "Not the tree mystic." Compared to the air mystic and Asda's clear abilities, which he had seen before, he completely did not understand what the blood mystic's abilities were. Blood, resurrection, corpse fragments, and now trees. My God, what else can she do? Also, Thales sighed. He suddenly sincerely felt that compared to the blood mystic, Asda was a good person in every aspect, both of them are good people. Compared to that kind of death, pinchball is really a VIP treatment. Serena carried Thales and flipped onto the black coffin, avoiding the attack of the two tree roots. I don't know. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm not a prophet. The tree roots seemed to be extremely wary of the black coffin. They did not dare to enter the vicinity of the black coffin. They only paced back and forth, as if they were consciously waiting. Katerina also flew onto the black coffin. The two sisters' gazes met. Hatred and disgust surged into their hearts at the same time. Both of them roared. Crybaby. Ugly-faced woman. 5 blood clansmen flew up. The strange-looking blood magus sneered. She raised her severed hand. Before the 5 blood clansmen could get close to her, their bodies trembled and they fell to the ground, convulsing beside the mystic. In the next moment, all of them moaned in pain. Monster! Chris pounced forward with a furious roar. His corrosive, strong, acidic blood spread out and instantly corroded half of the blood mystic's body. Ah, you're using blood to deal with me? The blood mystic smiled. The strong, acidic blood that filled the air trembled and all of it flowed into her body. Chris watched in bewilderment as the blood mystic absorbed his blood. As if she had inhaled the best drug, the blood mystic opened her mouth and praised in an exaggerated manner. Then, without a care, she plucked off her crooked head. She pieced it back onto her own neck. Monster? The blood mystic shook her head. Feeling the connection between her neck and head, she exhaled and looked at the 5 blood clansmen moaning in pain. She smiled slightly. Don't say that. She chuckled and said, aren't all of you about to become monsters as well? Simon flew behind the blood mystic. He was about to attack when he saw the scene in front of him in horror. The 5 moaning blood clansmen suddenly started to howl. One of the blood clansmen watched in horror as a bloody mist burst out of his chest. A blood-red hand suddenly grew out of the exploded hole and kept twisting. It looked like the color of a newborn baby. Ah! No! This warrior was originally the most determined of the soldiers. At that moment, when he saw the strange arm that kept twisting in front of his chest, he started to cry and scream. Save me! A strange eye suddenly opened on the back of the hand. Then, as if it had a mind of its own, the hand grabbed the warrior's head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk it tore his head off while he was still alive. Blood splattered everywhere. Chris and Simon stared at this scene in a daze. The other 4 warriors met a similar fate. A strange tentacle grew out of one's eye and dug out her heart. Another person's spinal cord was pierced by hair that suddenly grew out of nowhere and was torn into a dozen pieces. Another person's shoulder actually grew another head that looked exactly the same. It laughed at him until the warrior chopped off the head on his shoulder out of fear and died mysteriously. There was one person who was the most terrifying. 2 mouths with fangs grew out of his palms and pounced on the warrior's body and started to eat him alive. Ah! What is this? No! No! Let me go! Monster! Die! Die! Don't! Don't! Ah! Asterisk boom! Asterisk Simon could not take it anymore and attacked decisively. He tore the blood mystic's body into 2 again. Then, he turned around and freed the warrior who was being eaten by his own hand. But Simon did not come out of it unscathed. The sharp claw he used to tear the mystic apart instantly started to twitch and expand. Asterisk rip. Asterisk Simon frowned and cut off his own arm without hesitation. I thought you were too afraid to make a move. Chris sighed and stood up shakily. Yes, of course I'm afraid. Simon looked at his severed arm that had fallen to the ground and started to move around. He also looked at his entire body, which was trembling almost uncontrollably. But Simon clenched his remaining claw tightly. He closed his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "But there's still hatred. Cousin." And the entire Sword Lake City was destroyed by such a monster, haha. Chris laughed bitterly. He looked at the blood-red ball that rose again and spread his wings. "Looks like my ability is useless against her." "Nonsense, she can't be killed at all." Simon clenched his teeth and panted. He moved his claws. "If you're afraid, you should run for your life. Leave her to me." Chris snorted coldly. "You mean, leave you to her?" The two of them looked at each other and suddenly smiled at the same time. "I really miss the old days," Simon said softly, feeling much less nervous and trembling. "Only the three of you," Chris said quietly. Chris silently said, expelling the huge shadow of darkness that had haunted the four of them in the past from the bottom of his heart. "Guess how long we can stall for?" Simon clenched his fists. 3 minutes. Chris frowned deeply as he watched the blood-red girl walk out of the blood ball again. It was the blood mystic. "I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time," she said with a chuckle. "My pets too." The expressions of the two blood clansmen froze. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a loud sound rang. Under their terrified gazes, a monster that looked like a large, blood-red octopus emerged from the snow and rose from the ground. It was as tall as a few men and formed by countless severed limbs. It flung out a large tentacle and lifted the blood mystic. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the blood-red tentacle monster extended 2 more tentacles and attacked the 2 supreme-class blood clansmen. "Is it that?" Simon asked with a pale face. "Ah, it seems so." Chris sighed and prepared to dodge in advance. He was not as fast as Simon. Legend has it that in the Battle of Eradication, Rikuru's mortal enemy, the Hydra, Kilika, the 2 blood clansmen flapped their skeletal wings and dodged the tentacle's attack. "I just didn't expect it," Chris said slowly. "It's actually the blood mystic's pet." In the next moment, Chris and Simon, who were dodging in the air, shuddered at the same time. They flapped their skeletal wings and pounced towards the Hydra. "Damn it!" Chris watched in horror as his skeletal wings flapped uncontrollably and the tentacles grew bigger and bigger before him. The 2 tentacles each divided into dozens of thinner tentacles. They exerted force and entangled the 2 supreme-class blood clansmen. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Thales stared blankly at the giant octopus with blood-red tentacles that crawled out of the ground. Fortunately, he did not go closer to take a look, or else he would probably vomit at the sight of the wriggling limbs inside. However, the other 2 silver-haired blood clansmen only glared at each other. "This is the disaster you brought." Katerina formed sharp claws and her gaze was fierce. "I brought it?" "No." Although Serena was heavily injured, she did not want to be outdone and formed her only claw. "I am your disaster, am I not? Betraying our family to the mystic. Is your brain not working properly?" Katerina bared her sharp fangs. "Ah, at least I won't be caught by you idiots." Serena bent down and prepared to attack. "Stop." Thales, who was between them, looked at the tree roots that were glaring at him covetously. Then, he looked dejectedly at the huge blood-red octopus in the distance. Stroking his weak heart, he raised his hand and said weakly, "Intermission. Once we're out of danger, you guys can find a place to chop them into pieces, okay?" The sisters snorted coldly and turned their heads away. Asterisk bang. Asterisk when the 3 of them saw the 2 supreme-class blood clansmen being entangled by 2 tentacles, their expressions instantly changed. Serena turned her head and said coldly, "It's up to you, brat. After all, you have a bad relationship with the mystic, how could you say that?" Thales said angrily, "You are the one who made a deal with the mystic and took the coffin." At this moment, Thales thought of something. He turned towards the black coffin under his feet, then looked around at the tree roots that kept twisting but did not dare to approach him. "Hey!" Thales extended his hands and poked the blood clansmen on both sides. I heard, this broken coffin is a legendary anti-mystic equipment. Thales remembered Yodel's dusk short sword and the ending when it pierced through Asda's chest. The prince turned his head to the left and right and looked at the two sisters. According to you, this is the only weapon that can fight against the mystic? Katerina stared at Serena with hatred and shook her head coldly. It's useless. The Dark Knight Black Coffin's function is only to imprison. Thales was stunned. He scratched his head and asked, imprison? Is it not enough to imprison? That disgusting pervert. Under Thales' puzzled gaze, Serena stared at Katerina in disgust and said to him, idiot, she means that the Dark Knight Black Coffin has already imprisoned a mystic. If you want to imprison the blood mystic. Chapter 96. Chris, who was on his last breath, felt the Hydra Kilika's dozen or so tentacles disregard his corrosive blood as they wrapped around him tighter and tighter, even fusing with him as they dissolved. He looked at Simon and sighed, why can't I avoid them even with your speed? I don't know. Simon struggled madly, but realized that his limbs were not listening to him at all. I feel like I've lost control of my body, as if I sent myself up. The tentacles wrapped around the two of them and sent them to their master. The blood mystic sighed. Thank you for not jumping up and down anymore. I can have a good meal again. Chris and Simon shuddered slightly. The blood mystic smiled and said, you know, ever since I was hit by the dwarves' damn cannon, I've been a little weak. Under Chris and Simon's fearful gazes, the blood mystic gently finished her last two words. Need supplies. The next moment, the blood mystic stretched out her hands and stroked their faces with a smile. Absolutely not. Katerina's expression was solemn. This black coffin was named after the god of Dark Night. What makes you think that a prisoner imprisoned by a god would be safer than the blood mystic? Of course, turning into dozens of sticky, moving pieces is really the safest, Serena said sarcastically. Thales lowered his head and weighed his options, but a voice suddenly came from behind him. So, who exactly is inside? A gentle voice came from behind them. The three of them shuddered and turned their heads. They saw the blood mystic standing on a tentacle made of broken limbs and blood, smiling at them. Thales resisted the urge to look at the wriggling, nauseating, broken limbs and various organs on the tentacle. Then, he felt figures flash by his sides. Hey! Thales only had time to shout one word as he watched the two sisters' figures leave. However, he immediately saw, to his shock, Katerina and Serena shudder at the same time. The two of them jumped down from the black coffin uncontrollably and walked towards the tentacles under the mystic's feet. What's going on? What did you do to me? Katerina trembled as she walked forward step by step. Shocked and furious, she fell into the bloody hole formed by the tentacles. Where's Simon? Idiot, isn't it obvious? Serena also shuddered and moved. She was convulsing as she was wrapped up by the tentacles. She gritted her teeth and said, she's controlling our bodies. I've just recovered some of my strength. It's been a long time since I last used it, so I'm not very familiar with it yet. The blood mystic smiled and wrapped the two sisters in a tentacle made of severed limbs. Don't be impatient, I still need your blood later. The girl turned her head to look at Thales. The boy felt his skin crawl as he stared at the mystic. His heart started beating violently again. The last time this happened, was in a chess room in Red Street Market. The tentacles moved, and the blood mystic's face, which was drenched in blood, slowly approached him. You. The girl scrutinized him. The mystic took a deep breath. The blood flowing in your veins feels strangely familiar. Bloodline? Thales was instantly shocked. That was right. I have one last trick up my sleeve. He cleared his throat. Although I can't remember, for the sake of this bloodline, I won't let you suffer. The blood-colored girl smiled and extended her hand towards him. Wait! Thales roared. This. Miss. Blood mystic. Thales closed his eyes and hesitated for a moment before he slowly and arduously said, I am also a mystic. I am also a mystic. The blood mystic's expression froze for a moment. Thales opened his eyes gently and calmly stated the truth he was most worried about. We are the same kind. The blood mystic was unmoved and spat out a word, lies. She pressed her hand against Thales' face. Wait a minute. I know Asda Sakern, the air mystic. Feeling the warm blood on his face, Thales quickly said, Asda said that I am a newborn mystic after the battle of eradication. The blood mystic's blood-stained hand stroked his face. Asda? A newborn mystic? The girl chuckled and said, how smart of you to choose that guy who was just sealed to testify for you. I'm telling the truth. Thales was scared out of his wits. He raised his hand and said, I can prove it. That, loss of control. The girl's face was still full of smiles. But her tone changed. Loss of control? She said softly. How? Thales was stunned for a moment. His understanding of mystic energy was still too little. He could only try his best to recall that night in Red Street Market. Asda wanted to kill me, but my power seemed to have interfered with him. There was an explosion. He said that only mystic energy can interfere with each other. Thales frowned. He also said that I am the first in more than 1,000 years. He will guide me, if you need me to prove it, but he did not continue speaking. Enough. The girl looked at him solemnly. So it's true. You are a mystic. Thales widened his eyes. You believe me just like that? Isn't it too easy? But the girl seemed to see through his doubts. Your blood and vitality are telling me, you are not lying. Blood. Vitality? Thales remembered Asda's control over the air. Curiosity surged. You really believe me? He still asked, not daring to be certain. But the blood-red girl ignored him. So, you are the one with the potential to become a mystic, the first in more than 1,000 years? Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like I saved my life again. That's what Asda said. He also said, but the girl still did not let him finish speaking. So, Asda found you. Thales could only shut his mouth and nod. The blood mystic only stared at him and asked warily, which faction did you choose? The extremists, the obfuscators, the moderators, or the magic empress? Huh? Thales looked puzzled. The girl frowned. Did Asda not tell you about the history of mystics? The 3 mystics' internal wars and the 3 great treaties? Thales shook his head, not understanding. Internal wars? Aren't mystics immortal and indestructible? The mystic stared at Thales. He also did not explain the rules of the mystics, 3 deaths and 1 prohibition. Thales widened his eyes and shook his head. The blood-red girl's expression became more and more unpleasant. Did Asda talk about the difference between matter and perception, and the connection between chaos and purity? Thales sighed and shook his head helplessly. So, which stage are you at in the 4 stages of mystics? You should know this, right? Thales still shook his head in shame. Then, which magic tower's inheritance of knowledge did you receive? The girl spat out words that Thales had seen in books before, but he had no clue about. Alchemy Tower? Soul Tower? Or Ascetic Tower? Or is it an independent inheritance that has wandered outside? Thales was already numb. He just shook his head mechanically. The girl looked at him in disbelief. So, you don't even know the connection between mystic energy and magic, and the difference between mystics, wizards, and witches? Wait, do you know about wizards? Thales stared at her innocently. You don't know anything. How did you become Asda's so-called newborn mystic? The mystic sighed. Thales lowered his head and spread his hands in secret. No teacher, no education. It's not my fault. You're no different from a normal person now, the mystic said quietly. Thales did not know how to answer. Silence. Giza suddenly chuckled and said, Asda, did that fool go to the capital because of you? Well. Thales scratched his head. I don't think so. We bumped into each other by accident. But he was indeed sealed because of me, he thought to himself. But of course, I can't let you know. The girl suddenly said softly, Giza. Thales was stunned. He raised his head. What? The blood mystic looked up. Giza Streelman. That is my name. If you are also a mystic, or a candidate to become a mystic, then you have the right to know my name. Both of them were silent for a moment. Very well. Her hostility disappeared. Thales felt assured. Then the next step, Miss Giza, Thales said cautiously, I have a few friends, why? The blood-red girl, Giza interrupted him with a smile. Huh? Thales was puzzled. Giza looked at him with a meaningful gaze. If you are determined to become a mystic, why are you mingling with humans, elves, and blood clansmen? Damn it, who wants to become a mystic? A mystic who is treated like a rat on the street every day? But of course, he could not say that. Thales scratched his head. I was born there after all, Giza shook her head and laughed hoarsely. You can't get rid of your past either, can you? Just as Thales was thinking about how to answer, something unexpected happened. In the next moment, the blood mystic, Giza pressed her hand against his face again. Ah! Thales cried out in surprise. Don't worry, I will act quickly, Giza said calmly, her words filled with a frightening chill. You will die without a sound. Die painlessly. Thales' pupils instantly shrank to the smallest. Wait. Why? He shouted angrily. Why do you want to kill me all of a sudden? Aren't we the same kind? Thales asked in shock and anger, your goal is to save the mystic in this coffin, isn't it? If you want to save him, why do you want to kill me? Giza stared at his twisted expression, which was filled with resentment. She gently caressed the side of his face and revealed a gentle smile. Who told you? Giza glanced at the black coffin and said gently, I want to save the mystic in this coffin. Thales shuddered violently. No way. She's not here to save him. Then why go through so much trouble? A thought immediately came to his mind. This is. Thales trembled and asked in disbelief, the civil war of the mystics you mentioned just now? Giza smiled softly and did not answer. Thales suppressed the panic in his heart and tried hard to organize his words. We are already enemies with the world and are at a disadvantage. Why do you still want to kill each other? If you kill me, you will have even less help in the world. At least, think about the future of mystics. Giza smiled. This time, her smile was happier than usual, but it was also more bitter. The future of mystics? Giza closed her eyes and shook her head slowly. Asda and the moderates he belongs to might still have the thought that mystics can always win their own future. Thales watched in surprise. The blood slowly faded from Giza's face, revealing her originally elegant face. But he did not have the energy to observe her appearance. But I gave up a long time ago. Giza smiled shakily. To Thales, she looked more like she was crying. Existences like us, the fewer, the better, isn't it? What? The pain in our bodies and the pain we caused is already enough. Why do we still need a newbie like you to bear it? Thales' eyebrows twitched. He looked at Giza, his heart filled with panic. Giza gently covered his face with her hand. The blood in Thales' body began to tremble uneasily. Don't worry, child. You will die peacefully here. Giza looked at him pitifully and gently stroked his hair. You will never become a mystic, I will never let you suffer the pain of being a calamity. This is for your own good. At that moment, the boy used up all the grief and indignation he could muster in 2 lifetimes. He just wanted to say those 3 words happily. F***ck. Thud. Wuxia fell to the ground weakly. He could no longer hold his sword. Putre fell limp on the ground and watched helplessly as Istron easily lifted the powerless Wuxia. Damn it. You're that brat's attendant? God knows how much I hate him. Istron grinned savagely and bared his fangs at Wuxia's neck. But his expression suddenly froze. He let go of Wuxia and disappeared in an instant. Clang. Clang. The sharp claws and the sword clashed in the air, sparks flying everywhere. Who are you? Istron roared furiously. He dodged the sword and took 3 steps back. A young, cool-looking, black-haired swordswoman in light armor with a heroic aura stood in front of him. She looked at the blood clansman indifferently. Istron narrowed his eyes. That strength and angle. Is she another person who has mastered the power of eradication? Thump, the sound of dozens of horse hooves rose from the forest around them. It's right in front. Putre's spirit was lifted. He recognized that it was the voice of the veteran, Gened. Istron's expression changed. Reinforcements? As he pondered, the swordswoman's sword closed in on him. Istron unleashed a speed that no one could match and dodged the enemy's sword in an instant. An attack of this speed was child's play. He dashed to the swordswoman's side. Get rid of her, and then, but Istron did not have the chance to think anymore. To his great shock, he felt a threatening chill of metal coming at him. Rip. Istron stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head and looked at his own heart. The swordswoman held her saber in a reverse grip and did not even look behind her. Her blade came out from under her armpit. It went straight into Istron's heart. Istron trembled and touched the blade. When? He said in disbelief, did you stab me with your sword? I did not, the swordswoman said coldly and pulled out her blade. You brought it to me yourself. Istron clutched his pierced heart and fell down without a sound. This power of eradication that forces the enemy's rhythm, Wuxia, who was struggling on the ground, gritted his teeth and looked up. Pegasus music. The swordswoman turned around and helped Wuxia up. Wuxia stood up laboriously. Suddenly, he saw the mighty eagle holding a branch on the swordswoman's gloves. The white eagle? You are. Wuxia was stunned and spat out a name. You are Miranda Arund. The seed from the previous tournament in the Tower of Eradication. He shouted. But Miranda ignored him and coldly pressed him down to sit under the tree. A dozen cavaliers holding the double-cross star flag and the strange starlight flag came out from behind the bushes and dismounted in front of them. Your Grace. Gened nervously went to Putre's side. Go and find the prince. With his help, Putre stood up with difficulty. The prince, Prince Thales is, there is no need to worry, Miranda interrupted him coldly. Lady Cecile will take care of it. Wuxia picked up his saber and was shocked when he heard that. Lady Cecile? He looked at Miranda and was pleasantly surprised. Are you saying that she came personally? Her Excellency, the Fortress Flower? Today's experience made Thales once again confirm that the most suitable term for mystics was lunatics. A bunch of King lunatics. The prince shouted in his heart. But his body could not move. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Thales could only resign himself to fate and close his eyes. At this moment, Giza's hand froze. She straightened her back and looked behind her. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk an extreme whistling sound came from the direction she was looking at. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but open his eyes. Asterisk puff. Asterisk one of the tentacles beside Giza's body suddenly exploded. Ah! A furious roar rang. A blood-drenched female warrior in full armor held a two-handed broadsword that was half the height of a person. She charged forward with an indomitable spirit amidst the splattering blood. Giza's eyes were burning. Another tentacle instantly intercepted the attack. The silver light of the blade flashed. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the female warrior's broadsword drew an exaggerated arc and chopped the second tentacle into pieces. Blood fell on her armor and even on her face, but the female warrior did not care. She only charged forward with a zealous expression. She came to Giza's side. Giza sneered and raised her hands. Countless small tentacles emerged from her body and reached towards the female warrior. Be careful. Thales roared. She can resurrect. Then, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The female warrior flung away her broadsword without hesitation. In a flash, she took out a gray, diamond-shaped metal shield from her back. The moment Giza's small tentacles approached the gray shield, they turned black, shriveled, and finally shattered into ashes. Giza's expression changed for the first time. The female warrior roared angrily. She grabbed the handle of the shield and swung it fiercely. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Giza fell to the ground. Then, the female warrior nimbly grabbed both sides of the shield and smashed it down. She used the shield to suppress Giza, who had an unpleasant expression on her face. Thales stared at the scene before him, dumbfounded. This is America. No. Thales saw the double-crossed star pattern on the female warrior's armor. Captain of Constellation? I am Sonia Sasir. The female warrior's face was full of fighting spirit. I have brought a gift for you, Your Grace. The blood mystic, Giza's expression was extremely unpleasant under the shield. The flesh on her face looked as if it was scalded by steam. It bubbled, shriveled, and turned into ashes. Giza stared at the shield and spat out a few words indignantly. No. This is. Yes. The female warrior pressed her left hand on the shield and grinned heroically. Allow me to introduce the legendary anti-mystic equipment. Sonia Sasir smiled and raised her right fist. She slowly clenched it. The Supreme Shield. Once she finished speaking, under Giza's incredulous gaze, she punched the center of the gray shield. Asterisk bang. Star. Chapter 97. Thales jumped down from the black coffin and stared at everything in front of him in a daze. The flying ashes turned to ash, and no flesh remained. The severed limbs on the ground gradually withered and turned to ash, blending into the snow under the moonlight. It's over? Giza, the blood mystic, that lunatic, disappeared? The Hydra's tentacles loosened and withered. Katerina and Serena both fell to the ground and coughed violently. Ida helped the ashen-faced Ralph out of the thicket on the side. Those branches, there were at least 100 of them, Ida said with lingering fear. Why did they suddenly wither? But Ida was immediately stunned. She pointed at the female warrior and shouted in an exaggerated manner, "Ah! Strange woman, you're here." The female warrior put the shield back on her back and laughed. It's been many years, forgetful Ida. Aida's expression immediately darkened. The female warrior pulled out the two-handed broadsword and swung it twice as if it was light with one hand to shake off the blood on it. Her expression was indifferent, but her gaze was sharp. She immediately turned around and looked at Thales. Thales also looked curiously at the person who suddenly appeared and saved his life. There's no doubt that she's a soldier, Thales told himself. Her armor was covered in bloodstains left behind by mystics, but she had a steady and determined aura. She did not appear disheveled at all. Instead, she gave others the impression that she had been through hundreds of battles. She had short, neat, brownish-yellow hair, but there was no need to describe her heroic appearance. Because when she appeared, her aura, which was filled with an iron-blooded fighting spirit, made one only notice her warrior side and forget her pure appearance. They stared at each other for a few seconds. The female warrior suddenly grinned. She boldly stuck the two-handed broadsword on the ground and knelt on one knee. "So, you are Thales, child. My prince?" "Yes, I am Thales Jade Star." Thales flashed a smile. "Thank you." Thales had a strange feeling. Although they all knelt on one knee before the prince, Gilbert's was filled with politeness and respect, while Yodel gave him a sense of trust. However, the female warrior in front of him was filled with a kind of casualness and elegance. The female warrior's next action confirmed his suspicions. Because she actually raised her hands, which were covered in blood and covered in iron gloves, and ruffled the hair of the second prince of Constellation. "Good job, kid." She laughed heartily, her voice sharp and valiant. Many of my recruits would have vomited in fright if they had encountered such a situation. Thales saw stars from the rubbing. He felt the greasy blood on his hands and said awkwardly, This lady." The female warrior laughed and interrupted him. "I am Sonia Sasir, little lord." Sonia's words did not show the slightest bit of awareness that she was a little lord. She was in a good mood, and she even punched Thales' shoulder, causing the weak man to cough violently. The broken dragon fortress that is temporarily guarding the border between the two countries. Thales snapped back to reality. "Ah. Why, you are the fortress flower?" Even though he had been prepared for this, he was still a little excited when he saw Sonia in person. The fortress flower. During his lessons in Mindy's Hall, Gilbert would occasionally explain the current situation of Constellation to him, such as the famous three marshals of Constellation. Although Constellation suffered heavy losses during the disaster of the Bloody Year, it also gained many talents in many aspects, such as government affairs, diplomacy, military affairs, and war. Many members of the king's party and the new nobles became pillars of Constellation from unknown pawns under such circumstances. The cunning fox Gilbert Casso was one such example. Amidst the blood and fire, in the battlefield against Extet, the Western Desert Orcs, and the Barren Bone people, as well as the Southwest Rebel Army, many young people who were born commoners rose to power and were conferred titles. After the Bloody Year, King Kessel expanded the regular army of the royal family. He even recruited many commoners and young people to guard the four corners of the kingdom. These people were basically soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles and had once shone brilliantly on the battlefield. 12 years had passed. Their encounters were all different, but there were three people who stood firm and withstood the test of time. They grew into military commanders who could take charge of an area on their own. They were the three marshals of Constellation, whose names shook the entire kingdom. The subjects of the kingdom gave them resounding nicknames. Even their original names were rarely mentioned. The Kingdom's Wrath. The Legendary Wing. The Fortress Flower. Among them, the Fortress Flower, Lady Sonia Sasir stepped onto the stage of Constellation's history when she followed Duke John on his expedition against the Southwest Rebel Army. Since the Bloody Year, she led the regular army of the royal family to guard the bitter cold northern territory, keeping an eye on the great dragon of the North's every move. Many Constellationates believed that if the fortress flower was still blooming in Broken Dragon Fortress, then Constellation's northern territory would stand firm. Of course, there were also many noblewomen in the capital who always gossiped behind her back. Every move she made was like a man. No wonder the lady who wielded a sword in battle could not get married until she was over 30 years old. And now, the legendary fortress flower was standing in front of Thales. Araka will definitely regret not bringing troops to rescue you. Sonia knocked on her shield proudly. Among the three of us, I am the first to seal a mystic, but in the next moment, Thales saw Sonia's expression change. "What's wrong?" Thales asked in bewilderment. "Something's wrong." Sonia clenched her fists tightly and raised her shield. She looked around vigilantly. "She is not sealed." Asterisk bang. Asterisk before Thales could react, Sonia suddenly picked him up and jumped up from the ground, avoiding a blood-red tentacle that pierced through the ground. Thales looked at the tentacle before him in disbelief. "Isn't Giza already?" The tentacle abruptly split into dozens of smaller tentacles. Thales only felt that the moment it split, he lost all feeling in his body, as if he had been injected with anesthetic. "Is this the feeling of having your body controlled?" Thales trembled as he let go of Sonia's arm. But the latter did not seem to be affected at all. She extended her arm and hugged him even tighter. Sonia gritted her teeth and roared furiously as she took out the two-handed broadsword from her back. She swung one arm and drew a beautiful slash. In a flash, she cut off countless small tentacles that had split off. A few of them swept towards where they were originally, the dark night black coffin. Many of the tentacles had just touched the black coffin when they shrank, withered, and turned into ashes, as if they had just touched the supreme shield. But even more tentacles coiled around the black coffin, as if they were unafraid of death. As they withered and reconnected, they actually withstood the corrosion of the legendary anti-mystic equipment and lifted the black coffin. Black coffin. In the distance, Katerina saw this scene. The queen roared anxiously, "Don't let her take it." Sonia was as calm as ever. She moved swiftly and swiftly. With her left hand holding Thales, she threw the broadsword far away like a boomerang with her right hand. Asterisk crack. Asterisk she forcefully cut off the tentacles that coiled around the black coffin. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the black coffin fell to the ground again. Sonia stepped forward and quickly leaped onto the black coffin. She put Thales down and took down the shield on her back. She looked ahead vigilantly, two tentacles stretched out from the darkness in front of them again. Impossible. Thales cried out in shock when he saw the situation in front of him clearly. Under the protection of the two tentacles, Giza Streelman appeared before them with a smile on her face. She still looked like a naked girl covered in fresh blood. Thales shuddered, but Sonia calmly stepped forward with her shield and protected him behind her. Sonia furrowed her brows tightly. On the other hand, Thales was dumbfounded. How did nothing happened to her? Did Serena not tell me that the legendary anti-mystic equipment can be used against mystics? He clearly remembered that when Yodel sealed Asda, he only needed to stab Asda in the back when he was least expecting it, and Asda turned into a burst of white light and disappeared without a trace. Yodel and Marat both called that a seal. Thales thought that he had grasped some knowledge regarding the weaknesses of mystics, but Giza before me, why? Why? Do you find it strange? Giza chuckled. Why is the legendary anti-mystic equipment not effective against me? Sonia raised her hand abruptly and stopped Ida and Katerina, who were about to rush forward. Step back, she said loudly, as if she had the authority to execute orders with a shout. Ida and the queen stopped in their tracks. Sonia stared at Giza before her. Her gaze was extremely solemn. I have heard 2 legends about you from the Secret Intelligence Department. Sonia looked at Giza with a determined expression. 1. The more enemies the blood mystic faces, the stronger her destructive power and vitality will be, because the enemies will become her nutrients. The biggest mistake in dealing with you is that, the more the merrier. That will only make you stronger the more you fight. The best way is to have a supreme class elite who is nimble and agile enough carry a legendary anti-mystic equipment and fight you alone in a land of death where there are no living beings. Giza's smile faded a little. The Secret Intelligence Department. Still as annoying as a few hundred years ago. Not a bad choice. Giza smiled and nodded. No wonder I sensed many humans a few hundred meters away. Did you leave your men there and come alone? Sonia snorted. Looks like your scouting ability is also very strong. In the next moment, two tentacles suddenly stretched out toward Sonia. At the same time, a dozen tree roots burst out from the ground and whipped toward Sonia and Thales. It was an attack without any blind spots. The fluctuation surged into Thales' limbs, and he was about to dodge. But at that moment, he only felt another wave of power blossoming from Sonia's body. She spun around and inconceivably exerted her body's inertia to the extreme. The shield in her hand struck the tentacle fiercely. Bang. Giza's tentacle was smashed into ashes. The female warrior loosened her grip as she spun around. She then skillfully grabbed the edge of the shield in midair and used it as a sharp blade. She then turned her body and slashed horizontally. She generously chopped a dozen or so tree roots that came at her feet. She was so powerful that they were all crushed. Rip. Crack. Sonia stood on the ground unscathed. With a defensive counterattack without any blind spots, she completely crushed the Blood Mystic's attack. Thales stared at Sonia in astonishment. The fluctuation in his body had already surged to his eyes. He only saw a threatening colorless energy fill Sonia's body. It was completely different from the piercing light in the mystic's body and the Blood Clansman's vigorous flesh and blood. This was the first time he used this wave vision to observe normal humans other than mystics and Blood Clansmen. Not a bad response. It's rare to see even among supreme-class humans. Giza nodded in admiration. There's also a familiar supernatural power. It's one of the four great primitive supernatural powers, the thawing of glaciers, famous for its ability to attack with the flow of the situation. It's now called the power of eradication, Sonia said disdainfully. To commemorate us, we beat the crap out of all of you 600 years ago. Thales suddenly understood. So, the colorless energy in Sonia's body is the power of eradication? I didn't know that you could control trees. Sonia exhaled and observed her surroundings vigilantly. You sure give me a lot of surprises. Why? In your understanding, only the red liquid in an animal's body can be called blood? Giza chuckled softly. The second legend about you is a little unbelievable. Sonia carefully exercised her wrist. Until today. Amidst Giza's smile, she spat out the legend word by word. The legendary anti-mystic equipment could not seal the Blood Mystic? Thales stared at the Blood Mystic in shock. Could not be sealed? Then, does that mean that no one can control her? How was the battle of eradication won? Impossible. Katerina cried out in surprise. The legendary anti-mystic equipment is the bane of the calamities. That's what the insiders were taught. There was a moment of silence. Giza first flashed a smile, then sighed. The legendary anti-mystic equipment is the end of the mystics, the bane of the calamities. With just a light touch, we will be doomed eternally. Is that so? Giza said with an indifferent expression. Lebla, Eric, and even the Truth brothers are terrified of that weapon. From then on, they never let anyone near them. That's how Lebla was sealed. But in the next moment, Giza chuckled softly with a deep chill. But I am the only exception. A mystic who relies on her physical form to fight. Thales shuddered. He felt that these terms, which he temporarily did not understand, were knowledge that he would have to learn in the future. Even if it was not for the sake of becoming a mystic, even if it was for his own sake. Giza continued to smile and said, I am also one of the only two mystics who are not afraid of the legendary anti-mystic equipment in close-quarters combat. Even when it comes to close-quarters injuries, I do not reject them. Those who approach me are often approaching their own deaths. Thales frowned slightly. Only two mystics who are not afraid of close-quarters combat? Then who is the other one? So, there's such a big difference between mystics? Curiosity and fear towards mystics tormented Thales at the same time, making him extremely hesitant. Giza smiled faintly and said, "Even if the legendary anti-mystic equipment hits my physical form, it will only hurt insignificant flesh and blood. It is impossible to seal me." Thales frowned. "No. Something's wrong." He was puzzled until Sonia raised her eyebrows and snorted confidently. "Is that so?" She took a step forward, as if she had found the enemy's weakness, and raised the supreme shield at the mystic. "Then why did you run just now? Or should I say, what were you hiding when you disappeared?" Giza's expression changed. Thales also realized what was going on. Yes, the shield was effective against Giza's flesh and blood. After she turned into ashes for the first time, it lasted for a while before she reappeared. During that period of time, whether she was healing, recovering, escaping, or hiding, it all meant, she is definitely not without weaknesses. Sonia said calmly, "The reason why legendary anti-mystic equipment is so rare and precious, and why countries fight for it, is not only because it can seal mystics, but also because every legendary anti-mystic equipment has its own unique and powerful ability, which allows its user to be reborn in battle." Thales sucked in a breath. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Unique and powerful ability? He looked at the dark night black coffin beneath his feet. He then thought of Yodel's grey short sword. What ability does that sword have? Thales suddenly realized that the color of that short sword and the grey shield in Sonia's hands were actually so similar. Giza pursed her lips, and the tentacles beneath her trembled uneasily. Sonia knocked on the supreme shield. "You probably haven't seen it before. During the later stages of the Battle of Eradication, when all of you started fleeing for your lives, this shield was created together with the supreme sword. So, you don't understand its ability." Giza's expression finally changed. "When I received the shield, this is what they told me." Sonia snorted softly. "The name of the supreme shield's ability is filled with Empress Helen's personal characteristics." The blood mystic's expression became more and more solemn. Thales felt that Sonia had found her weakness. The female warrior grinned and laughed heartily. "The name of its ability is, Hunt." In the next moment, the mystic with the cold expression seemed to have remembered the most terrifying thing in the world. She waved her hand abruptly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a voice that sounded like a flood erupted. Under everyone's vigilant gazes, the huge tentacles instantly dissipated into blood and severed limbs. Then, they disappeared into thin air. Giza was hidden in the darkness. She cast Thales a profound glance with her eyes. She left behind a faint sentence. "We will meet again." Thales shuddered. Giza's words contained a chilling coldness. "I will never let you suffer." Thales' face was pale. He was anxious. "I will never let you suffer." Damn it. Wait a minute. He suddenly came to a realization. The blood mystic was scared away. "She left," Sonia said faintly. "What a pity." She tapped the shield regretfully. "I really want to continue chasing after her." Thales exhaled deeply. "Serena." Thales turned his head and saw Katerina gritting her teeth as she stared at an empty corner. She ran away. The sound of hooves could be heard. Putre, Waya, and Jened were escorted by a group of cavaliers and arrived before them. When Thales saw them, he felt slightly at ease. However, there did not seem to be many Jade Star private soldiers left. That night, it ended again. The cavaliers arrived before them and bowed to Sonia one after another. The leader was a female swordsman with a cold expression. When her gaze swept past Thales, the latter only felt a chill. Did I offend her? Thales scratched his head, baffled. At this moment, a call filled with complicated emotions rose. Captain. Sonia shuddered. She turned her head to look at the person who spoke. Thales was stunned. Could it be that she, who uses a shield, is really the captain of Constellation? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the 30-year-old veteran, Gened, dismounted from his horse. He cowered slightly and walked slowly to the female warrior. He looked at Sonia with an excited but anxious and ashamed expression. "Captain," his lips trembled, but he could not say a word. Gened lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Sonia stared at the veteran with a complicated expression. "Gened." But the female warrior exhaled deeply. She raised her eyes, and her gaze was filled with an imposing manner. "Look at me, soldier!" Sonia shouted loudly. The veteran shuddered and instantly stood up straight. He took a deep breath and looked straight at Sonia. A few seconds later, Gened gulped and took a deep breath. "I'm back," the veteran said firmly. Sonia scrutinized him carefully. After a while, she then punched Gened's shoulder and put on a smile that faded away. "Return to the team." Gened shuddered. He clenched his teeth and held back his tears. The veteran shouted with all his might, "Yes. Forgive me for being blunt, Your Highness." Sonia turned her head around and looked at Thales, who was being carefully checked to see if he was injured by Wuxia. She frowned, but she immediately heaved a deep sigh. "Although you have experienced a lot today, you still have to hurry to Broken Dragon Fortress as soon as possible." Thales was a little puzzled, but he still nodded. Only the experienced vice diplomat behind him, Putre's expression changed as he pressed down on his own wound. "Lady Cecile," he asked solemnly. "What happened?" The group was silent for a second. Sonia frowned and looked straight at Thales. "Extet's Archduke of Black Sand region, Chapman Lampard, has already sent out small units multiple times to cross the border between the two kingdoms without any qualms." Sonia was expressionless, but her gaze was solemn as she answered, "They have begun to clear the area around Broken Dragon Fortress, especially the path for reinforcements from Cold Castle and Lonely Old Tower." Thales' pupils shrank. Sonia nodded and said solemnly. Chapter 98. Broken Dragon Fortress was built on the northern plains, the border between Constellation and Extet. The main body of the fortress was located on a highland, only a few hundred meters away from the border between the two countries as stipulated in the Fortress Treaty. The Third Peninsular War more than 300 years ago created the legend of Chara, Kaplan, and Midir, the three heroes of the Western humans. However, after the war ended, Extet's hero, Chara, and Constellation's oath-keeper, Midir, broke off their friendship and broke up their brotherhood, which caused countless historians and bards to lament. It also caused the alliance between the Great Dragon and Constellation to turn against each other. Hence, Broken Dragon Fortress was built on the border between the two countries. This was a building that had both political and military purposes. 12 years ago, the famous Fortress Treaty between Constellation and Extet was signed here. The northern plains, which stretched for several miles, was the only place between the two countries that could bypass the snow and pine forests and send a large number of troops to the border. However, the defenders of Broken Dragon Fortress could clearly see any troop of more than 10 people from Extet's side on the plains. On Constellation's side, the Arund family's Cold Castle and the Zamunto family's Overwatch City were in the southwest, while the Fries family's Lonely Old Tower was in the east. All three parties could rush to the fortress aid at any time. If any castle was in danger of being besieged, Broken Dragon Fortress could also send a timely warning. Broken Dragon Fortress was not a lone fortress. It was formed by the largest and most sturdy main body of the star-shaped fortress on the highland, 8 medium-sized fortresses that guarded the periphery and provided cover for each other, and 12 simple sentry posts further away. To take down Broken Dragon Fortress meant that they had to charge through countless trenches and barricades, remove the threat of crossbows in the 8 medium-sized fortresses, and then follow the only 3 narrow slopes to reach the main body of the fortress. They had to brave the bombardment of the mystic guns on the star-shaped convex wall and launch a siege against the fortress walls that were more than 10 meters tall with limited terrain. If the army bypassed the fortress and went straight south to the important cities of Constellation, then this fortress that could accommodate 10,000 people, had sufficient supplies, and could be used by the garrison to attack at any time would instantly become a major threat, like a thorn in the back. When Extet's Archduke of Black Sand region, the 41-year-old Chapman Lampard looked up at the giant that was easy to defend but difficult to attack from the north of the fortress under the moonlight, the sense of threat that Broken Dragon Fortress gave him was especially strong. Since 12 years ago, when he had a fair duel with his older brother in front of his father and the entire family, and pierced his older brother's heart to win the right to inherit Black Sand region, Chapman Lampard's ambition grew uncontrollably. For example, he wanted to bring the glory of the common elected king into the Lampard family's embrace, turn Extet's capital into Black Sand City, and bring Constellation's northern territory under his jurisdiction so that the ancient Northland territories that were scattered between the two countries could be reunited. The Archduke himself wore a thick robe lined with heavy chain armor. He rode on a sturdy Northland horse, and the knights behind him held flags that were painted with the image of an iron fist that represented the Lampard family. Not far behind them were densely packed military camps. From time to time, small groups of sentinel riders or infantry troops who received missions would leave the camps and cross the border without a care in the world. A strong and heroic knight in grey helmet, Lord Tolja, one of Extet's 5 war generals, galloped over from the front. He reined in his horse in front of Lampard and bowed respectfully. Lampard nodded without any expression on his face. Regardless of whether it is the merchant groups, hunters, supplies, or the other party's patrols, we have already cleared all of them and placed our scouts there. If Cold Castle's Arund and the other 2 families come to reinforce us, we will know immediately. The knight in grey helmet, Tolja, said in a low voice, "Are we really going to attack?" "Of course. We have more than 13,000 men. We have light cavalry scouts, heavy knights, elite light axemen, double-handed heavy swordsmen, and enough archers. We have also prepared mystic guns, catapults, and other siege weapons." The person who answered him was a knight in plate armor behind Archduke Lampard. He was the Archduke's supporter and the Archduke's #1 vassal, Count Levon. "We have the advantage in terms of both quantity and quality. Defeating them will be a piece of cake. That is a field battle. But as long as they are holed up in Broken Dragon Fortress, it will be difficult for us to win easily." Tolja shook his head. "Since the fall of the previous time, they have strengthened their fortifications. I suspect that they have equipped half of the mystic guns and city-guarding crossbows in the kingdom. Forcefully attacking the city will only bring about huge casualties. Also, as long as those 2 people are still in Broken Dragon Fortress, even if the enemy is a motley crew, we still need to be extremely vigilant," Tolja thought to himself. Dressed in plate armor, Count Levon's expression was firm. "We have mobilized so many troops, it is impossible for us to return empty-handed. If we can occupy Broken Dragon Fortress, I think we can accept some casualties. Our enemy is not only the fortress, but also the weather." The few of them turned their heads and saw Archduke Lampard's strategist, Viscount Kenvita, riding his horse towards them. The day before the bitter cold winter will come earlier than usual. It is not a good time to advance. The delivery of supplies is not optimistic. Once the siege fails, the war will be at a stalemate. If we wait until spring, we will have a greater chance of taking down the fortress. It is precisely because we do not have enough supplies that we need to end the war quickly." Count Levon still insisted. "Fighting in winter is our advantage. The Constellations are hit harder by winter. 12 years ago, we attacked the fortress at this time. That winter was the warmest in decades." Tolja shook his head solemnly. "Also, at that time, they could not even take care of themselves. There were no reinforcements in the northern territory, but at that time, we gathered the armies of 7 archdukes. Moreover, we could only replenish our supplies on the spot after we have breached the fortress and moved south. Archduke Lampard slowly raised a hand and stopped his three subordinates from arguing. What happened after that? The Archduke's voice was dull and hoarse. It had a power that could make people calm down without them realizing it. King Nuvan's envoy has arrived. We cannot hold him back for too long. After all, we are mobilizing our troops in the name of avenging Prince Maria. Viscount Kentvita bowed. Moreover, I heard that the Prince of Constellation is on his way and will arrive soon. Lampard pondered and asked, Prestige Orchid Region's Alcius and Reformation Tower's Trentida family have not replied? As Archdukes of Southern Extet, they should have enough benefits to mobilize their troops. They must have received news of the Prince of Constellation's envoy, Viscount Kentvita answered seriously. Even though they have the benefits of taking over the northern territory, their hesitation will not be any less than that of the other archdukes. I am afraid we have to rely on ourselves. After a while, Archduke Lampard exhaled and looked at the broken dragon fortress opposite him. He sighed. Rely on ourselves? Cecile, that woman only has around 800 men, but there are at least 300 elite veterans from the Starlight Brigade among them. They are experts at galloping on horseback and fierce soldiers at attacking and defending the city. All of you have fought against her, so you know better than anyone else. Murch has just arrived with more than 2,000 men. Although most of them are garrison soldiers who have never seen blood, that man is too terrifying. As long as there are 500 loyal and unafraid of sacrificing swords and shields, he can cause great trouble on the battlefield. There are also thousands of vassal troops who have rushed over from the northern territory. Although they are at odds with the fortress because of Arun's imprisonment, and most of them have already withdrawn, Arun's only daughter is still in the fortress. According to the scouts' investigation, at least 500 of them are still there. Without the other Archduke's military forces, it will be very difficult for us to take down the broken dragon fortress. Archduke Lampard's words made the three of them fall silent for a while. 3,000 people squeezed into one fortress. Count Levon frowned and said, with the pitiful level of supplies in the northern territory, how long can they last? That fortress was built according to the standard of 10,000 people. It has enough supplies to last until the day before the bitter cold winter. Viscount Kentvita shook his head. With all due respect, as the party besieging the fortress, our supply pressure is much greater than theirs. 12 years ago, all of Extet was behind us, but now, because that damned prince is coming to apologize. We are isolated and helpless, just like the northern territory. In less than 2 weeks, the day before the bitter cold winter will arrive. Tolja also nodded and agreed with the wise general's words. In a situation where we can't wait for a good opportunity, I don't recommend attacking forcefully. When that prince arrives, all the more we can't send out our troops. Count Levon said indignantly, in another 10 years, Constellation will slowly recover from its weakened state, and the other countries will also be free from their own troubles. Also, he paused for a moment. If Nuvan VII can't live until then, Extet might have to choose a king. Are we going to give up on this opportunity? Count Levon said hatefully. The three of them did not speak. No. Chapman Lampard exhaled softly and stared at the fortress in front of him. We are Northlanders. Lampard thought of his elder brother. He thought of his elder brother's gaze as he gripped his sword with his blood-stained hands and laughed boldly as he died. Northlanders never wait for opportunities, nor do they give up on opportunities. Archduke Lampard turned his head. His unsmiling face revealed a coldness that was colder than the weather. We create opportunities. The moon had already set in the west. Broken Dragon Fortress was in front of them. Its magnificent star-shaped outline could already be vaguely seen under the moonlight. Thales looked at Sonia and Ida, who were watching vigilantly from afar. He then turned towards Katerina, who was surrounded by the elite warriors of Broken Dragon Fortress, and the two Blood Clan warriors who were only found after the battle behind her. "Are you sure you want to leave now?" Thales furrowed his brows as he looked at Katerina. Perhaps the blood mystic is waiting on the way back. Katerina still had that indifferent expression on her face as she shook her head. Now is the best time to leave. At least the blood mystic will not dare to stay too close. "It's too risky," Thales said seriously. "You know, the blood mystic came for the black coffin. Believe me, since the blood mystic has already appeared and brought such great trouble, there will be people who will take care of her whereabouts and goals, such as your secret intelligence department," Katerina said coldly. "Although mystics are terrifying, there are still powers in the world that can restrain them." "You are talking about the legendary anti-mystic equipment?" Thales pondered and said, "But after all, they are rare and there are only a few of them. You are still young, there are still many secrets that you do not know." Katerina's words made Thales scratch his head. "You only need to know that every time a mystic appears in public, it is a risk. After that, there will be a long period of silence and hiding. What threatens them is not only the legendary anti-mystic equipment." The two of them stared at each other for a second. "All right, since you insist." Thales sighed. "You must know that the supreme class beside you has died in battle. Serena may still be hiding in the dark, eyeing you covetously. Besides, you are escorting the legendary anti-mystic equipment after all." Thinking of Hestad and Simon, Katerina's gaze dimmed. But she immediately raised her head. "I long for Serena to appear." The Night Queen revealed a hateful gaze. "As for the Dark Knight Black Coffin, perhaps many forces hope to obtain a legendary anti-mystic equipment. But rest assured, among those who understand its value and origin, no one would have the guts to covet the Dark Knight Black Coffin, except for the terrifying mystics." "No," Katerina secretly said in her heart, "perhaps those relatives in Grand Banquet Hill are the exceptions. After all, guarding the Dark Knight Black Coffin can be said to be the oath of all blood clansmen." Thales rolled his eyes. "Another secret that I do not know?" He nodded. "Even though our misfortune today can be considered to be due to each other, including the debt of blood, hatred, and favors, I still hope that we do not become enemies. Of course, it is best that we do not meet again in the future." Katerina stared at him fixedly for a few seconds. It was so long that Thales raised his eyebrows. "Do you know," Katerina said quietly, "perhaps we can really become allies." Thales widened his eyes. "I heard Serena's words," the Night Queen said flatly. "The structure of the continent has changed. You are in contact with the Main's Knight dynasty, and Ekstead is on good terms with Hanbol. Since Constellation is destined to be enemies with Hanbol, then we have a common enemy." Thales furrowed his brows. "I almost forgot. This is a queen. After we form an alliance, we will rope in the Mist Island's merfolk leader. That way, it is not impossible to chase away Hanbol and the Trade Federation's whaling ships and turn the southern sea of eradication into our inland sea. Think about the eternal oil that Hanbol and the Trade Federation have embezzled together, please, because of your dear sister." Thales exhaled and shook his head with lingering fear. "Right now, I really have a deep fear of the word ally. For your own good, and for my own good, can we talk about this when I grow up a little?" Katerina, who was inexplicably interrupted, was stunned for a moment. She could not close her parted lips in time. When he saw those lips, for some reason, Thales remembered how they tasted. Ahem. Thales patted his head and chased the messy thoughts out of his mind. He had enough troubles, and he could not even take care of himself. The Night Queen, who had always been unsmiling, suddenly curled up the corners of her lips slightly. Thales was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw the unsmiling Katerina reveal a smile. "I am sorry." Thales raised his brows. "What did you say?" Katerina could be heard saying slowly, "When you stretched your neck over My original plan was to suck all of your blood dry. Thales quivered. What? After all, we have already formed a grudge in the previous battle. Katerina returned to her ice-cold expression and continued to speak. Thales felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the queen narrate how she wanted to suck him dry. As long as I get rid of Serena, then go back and annihilate the rest of your subordinates and clean up the traces, no one will know the reason for the Prince of Constellation's death except for Covendier. Thales revealed a look of disbelief. Is this the farmer and the snake? But your life is very tenacious. You did not die of blood loss like I expected. Katerina said coldly, so, my attempt to kill you failed. I think you have the right to know about this. Thales' expression changed several times. He sensed the weakness in his body and touched the 2 holes on his neck that had already closed. Then, he raised his head and stared at Katerina with a surprised and furious expression. You. Thales furrowed his brows and said furiously, and Serena. Both of you are truly a pair of good sisters. However, Katerina only stared at him quietly. Her gaze was complicated. No, please take my honesty as the sincerity of an alliance. I did not hide anything from you, and I do not intend to hide anything from you. This is something that Serena, who has been acting all her life, could never do. The queen nodded slightly. If this can dispel your wariness, and build a foundation of trust for our possible alliance in the future, Thales was momentarily stunned. For a moment, he did not know how to reply. He furrowed his brows and said, You told me that you once wanted to kill me, and then said that this is your sincerity, and that you hope that I will trust you? Don't you think that something is not quite right? Thales said mockingly. I believe that you are mature enough to be able to tell whether I am being insincere or sincere, Katerina said plainly. You must know that I have never treated you as a child. Thales was speechless for a moment. However, he could not help but feel angry when he recalled his experience of almost being sucked dry. Thales snorted and said in a vengeful tone, Oh, speaking of this, was that your first kiss? Katerina's pupils suddenly contracted. Her expression instantly turned cold and she said in a chilly voice, What did you say? Her purple eyes stared straight at Thales. Under the queen's murderous gaze, Thales immediately felt his scalp go numb. It was only when he saw the soldiers and the 2 supreme-class elites around him that he felt slightly at ease. I mean, some readers want to know, no, many people from the Eastern Peninsula seem to be very concerned about this, so. Thales scratched his head awkwardly. I want to know if I have offended you in any way so that I can apologize. No, of course not, Katerina said coldly. Do you think I am some teenage girl who has just experienced her first awakening of love? First kiss. Childish. The years I have lived are longer than all of your ancestors combined. These words sound a little familiar. Thales shrugged and scratched his head in slight embarrassment. Oh, an ice queen like you would also have a first love? He looked at Katerina's cold, ice-cold face and stuck out his tongue. Your first love, hey, I can only say, that person is really pitiful. All right. Thales sighed. He immediately raised his head and said solemnly, I wish everything goes well. Never see her again. He added in his heart. Katerina stared at him in silence. Suddenly, she extended her hand towards him and passed him a bracelet with 2 fangs strung on it. The fangs looked fierce and unadorned. There were fine blood-colored patterns on them. They looked like a souvenir from a previous life. Thales widened his eyes and looked at her in puzzlement. This is the Corleone family's keepsake, the blood fangs. Her Majesty Katerina said with a stern expression, if you come around one day, bring it to me. However, it is not a good reputation among the humans to form an alliance with a long-lived race. Before you make up your mind, please keep this a secret from the others. I suggest that you personally keep this keepsake. Thales furrowed his brows. In the end, he still sighed and casually grabbed the Fang's bracelet. "I'll throw it away when I get back." Thales thought to himself. "Be careful on your way back," he said in his heart. "Take care, little Prince Thales." Katerina nodded expressionlessly. She turned around and walked towards her subordinates and the black coffin. "Do not forget that this is the inland sea that belongs to us." Thales rolled his eyes behind her back. In the next moment, the Night Queen and her subordinates disappeared from his sight along with the black coffin. Thales sighed emotionally for a second before he turned around and left. At this moment, the Blood Clan's unique secret voice transmission faintly flew into his ears. "But that was indeed my first kiss with a member of the opposite sex." Thales shuddered and staggered. "Didn't we agree that this is not the world of the little white literature?" He sighed and looked into the darkness where Katerina left. Chapter 99. Eternal Star City, Lower City District, Black Street Brotherhood's headquarters. "Are you talking about Rhoda and Reversed Machete?" One of the 6 powerhouses of Black Street Brotherhood, Anton the Ripper took a bite of his bread and asked in a muffled voice, "Because of what?" "I think it's Rhoda's son." On the other side of the long table, another of the 6 powerhouses, Morris crossed his arms over his fat belly and said impatiently, "I think it's about Rhoda's son. You know, that piece of trash has been taking care of child beggars here all this while, until he played himself to death at Red Street Market. Because of this, Rhoda's relationship with me and Lance is very strained." "So you're saying that Reversed Machete is very unhappy? Has Sunset Pub been closed?" Anton chuckled and drank a mouthful of ale. "What a pity. I quite like that chick in the pub. TSK, that figure. Her surname is Charlton. You can't afford to touch her." Morris' cold words made Anton choke. "I haven't been back for a long time, so I'm not really sure." Anton swallowed his bread. "After the incident in Sarah Dukedom, the Charlton brothers still haven't shown themselves?" Morris shook his head. "Prison Lock Sickle has been tracking them for a few years. For this, they did not hesitate to cooperate with the people from the Secret Intelligence Department. They fought against young Charlton twice, but they did not gain any advantage." "What about Senior Charlton?" Anton immediately asked, "The one who killed 82nd, it's best not to mention him." Morris sighed. "You know, back then, in front of the palace gate, whether it was intentional or not, he saved Black Sword's life. All these years, Black Sword has been brooding over this. It can be said that he has been tormented. And they will have to fight in the end." Anton sighed. At this moment, a figure draped in a scarlet cloak pushed open the door and entered. He sat beside the table. Morris and Anton's expressions became solemn. Then, the figure in the scarlet cloak spoke. It made the other 2 people's expressions change. "Speak clearly. What do you mean by losing contact?" Anton slammed his fist on the table. With a surprised expression, he looked at Lance, the sleepless eye, and asked in bewilderment. Lance pinched his scarlet cloak and furrowed his brows. "What I mean is..." He pinched his scarlet cloak and furrowed his brows. "Since 7 days ago, we have not received any messages from Ramon. The last time he sent a message, he was at the eastern border of Constellation and Extet. There is only one explanation: he has met the enemy." Morris crossed his arms and muttered, "His mission is only to divert the Secret Intelligence Department's attention with the news of the reappearance of wizards so that we can safely obtain the equipment. When the Black Prophet finds out that he's not a wizard, he'll naturally give up on hunting him, right?" The plump man shook his head and looked puzzled. "He's just an ordinary gang doctor. Neither the secret room nor the Secret Intelligence Department have any reason to arrest him." "No, of course they don't have a reason. Unless this is a move by our opponents against the Brotherhood, or even the sponsor behind us." Many people are suspecting our backer, Lance said darkly. No, of course they don't have a reason. Unless this is a move by our opponents against the Brotherhood, or the sponsor behind us. Many people are suspicious of our backer. Against us, and the sponsor? Anton was shocked. If they are against us, are you talking about Blood Bottle Gang? Although the Air Mystic does not usually appear, after the incident at Red Street Market, they have indeed become quieter than before. Catherine and Nikolai are abroad. Lance shook his head. I have news that they have found the Blood Mystic. I am afraid that their counterattack against us will begin soon. I am worried that they may have discovered Ramon's importance to us. He tapped the table lightly. If the Blood Mystic is the one who takes action. Sigh. The key is our sponsor. Morris pondered solemnly. If Ramon falls into their hands, it will definitely endanger the sponsor's safety. Maybe we should give the sponsor a warning? We cannot take the risk of being exposed by contacting the sponsor. Lance's eyes shone. I suspect that this may be a trap. Morat likes to play this kind of bait game the most. Maybe the Secret Intelligence Department has eyes and ears all around Blackstreet, waiting for us to make a mistake. What's more terrifying is, if it is not Morat and his Secret Intelligence Department, but the masterminds from back then. Lance did not reveal his thoughts, but he did not voice his worries. No, without Ramon, our research on the Mystic's weaknesses will definitely come to a standstill. We have only made some progress in the past 11 or 12 years. Anton clenched his fists tightly. And we do not even know the origin and abilities of that equipment. We have not been able to unearth anything. Also, he knows too many secrets about us and even our sponsor. Morris immediately raised his head with a solemn expression. Can we use the manpower at the border between Constellation and Extet? For example, Anton, the drug smuggling team under your command? It will be very difficult. Anton the Ripper gritted his teeth. The atmosphere there has been tense recently. The merchant groups are afraid that Constellation and Extet will go to war, so they no longer go to the surroundings of Broken Dragon Fortress. My men have also withdrawn a long time ago. Anton's face was ashen as he said, also, if the Blood Mystic is not much weaker than the Air Mystic, forget about our subordinates, even the few of us will be sending ourselves to our deaths if we go. Maybe there is a way, Lance said quietly. The other two looked at him. Lance, the sleepless eye, said faintly, if it is the border between Constellation and Extet. Black Sword is not far from there. We can go there to search for Ramon. And I have already handed that equipment to him. If he really runs into the Blood Mystic, let's take it as a test to see the performance of that equipment in advance. The sun had just risen. Thal's face was downcast as he was protected by Sonia on the horse. The group passed through the sentry post, the fortress, walked up the narrow slope, and slowly entered the magnificent Broken Dragon Fortress through the southern gate. It was much colder here than the birch tree forest. The snow was also much thicker, almost reaching the ankles of an adult. This was a very large fortress, but the two-layered city wall made the space between the fortress gate and the inner city wall seem rather narrow. Thales dismounted with Sonia's help. Waya, Ralph, and Cora, who were seriously injured, were taken away by the soldiers to be treated. He observed a corner of the fortress where the layout of the buildings, the personnel, and the sentry posts were all orderly. The soldiers on duty were either patrolling the main roads in the fortress, the walls on several sides, or standing guard at various spots. The quartermaster in charge of logistics and supplies was urging the civilian laborers who transported the supplies back and forth. In a few rather large stables, the cavaliers were skillfully brushing their mounts. On the other side of the training field, there were a few teams of recruits who had just been drafted into the army. Under the guidance of a few veterans, they were methodically practicing defense and slashing movements. In the distance, a few teams of soldiers who had just returned from duty were lining up, putting away their weapons and receiving rations from the quartermaster. Genad followed behind Sonia and hugged a dozen valiant veterans who seemed to be old acquaintances. So this is Constellation's northern barrier? That's Baron Murcha's regular soldiers of the royal family. They've just been expanded. At this moment, Putre dragged his injured body behind him while leaning on a tree branch. He looked at the group of recruits who were training and said, "They haven't really fought in battles." Thales nodded. "I thought you would at least leave her, that important queen, in Broken Dragon Fortress. You know, our strength is already stronger than hers." Putre said quietly, and regardless of whether she was deceived or not, she still attacked the diplomat group's convoy and committed a heavy debt of blood. And then? Capture her and spank her? Thales shook his head. She is an important political figure in the Eastern Peninsula. We would need a lot of legitimate reasons to keep her, and there would be a lot of trouble in terms of diplomacy. It also involves mystics. It involves my secret. The less trouble, the better. Putre raised his eyebrows. Thales sighed. Believe me, the real culprit is still out there at large. Letting Katerina go is also creating trouble for him. Zayn's face appeared before his eyes. No matter why you want to kill me, I will not sit still and wait for death. Also, Thales thought, I might have found the key. The key is in the conversation on the day of the journey. Something must have touched Zayn's nerves. Otherwise, he would not have done such an unwise act, deceiving his allies and endangering himself. And she still has that black coffin with her, Thales continued. His words made Putre frown slightly. With that thing by her side, it is equivalent to the blood mystic coming for us again. Although she will definitely come for me. I will never let you suffer. Thales sighed and thought worriedly. Do not worry. Putre seemed to have seen through Thales' thoughts. He said slowly, Extat also has its own legendary anti-mystic equipment. They even have more than Constellation. It is the country with the most legendary anti-mystic equipment in the world. After all, in the Battle of Eradication, Northland spared no effort in fighting against the Calamities. Thales nodded reluctantly. As for the Calamities, as long as you are not interested in them, they will not be interested in you, Putre said with a profound gaze and a hidden meaning in his words. Thales was shocked. Putre. What does he mean? At this moment, Sonia's dignified voice came from the front. What is going on? Thales and Putre raised their heads curiously and looked in front of them. It seemed to be a scaffold. At that moment, it was crowded with soldiers who were not on duty. There was a person standing on the scaffold. He was being escorted by soldiers behind him. It looked like he was going to be executed. An officer who seemed to be in charge recognized Sonia and said awkwardly, Don't worry. He said a little awkwardly, Lady Cecile. This person is a deserter. Sonia frowned and looked at the person on the scaffold. It was a young man with black hair, brown eyes, and slightly dark skin. He struggled to raise his head in front of the scaffold and shouted, I am not a deserter. I am not. He wore a tattered cotton shirt and his hands were tied behind his back. He still shouted at the onlookers indignantly, They are alone. They're alone. I'm going back to save them. I did not escape. Just look at the blood on my blade and you will know. Thales looked at everything and whispered to Putre, Have we already engaged the enemy? Have we already engaged the enemy? I am afraid that it is a clash between small units, Putre muttered. It seems like Lampard is still unwilling to give up. Thales sighed in his heart. The officer in charge of the hanging looked at the struggling black-haired young man and said in disdain, This man is lying. There is blood on his spear, but it has long been broken into two. You ran back with the broken weapon in your hand, and then tell me that you went back to save them? I did not. The young man whose hands were tied behind his back said anxiously, That is not broken into two. That is my spear. They have two, one in my left hand and one in my right hand. I can use both at the same time, enough. Fisherman full of lies. The officer in charge waved his hand with an unpleasant expression. Quibbling will not help you. Be like a Northlander, be more straightforward, wait. Sonia looked at the person in charge with an unpleasant expression. He is a soldier I recruited from the local area. Before executing him, shouldn't he ask for my permission first? The officer was stunned. But the evidence is conclusive. We have asked Baron Murch. Sonia interrupted him impatiently, put him down. Put him down. I'll ask him myself, then I'll punish him. The officer in charge frowned. But this is Baron Murch's order. He said, Murch? I am the commander of Broken Dragon Fortress, Sonia said in a deep voice. Murch has only been here for a few days. You and him are just reinforcements who are stationed here as guests. The fortress flower's expression turned cold. Or do you have an opinion on my right to command? The officer's words came to a halt. He looked around in a troubled manner. But the fortress flower's dignity and prestige made him have no choice but to obey. The black-haired young man on the scaffold breathed a sigh of relief. He was immediately brought down and pressed down in front of Sonia. Sonia came before him and said coldly, Soldier, report your name and where you belong. The young man shuddered. Willow, my name is Willow, Your Excellency, Fortress Flower. The young man looked at Sonia gratefully and panted. He panted and said, Willow Ken. I am a pikeman recruited from Zalaton County. Anne. I am really not a deserter. At this moment, the crowd burst into an uproar. A bright but impatient man's deep voice traveled from afar. Sasir. Sonia's brows furrowed deeply. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice. I heard that you are openly looking for trouble with me again. Thales looked curiously at the source of the uproar. He saw that the soldiers had parted to the sides. It was a man of medium height but muscular build. He wore a simple breastplate and a green wrist guard. He had short, chestnut-colored hair. His nose bridge was high, and his facial features were distinct. His light green eyes were full of fierceness. He carried a conspicuous silver and black metal bow on his back. He strode out of the crowd. Behind him were more than 10 expressionless sword and shield soldiers. Wow! It's him. Behind Thales, Ida, who had covered her head and face again, seemed to have found something fun. She whispered, They're going to fight, they're going to fight. The soldiers on both sides whispered to each other. Many of them looked at the approaching man with excited and nervous expressions. Thales was stunned. Who is he? This man seemed to have an aggressive aura. Wherever his gaze landed, it sent chills down people's spines. It gave Thales a dangerous feeling, just like the silver and black bow on his back. It was in a critical state, as if it could be fired at any time. Sonia looked at the man with a solemn expression. She said slowly, Araka Murch. Once again, you interfered with my troops when I was away. Araka Murch? It sounds a little familiar. Thales scratched his head. Behind him, Putre sighed deeply and said in a low voice, Your Highness, I wonder how good you are at mediating conflicts. Thales glanced at Putre, baffled. What does he mean? Your troops? The aggressive Araka did not show any weakness. He pointed at Willow Ken on the ground and replied to Sonia in a cold voice, Are you talking about these cowardly deserters recruited from the local villages? I am not a deserter. I am just. The young Willow spoke again nervously. However, before he could finish his sentence, Araka mercilessly interrupted him. Shut up, deserter. The man with the silver and black metal bow on his back was furious. Araka shot a fierce glare at Willow, forcing the latter to swallow his words. Cowards do not deserve to speak to me. He said coldly. Willow Ken, who was under the gallows, looked helpless. His mouth opened and closed, and in the end, he looked aggrieved. The atmosphere in the field was getting worse. "Hey, Murch." Sonia's expression was gloomy. "You are in my territory, and without confirmation, you accused my soldiers as deserters and cowards." Sonia, the fortress flower, seemed to be boiling with anger. She looked at Araka with a sharp gaze and enunciated each word clearly. "Are you provoking me?" Thales only felt that the atmosphere in front of him was getting more and more tense. The soldiers around him did not even dare to breathe loudly. Araka suddenly grinned and laughed out loud. "If you say so, then so be it." Under Sonia's increasingly terrifying gaze, Araka stopped smiling. With an uncomfortable gaze, he swept a glance at Thales. "So, you brought the prince back?" Araka smiled and shook his head. Thales flashed him a smile and nodded. However, Araka Murch only smiled contemptuously, as if he did not care about the prince's friendly gesture at all. Thales was stunned. The transmigrator remembered. This was the baron who led the army, Araka Murch, when King Kessel replied to the Exted envoy, saying that Baron Murch has brought 2,000 regular soldiers of the royal family to Broken Dragon Fortress. He did not expect that he would dare to confront Sonia Sasir, the fortress flower, without showing any signs of weakness. Baron Murch exhaled softly. He looked at Sonia and said plainly, "Why? Do you think that you have the right to condone deserters just because you have flattered the king's little bastard?" "The king's little bastard?" The surrounding soldiers burst into an uproar again. Many gazes swept towards Thales. Thales' expression also became unpleasant. He said that he is not a deserter. Sonia's expression was unpleasant. He should have a chance to defend himself. Starlight Brigade never treats lives lightly. Thales thought of something. Starlight Brigade. On the ground, Willow's expression became joyful. He nodded vigorously, but when he saw Murch's expression, he still chose not to speak. Never treats lives lightly? As expected of the personal guard captain of the Starlight Brigade, Araka said with a smile, "You carry out your duke's beliefs meticulously." Thales remembered that Sonia was once 82nd's younger brother, a member of the Starlight Brigade under John Jade Star. It seemed that her status was not low, she was the personal guard captain. "Ah, right, how did the Duke die?" Araka twisted his head and stared at Sonia. The fortress flower's expression changed abruptly. He, who was kind and cherished life, was betrayed by those he never treated lightly. As Sonia's face trembled, Araka spoke in a mocking tone, "He died in the hands of his most trusted personal guard." What was that traitor's name again? Norfolk? Sonia clenched her fists tightly. The expression on her face was unreadable. Yes, it was the Duke's personal guards of the Starlight Brigade who were personally trained by Sonia Sasir. Thales opened his mouth wide in shock. Araka's words had obviously stirred up a lot of people's nerves. Because Thales could feel that the temperature around Sonia instantly dropped the moment she finished speaking. The expressions of the dozen or so brave soldiers behind her, including Jened, changed at the same time. The dozen or so burly men with fierce expressions walked forward together and stood behind Sonia. Behind Araka, the expressionless sword and shield soldiers also had unpleasant expressions. They surrounded Baron Murch in unison, pressed their hands on the hilts of their swords, and stared coldly at the people opposite them. The people from both sides were at each other's throats. Sonia's pupils shrank slightly. She slowly walked forward with a cold and stern expression. She stared straight at Araka, who was the same height as her. Araka also stared back at her coldly. "Bah!" Sonia spat at Araka's feet in an unceremonious manner. One could even say that she was very rude. "You are a wild dog barking furiously, Araka." Araka only chuckled and did not speak. "Of course, I remember now. The bloody year. The fortress flower looked up at the chestnut-haired man and said coldly, "Prince Horus died on the battlefield, but you came back alive." Thales thought of something. Prince Horus? The sword of reversing light? This time, it was Araka's expression that changed drastically. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. "Who knows, was it you?" Sonia's tone was filled with ridicule. She chuckled and said, "Stabbed him in the back." Thales no longer had to doubt what the word contradiction meant by Putre's words just now. Because in the next moment, Araka's fist and Sonia's palm collided violently. Filled with anger, they collided violently in the air. At the eastern border of Constellation and Extet, around the lonely old tower. "No, I can't smell the scent of the Brotherhood's doctor. I can't go any deeper. In front of us is the road to Broken Dragon Fortress. I heard that the two countries are in a standoff. I don't want to get involved in the war." The leader of the 8 psionic warriors of Blood Bottle Gang, Red Viper, Nikolai clenched his fists in anger. He waved his subordinates away and looked at the blonde woman beside him. "Also, can't you ask Lady Giza for help? Damn it. This woman. Why was she the first to find the blood mystic?" One of the psionic warriors of Blood Bottle Gang, Illusory Blade Catherine, who was second only to Nikolai, turned around and showed a bright but inexplicably chilling smile. "Oh, looks like we lost him again." As for Lady Giza, Catherine chuckled, which made Nikolai even angrier. "I said that she suddenly had an urgent matter and went west temporarily." Catherine looked at Nikolai coldly. "The blood mystic trusts me more, and she will only trust me. Even if the air mystic disappeared and chaotic divine soldier Song died, Blood Bottle Gang cannot be taken over by an idiot like you." However, she was also extremely anxious in her heart. A day ago, they finally managed to persuade the blood mystic to come here with them to track down the Brotherhood's strange doctor. However, Giza seemed to have suddenly sensed something. She hurriedly said, "I'm going to the west to take a look." Then, the mystic disappeared before their eyes. My God, the west is the road to Broken Dragon Fortress. Countless armies from both countries are there. The atmosphere is tense, and there's even an existence like the fortress flower. No matter how strong a mystic is, she can't fight against an entire army, can she? "It's better for us to solve the problem here as soon as possible," Nikolai said in an unpleasant tone. "Blood Bottle Gang has lost a lot of business. Many of our partners are. The women in Sarah Dukedom are very dissatisfied with our population shortage. The Barren Bone people in the desert have started to contact the Brotherhood. The Forerunners have even directly closed their trade with us. And that group of rude swordsmen even questioned us about Groudon's death. We are pressed for time." "I know." Catherine shook her head. "They are even more aggressive, asking us to provide more orphans. It's time for us to regain our prestige. So, that Dr. Ramon better be as important as you say." Nikolai looked at his colleague and competitor with a displeased expression. "Of course, this was leaked to us by the Cullen family from the kingdom's secret intelligence department." Catherine chopped off a branch in front of her and continued to walk forward. "The news said that if we capture Ramon, we will know many of the Brotherhood's secrets." "The Cullen family?" Nikolai frowned. "And you should stop fantasizing about the Covendier family," Catherine said sarcastically. "They don't treat us as humans at all." "Will the Cullen family be any better?" Nikolai retorted subconsciously. "Maybe the news this time is just the kingdom's secret intelligence department wanting us to cause some trouble for the Blackstreet Brotherhood." "That's right," Catherine said nonchalantly. Nikolai was stunned. He did not expect that this woman would actually agree with his words. The Brotherhood has expanded too quickly, especially after that night at Red Street Market. Almost all the underground forces in Eternal Star City have surrendered to Blackstreet. So, there are people who dislike them and want to cause trouble. Catherine stopped walking and frowned as she pondered. There are also people who want to catch the mastermind behind them. I'm afraid that the kingdom's secret intelligence department and the Cullen family have the same goal. Supporting us is the most direct way. Nikolai smiled disdainfully. So, we lost the battle at Red Street Market, and it was actually a good thing? That was a heavy lesson. It reminded us that the mystics are not omnipotent. Catherine concealed the disgust in her eyes and tried her best to speak sincerely. In the past, we did things our own way and even fought against each other. But on that night, we lost our most capable subordinates and manpower. For the sake of the Blood Bottle Gang's survival, perhaps it is time for us to let go of our former enmity, damn viper. She cursed in her heart. Do you think I don't know that you were the one who killed Ralph? One day, Nikolai was silent for a while, as if he was carefully considering Catherine's words. In the end, the Red Viper said hesitantly. Although I still don't like you. But I have to admit that what you said makes sense. We are facing the biggest crisis since our establishment. We must cooperate sincerely to get through it. However, Nikolai was thinking fiercely in his heart. This damn viper, do you think I can't see through your act? Catherine smiled. I am glad that you think so. Nikolai waved his hand and recalled the people from the Blood Bottle Gang. He shrugged indifferently. After all, we are in the same gang. Chapter 100. The fist and palm collided. Araka and Sonia trembled slightly. Thud. It was a low thud, like the sound of a sandbag falling to the ground. But Thales's heart trembled, as if a blunt and heavy hammer had struck his heart. This is, a battle between supreme-class elites? It was quiet and simple. There was no waste of energy, no unnecessary movements. Thales saw the crowd whispering. Many soldiers pointed at the two of them. Oh, no, how many times has it been? Must they tear each other apart before the attack from the north? The two commanders faced each other with equal harshness. They stood where they were and blocked each other's fists and palms without backing down. Sonia's eyes were cold, while Araka's face was fierce. The soldiers behind the two of them finally reacted. Clang. The old soldiers behind Sonia drew their swords in unison and surrounded the commander in an orderly manner. Thud. The sword and shield soldiers around Araka had solemn expressions. They took a step forward in unison and formed a wall with their swords and shields to protect Araka's flanks. The two groups of people were murderous as they glared at each other angrily with swords drawn. The chaos in the crowd deepened. My God, the Starlight Guards and the Fury Guards are here at the same time. Didn't the officers who arranged the shifts deliberately stagger their duty times? Are people going to die this time? I have a bad feeling. However, when almost everyone was watching the conflict between the two commanders with complicated emotions, the atmosphere became even more tense. Stop. Thales frowned and took a step forward. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at the prince, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. Thales looked around him. What on earth is going on? Sonia and Araka, he sighed. This is what I wanted to say, Putre whispered behind him, you are the only one who can show up, young prince. Thales shook his head. Stand back, soldiers, he shouted at the two groups of people who were in a tense atmosphere. Put away your weapons, considering that we are all constellations. But no one paid attention to him. Sonia and Araka heard him, but the two of them, who had unpleasant expressions on their faces, seemed more interested in each other. The subordinates behind them, according to the crowd, they seemed to be the Starlight Guards and the Fury Guards, did not look sideways either. They only stood loyally and attentively behind their commanding officers. His Royal Highness was ignored in the middle of the field. Putre closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly. The whispers of the onlookers became louder, and they pointed at Thales. Many people's eyes were filled with mockery and contempt. This child was their new prince? Thales only felt very awkward. It was extremely awkward. What should I do? Rush up and pull them apart? However, Sonia was in a state of extreme annoyance, and that Araka did not seem to care about him at all. I have to find something that they care about. His brain worked quickly. The conversation between the two of them surfaced in his mind. Thales was struck by a thought. He took a deep breath. The prince heard his own childish voice rise. I am Thales Jade Star, the second prince of Constellation. Thales raised his right hand and pointed to the north. Perhaps some of you know, for the peace of Constellation, and for the lives of everyone in the fortress. I will soon head north to Extet to pay for their prince's death with my life. The onlookers burst into an uproar. Broken Dragon Fortress was not alone. The news of the national conference had long since spread here. Many people looked at Thales with different emotions in their eyes. There was pity, indignation, anger, and sighing. But Sonia and Araka's gazes were still locked on each other. Thales adjusted his breathing and tried to appear as casual as possible. He walked closer to their confrontation. As for the two commanding officers and your subordinates, before you dig out each other's hearts, towards a Jade Star Prince who is about to die. Thales spread his hands and revealed a helpless smile. At least give him the respect he deserves, right? For example, starting the fight after I go to my death? The whispers of the onlookers became louder. Putre nodded slightly. Sonia and Araka realized that they furrowed their eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. But Thales immediately changed the topic and snorted softly as if he was mocking them. Oh, of course. Perhaps you are already used to it. Thales turned around and looked at the soldiers around him. He put his hand into his pocket in a relaxed manner. He was about to take out the Jade Star royal family's 9-pointed star pin and show it to everyone. Thales' next sentence relied on his family name. But he did not touch the 9-pointed star pin. There was only the fanged bracelet in his pocket. It was given to him by the Night Queen when they parted. It was the Corleone family's keepsake. Thales' smile froze for a fraction of a second. Damn Katerina, she didn't return the 9-pointed star pin to me. However, the prince immediately flashed a smile at the speed of lightning. He turned his empty pocket helplessness into a taking a picture with his hands in his pockets pose and turned around. Thales turned back to the two people who were confronting each other and laughed mockingly. After all, it is not the first time the two of you have seen a Jade Star die in front of you. The moment he finished speaking, the two people who were confronting each other breathed a lot faster. Sonia's entire body trembled. Araka looked like he was struggling. The past surged into their minds. The surrounding soldiers' voices grew louder. So? Yes, you heard about it too, right? Both of them were. Hey, they had that kind of experience, why bother? 1, 2, 3. Thales counted the seconds in his heart. Please, give me some face. His awkwardness rose again. Finally, the two commanders snorted coldly and abruptly let go of each other. The guards on both sides sheathed their swords one after another, but their expressions were still unpleasant as they looked at each other. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Putre, who was standing beside him, flashed a hateful smile and winked at him. Gilbert had never been so disrespectful. Thales returned an angry glare. But he knew that the matter was not resolved. Very well, shall we settle the matter at hand first? Thales grinned and rubbed his hands, pointing at Willow Ken, who was stunned on the spot. Araka snorted impatiently. Do you want to judge him personally, young prince? Why, do you have a problem with that? Sonia snorted, with his highness status, he is the most suitable person here. Thales sighed. No, this is not just a trial. It might also be the friction and discord between the two commanders. Anne. He looked at Willow, who had a pleading look on his face. This concerns a person's life and death. He raised his head and looked at the officer in charge of the hanging. Can anyone prove what he said? The person he saved? The officer in charge seemed to have never spoken to anyone from the royal family before. He took a step back in a flattered manner, then shook his head. None, so we all suspect that he is lying. Thales furrowed his brows. This is bad. If you want to confirm whether he is a deserter, please bring him his weapon. The officer nodded nervously. Soon, under everyone's gaze, a wooden stick that was much shorter than a long spear was brought up. This pair of damaged wooden sticks still had dried blood stains on them. Only the iron-wrapped tip could barely be seen on one side. On the surface, it did indeed look like a broken long spear. However, Thales looked at the black-haired young man. You can use dual spears? Willow nodded vigorously. I can. Another lie. The officer shook his head and said, no soldier has ever received such training, much less a fisherman. Thales exhaled deeply. He looked at the soldiers around him with burning gazes. He looked at Sonia's hopeful gaze, Araka's aggressive gaze, and Putre's complicated expression. Thales pondered and said, if he can use dual spears proficiently, but Araka snorted softly at this moment and interrupted him. Whether he is a deserter or not, he disobeyed orders and ran back on the battlefield. There is no doubt about that, the valiant man said to the prince in a mocking tone. Why? If he can use dual spears, are you going to use your Jade Star privilege to declare him innocent? Honorable, second prince? Thales was stunned. Disobeyed orders? *T then, are you going to execute him directly? Sonia spoke harshly. She said coldly, if he is innocent, no one cares if you are innocent on the battlefield. Araka cut her off stiffly. Regardless of whether it is to escape or to save someone, you disobeyed orders, so you have to pay the price. Sonia's words immediately froze. She could only turn her head and look at Thales hesitantly. I respect your decision, Your Highness. Continue. Araka looked at Thales and said in disdain, pardon him, and see if he will still disobey orders next time. Perhaps by then, he will not only cause his own death. Willow's face immediately turned ashen. Drenched in sweat, his gaze kept moving back and forth between Araka and Thales. Thales furrowed his brows. This is troublesome. Araka, Sonia, Putre, and the soldiers around them, including Willow, all fixed their gazes on him. What should I do? Hang him. What will Sonia and the soldiers around them think? Forgive him. What about Araka, military orders, and military rules? Or should I just change to another punishment? No, it's not appropriate. Damn it. Gilbert never taught me this. Wait. Gilbert? Thales muttered to himself. He made a decision. Willow can. I cannot be sure if you are a deserter. The prince walked in front of Willow and said to him, hence, I cannot convict you and hang you. Willow breathed a sigh of relief. See, this is where you start losing the war. As expected, Araka snorted softly. Unsurprisingly, he also received Sonia's angry glare. Some of the soldiers who agreed with Araka started to shake their heads. However, Thales' next sentence made Willow nervous again. Thales shook his head and said, but if you really disobeyed orders, then I cannot convict you. I cannot pass a sentence. Everyone was silent for a moment. Then, there was an uproar. Sonia furrowed her brows tightly. What does this mean? Guilty and not guilty? Araka sneered. So, what are you going to do, my prince? Why don't you shorten the rope by half? Thales was expressionless. He raised his hand gently and clenched his fist. Everyone fell silent. But you said it, Willow, Thales said softly, you retreated to save your comrades. Willow lifted his gaze and looked at the second prince with trembling eyes. Whether you really did it or not, this spirit is very noble. Thales's voice echoed in the narrow crowd. So, I can't hang you. Willow shuddered and looked at the prince in disbelief. Thales continued to say, yes. It's not because of whether your actions are innocent or not. It's because I cannot let others hesitate to save their comrades just because they are afraid of what will happen to you. This is not something that they should hesitate about. Thales said faintly. The way everyone looked at Thales changed. Sonia's face lit up, while Araka frowned deeply. Only Putre's gaze was complicated and profound. But Thales's expression turned solemn and he said sternly, this does not mean that you are not guilty, and you do not have to pay the price for disobeying orders. Willow can. Willow's breathing started to quicken. In the future battles, you must save the lives of more than 10 comrades, Thales said sternly. As the price for not being hanged today, this is the only way you can be absolved of your crime of disobeying orders and wash away the suspicion of you being a deserter. 10. Under everyone's gaze, Thales pulled out JC's dagger and walked behind Willow expressionlessly. He aimed the blade at the rope that bound Willow's hands. Thales took a deep breath and used force to cut. 1, 2, 3, Thales awkwardly realized that his strength was a little weak. Based on this speed, it might take more than 10 seconds to cut the rope. He felt the gazes of the people around him. This is ruining the atmosphere. At this moment, a familiar fluctuation surged into Thales' hands. It was as if his blood had instantly sped up. The muscles on his right hand trembled, and a force that was much stronger than usual erupted. Rip. The rope on Willow's hands was instantly cut. Thales withdrew his dagger and forced himself not to look at the bloody wound on the back of Willow's hand that he had accidentally made. Ahem. So, I used your future actions in exchange for your life and freedom at this moment. Do you understand? Willow can? He looked solemnly at Willow, who had regained his freedom. Willow panted as he knelt on the ground and looked at Thales. He parted his trembling lips. Yes. Your Highness, he said excitedly. Save 10 people. I will remember this. I have another request, Thales said calmly. Willow was stunned. Thales suddenly flashed a smile that he had not shown for a long time and said, Go and change your dual pistols. They are so worn out that they can't even kill fish in the river. Willow Ken took 3 breaths. Then, he flashed a smile as if he had escaped a disaster. He nodded vigorously, Yes, I will obey your orders. Thales turned his head and looked around. Sonia laughed and looked at him with a gratified expression. Very appropriate, Your Highness. The fortress flower walked over unceremoniously and carried Thales while he had an unpleasant expression on his face. No one knew who started it, but the soldiers around them started applauding. Clap clap clap, some even started cheering. There were even people shouting, Our prince. Sonia laughed and put the ashen-faced Thales on her shoulder. She rubbed his head hard, a qualified jade star. Cunning brat. Araka looked at Thales coldly. He mumbled and waved his hand. Amidst the applause from the crowd, he left with his subordinates. Only Ida asked Putre, who was deep in thought, with a puzzled expression, What did he do just now? When the already weak Thales was put down after Sonia swung him around twice and making him even more dizzy, he could only pull at Putre's robe weakly and retch. Under the guidance of a few soldiers, Putre followed him to the barracks that had been prepared for the prince. Behind him was Ida, whose face was once again pale from the cold weather. Thales sighed, I thought that the trouble would only come after we reach Ekstedt. But Putre did not reply to him. Your Highness, Putre said quietly, not noticing that he used honorifics. How did you think of that method? Thales was stunned. Huh? Not killing that soldier for now, but letting him contribute himself in the future? Putre said as he walked. This idea. Thales rubbed his frozen red hands and exhaled a breath of hot air. In fact, Gilbert told me about it. It has something to do with my uncle, Meteor Jade Star. Putre's expression changed and he furrowed his brows. Gilbert said that he once messed up a diplomatic mission because he did not cooperate well with his colleagues. Thales recalled and did not notice Putre's expression. But Prince Meteor did not punish him. Instead, he made him owe a debt to Constellation, and in the future, he had to make up for it with several times the merit. Putre furrowed his brows tightly, while Thales raised his eyebrows. The Far Easterners also have the saying of using merits to make up for sins, but that is only limited to important people. Low-ranking soldiers like Willow cannot say this directly, so they have to use the reason of saving their comrades to convince others. But this is still not a good idea. Thales spread his hands. Think about it, if all the deserters came back and said that they did it to save their comrades, so, you are imitating Prince Meteor? Putre did not listen to him. Instead, he said slowly, Gilbert probably hopes that you will become the next Meteor. Thales was stunned. He scratched his head. This incident probably affected Gilbert deeply. Yes. Putre heaved a long sigh as if he was deep in thought. Gilbert did save all of Constellation during the negotiation of the Fortress Treaty and made up for his sin of becoming enemies with Steel City. Otherwise, according to the law at that time, this incident would have been enough to land him in prison. Thales turned his head curiously. Oh, Putre, you know about this as well? Of course, Your Highness. Putre seemed to be used to addressing Thales as Your Highness. He said flatly, Gilbert did not mess up that incident because he did not cooperate well with his colleagues. Thales widened his eyes. At that time, Gilbert was just a descendant of a declining noble family. As the prince's attendant, he was ostracized and even deliberately framed by his colleagues when he first came to the Foreign Affairs Department. That was why he ended up in such a state. Putre sighed. Huh? Thales said in surprise. Is that so? Putre nodded slowly. That was why he worked so hard for Constellation. He thought that this was a debt he owed to Meteor and Constellation. Everyone has their own life journey, and their encounters are unpredictable. Thales sighed and shrugged casually. Did he tell you about this? No, he did not. Putre's gaze was profound, and there was a hint of sorrow and regret in his words. But I know more than he does. Thales raised his head. Putre took a deep breath and slowly enunciated his words. Because, I was the person who ostracized and framed him in the Foreign Affairs Department back then. Thales was stunned. So awkward. About this, he said awkwardly, perhaps, if you had not done what you did back then, Gilbert would not have become such an outstanding diplomat and administrative officer. Yes, perhaps, Putre said bitterly. Constellation is very lucky to have such an outstanding and selfless, no. A familiar voice came from behind them. He seemed to be suppressing his anger. Thales and Putre turned their heads in astonishment. They saw the second prince's attendant, Wuxia, looking at them with an unhappy expression. Wuxia. Thales said strangely. Is he angry? Your Highness. Wuxia seemed to be trying his best to control his emotions. He took 2 deep breaths before his expression returned to normal. He said slowly, Cora. Cora is dying. Thales' expression changed drastically. Cora, the leader of the Jade Star family's private army, was currently lying on the bed in the barracks with a pale face. I have a younger sister, Lucy. Cora's eyes were out of focus, and he said in a daze, in the capital, Your Highness. Wuxia, who was wrapped in bandages, said with a regretful expression, the vampires injured him too badly. Thales let out a long sigh. Is there no other way? We searched for military doctors in the fortress. Wuxia shook his head with a sorrowful expression. But they are only military doctors. I am afraid they do not have such good medical skills. Thales frowned. Are there other doctors? Putre frowned. Cold Castle is the closest, and there are doctors. But I am afraid it is too late. Also, the extensions have cleared the area. In short, the road is very unsafe. Accept reality. Ida sighed under the cloak. At least let him leave with peace of mind, and not have any regrets on his way to Hell's River. Thales looked at Cora on the bed and remembered the first time he made him laugh in Mindy's hall. And the time he led the swordsmen to fight against the mercenaries. Together with his colleagues, they stood between him and Serena. And, the fight against the Blood clan in the birch tree forest, he closed his eyes sadly. Damn it! Prince Thales. Everyone turned their heads. They saw a young man with black hair and brown eyes standing at the entrance of the barracks. It was Willow Ken. The deserter, who was almost hanged. Willow bowed respectfully to Thales and showed a grateful smile. I am so happy to see you. I was sent to inform you. He glanced into the barracks and glanced at Cora, who was on the verge of death. Willow immediately put away his smile and said while trembling with fear, that, the two commanders ask you and the vice diplomat to go over. Thales sighed. He could not bear to look at Cora on the bed. He nodded and walked out of the room with Putre and Ida. That is. Willow asked carefully, Your Highness subordinate? Yes, but we can't save him. I hope he can leave in peace, Thales said absent-mindedly. Willow, how did you become an errand soldier? Willow shrugged and said helplessly, After all, many people still think that I am a deserter. Thales nodded absent-mindedly, but his feet stopped. No, let the commanders wait for a while. I will send him on his last journey. He died because of me. Thales turned around sadly and looked at Cora, who was on the verge of death. Putre shook his head and waved at Willow. Thales walked back to the bed and looked at Cora, who was mumbling inexplicably. He clenched his fists. If Cora and the other Jade Star private soldiers who sacrificed themselves in the birch tree forest did not follow me, sigh. At this moment, Your Highness, Willow could not help but speak. Putre and the others looked at him in dissatisfaction. Please do not rush him, Wuxia said unhappily, please give death some dignity, even if you are the ferryman of Hell's River. No. Willow waved his hand and said anxiously, I was treated as a deserter yesterday and thrown into the dungeon. That dungeon, now is not the time to thank him, right? Putre said with a frown. No. Willow shook his head and panted. I met someone in the dungeon, a person who was locked up as a suspicious person, the young soldier said loudly. That person said, he is a doctor. Thales and the others were shocked and looked at Willow. Yes, he also said his name is Ramon. Willow finally said what he wanted to say. He scratched his head and revealed a hearty smile. And he is a doctor from the capital. According to him, his medical skills are superb. Chapter 101. The doctor Willow mentioned was quickly escorted over. Thales carefully observed the strange man in front of him. He seemed to be in his 50s and was almost bald, but his appearance was extremely outstanding. He had a large nose on his narrow face, and his dark green eyes darted around nimbly. Coupled with his ugly smile, he looked strange and uncomfortable. You must be the new prince, Your Highness. The strange-looking old man was dressed in a yellow leather coat. It was a little dirty from being rubbed in the dungeon, and there was a strange smell of medicine on his body. He laughed inexplicably and bowed slightly. My name is Ramon. I am a doctor. Thales frowned. He waved his hand and gestured for Wyatt to close the door of the barracks that was left behind after the soldiers left. You know who I am? Ramon stretched his head forward strangely and nodded from time to time. Coupled with the smile that seemed to have frozen on his face, he looked like an entertainer performing a magic trick. Hee, news always travels fast, faster than you think, especially when the soldiers around us are talking about your name. Putre took a step forward and said slowly. Said, very well, there is a person here who needs medical attention. If you are a doctor, he looked at Cora. Ramon laughed strangely and craned his head to look in Cora's direction. I can try, but I cannot guarantee anything. He walked towards Cora, but suddenly turned his head around. His eyes bulged and he stared at Thales strangely. I heard that your highness is going north to Extet. Waya and Ralph frowned. Thales nodded. This old man. A little strange. And a little strange. But he is a doctor after all. Ramon walked slowly to Cora's side, as if he was deep in thought. Not a bad journey. Extet. The strange doctor carefully observed Cora, who was trembling slightly and whose face was pale. Ah, a brave warrior, and a supra-class swordsman with the power of eradication. Ramon lifted Cora's weak arm and his eyes sparkled. He has a bad habit when he swings his sword. He prefers slashing and face-to-face swordsmanship. His right upper arm and back muscles will probably start to ache after he is 60 years old. Under Waya and Ralph's astonished gazes, he slowly removed Cora's bandages. Cuts and lacerations on his chest and back. He didn't treat his injuries immediately. I wonder if it was because the situation was urgent or because he didn't realize it. To think that he endured for so long, with this kind of wound, I can recognize it as a vampire's claw even with my eyes closed. Thales' expression froze. This doctor. It seemed to have some tricks up its sleeve. Moderate blood loss, weak body. The key is that the 2 wounds were improperly treated. There's quite a lot of ulceration. If we don't deal with it immediately, I guess he can still hold on for another day. One night? Hee. Ramon turned his head and clicked his tongue. He looked at Thales and smiled without saying a word. What is it? Putre asked slowly. Can you save him? Hee. Ramon stared at Thales with a contemplative gaze. Most doctors are probably at a loss right now. Thales' expression darkened. They can only wait for the swordsman to recover or die by himself. He let out a breath of hot air and said slowly. Everyone frowned slightly. Wait, Putre said quietly. You said, most of them? Ramon just chuckled. Thales raised his hand and gestured for Putre to ask him the question. The second prince looked at Ramon seriously and asked, You mean, you can save him? Ramon blinked his right eye and sniffed with his strange nose. I did not say that. But I can try. With some medicine, I can treat the wounds, cut off the rotten flesh. As for the chance of successfully saving him. Putre frowned beside Thales. Ramon flashed a strange smile again. It depends on the reward. You know, the reward. Thales raised his eyebrows. You will get the reward you deserve. Without changing his expression, Thales added, sufficient reward. I guarantee it with the royal family's reputation. Anyway, it's not my money. You have misunderstood. Ramon put down the dying Cora. His eyes shone. I only ask for one thing. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Thales carefully. I've had enough of this dungeon. He tried his best to put on a friendly smile and said, when the prince heads north to Extet. Please bring me along. The barracks was silent for a moment. Thales looked at the ashen-faced Cora on the bed and clenched his fists lightly. Bring him along? You know that I have no right to let you go. Thales suppressed the discomfort in his heart. I am not the commander here. Ramon revealed his upper teeth and sneered cunningly. But your father is the commander of the commander of the commander here, isn't he? And you are not letting me go, but placing me under your custody. Ridiculous. Wuxia snorted softly. Are you negotiating terms with His Highness? It's just a request. Ramon put his hands together and smiled. If I can get permission, I believe that I will do my best to treat this seriously injured and dying Mr. No. Thales stared at him with an unpleasant expression. Not only do you want to negotiate terms, you are also threatening me. Also, not saving a dying man. Are you really a doctor? How dare I? Ramon spread his hands and revealed his mottled yellow teeth. What I mean is, even if I am a doctor, I can only try my best to save him. If I fail, His Highness can throw me back into the dungeon or even cause me some trouble, of course, if he is lucky enough to be saved by me. I only need your kindness to bring me out of the dungeon, and the one on the bed looks like he is in pain. You only need to bring me along. You have a lot of conditions. Wuxia took a step forward and said coldly. I am only making a suggestion. Ramon smiled. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to His Highness. What if I say no? Thales said quietly, if I do not agree to let you out of the dungeon and bring you along, will you refuse to treat him? Ramon chuckled. Of course not, but a cold glare flashed in the doctor's eyes. He. But you know, my medical skills are actually very dependent on luck, he. If I can't treat him, you can't blame me. He, what a pity for such a brave soldier. Sigh. It looks like he blocked it for his comrade. Putre's expression changed. You are bargaining with the Prince of Constellation. He snorted and said, this is disrespectful. How would I dare? Ramon shook his head. I only believe in the prince's kindness and wisdom. Anger also surged in Wuxia's heart. You know, we can also send you back to the dungeon. The ferryman can also send him across Hell's River. Ramon pointed at Cora on the bed and slyly spread his hands. Ralph, on the other hand, stared coldly at Ramon. Putre looked at Cora, who seemed to be struggling in a nightmare on the bed. With a displeased expression, he moved closer to Thales' ear. Maybe we can promise him first, as long as Lady Cecile appears and detains him at the last moment, you will not be considered to have broken your promise. Thales pursed his lips tightly. He raised his head and stopped Putre's whispers. Thales looked at Ramon. This is the only licensed doctor around Broken Dragon Fortress? You know, I can actually promise you, he said quietly. Putre's expression tensed. Thank you. Ramon chuckled and said, this is nothing for you, Your Highness. I think Lady Cecile will respect you, but Ramon, who was chuckling, was interrupted. But I just had a very bad day, Mr. Ramon. Thales exhaled with a hostile expression. He raised his head. And do you know why? Ramon's words instantly froze in his throat. Because I allowed a stranger to enter my diplomat group, even if he was actually loyal. Thales took a deep breath. Under Wuxia and Putre's worried gazes, he slowly said, but in the end, I lost more than half of my men. They all bled for me and sacrificed for me. They might even include Cora, who is lying on the bed. He said coldly, I don't like it when people use this to bargain with me. Ramon was slightly startled. Thales raised his head and heard himself say in a low voice, also, this lesson taught me to always be vigilant when it comes to things that you cannot understand. Ramon lowered his head and listened to Thales enunciate each word clearly. For example, at the border of the conflict between the two kingdoms, a doctor who was locked up in the fortress dungeon for no reason asked to join my group with a body full of peculiarities and suspicions. We will go to Extet, which is even more dangerous and has an uncertain future. Ramon frowned subconsciously. This prince, Thales continued, the dungeon of Broken Dragon Fortress may not be comfortable, but it is safer and more reliable than the border between the two kingdoms, where the atmosphere is tense, and compared to my diplomatic journey with an uncertain future. But you asked to go north to Extet. You did not ask to leave the dungeon at all. Thales raised his head slightly and said faintly. Ramon stared at the young prince before him with a strange expression. Thales sat on the chair and crossed his arms. You are willing to sacrifice your own safety and interests to provide medical services for the prince's group, and then continue on a dangerous journey with him. You must be a saint, Dr. Ramon. Thales shook his head and said slowly, if not, then you must have some ulterior motive. Ramon frowned. *T. It looks like this young prince is not as easy to fool as I thought. I just need to leave this place. Ramon exhaled through his nose, raised his head and said, and the war outside is imminent, and it is too dangerous. I thought that the prince's diplomat group might be safer. Thales stared at him coldly. Even a 3-year-old child knows that we are tainted with King Nuvan's blood debt, and that we are going to the country he rules. Safe? All right, I don't expect the protection of His Highness guards. You don't have to bring me along the entire journey. Not long after we enter Extet, I will immediately leave. Ramon blinked and smiled bitterly in resignation. As long as it's that simple, I promise that I can definitely cure him. Ramon adjusted his breathing and turned to Waya and Ralph. Also, I can help you with something else. For example, this young gentleman's injury. I guess it was also caused by a vampire? And you, the guy with the silver mask, your arm is fractured. This cannot wait. Waya exhaled. Ralph's expression was unfriendly. You can definitely cure him? Thales said loudly. His tone was strange. Oh, that is not what you said just now. Ramon was stunned. He stuttered, I am very confident in myself. Just now, it was to ensure that I could leave the dungeon and avoid the disaster of war. But Thales did not buy it. The prince interrupted him again, Your Highness. I will give you one more chance to answer my question. What is your goal? Ramon stared at him in a daze. Damn brat. A second later, Ramon suddenly laughed. All right. He spread his hands and shrugged indifferently. Since His Highness does not believe me, then I will return to the dungeon, but he could not finish his sentence. You have used up your chance, Dr. Ramon. Thales suddenly smiled. You forced me to do this. Ramon's pupils shrank. What? What is he going to do to me? Arbitrary torture is the privilege of a tyrant. Ramon grinned and said slowly, and you are still young, aren't you? If this gets out. Putre stared at Thales, puzzled. The boy slowly leaned back and looked at Ramon, who had a puzzled expression on his face. Thales raised his right hand and pressed it against the side of his forehead. Let me apologize first. Thales chuckled and said slowly, I also did not want to treat you like this. That forbidden ability. What? At the side, Putre, Waya, Ralph, and even Ida, who had been absent-minded, were all stunned. Ability? Chapter 102. Puzzled, Waya looked at Putre, but the latter only frowned and waved his hand discreetly. Ramon stared at the Prince of Constellation in disbelief. What is he doing? Then, Thales smiled and stared at Ramon while he rubbed the side of his forehead. He spoke slowly. Willow said that you came from the capital, Eternal Star City? I flipped through the name list of the doctors in the city hall, but why have I never heard of your name? Ever since the prince was acknowledged, he has been staying in Mindy's hall. When did he go to the city hall? Flipping through the name list of doctors? My God, there are hundreds of doctors in the entire capital, including the neighboring territories and suburbs. Ramon smiled awkwardly. Oh, I only treat some poor people for a small fee, so I'm probably not on the list. Thales furrowed his brows slightly before he flashed a smile. Poor people, is it? The second prince asked bluntly, then I guess the place where you treat patients is in Lower City District? He continued to stare at Ramon while he rubbed the fingers on the side of his forehead. Ramon nodded awkwardly. Ah, yes, many of the poor live there. I used to be in Lower City District too. The second prince did not let him continue. Thales exhaled softly. I also heard that it is the territory of Blackstreet Brotherhood. Ramon's breath froze without him realizing it. Even though it is inappropriate to say this in front of you, the gangs in Lower City District are indeed rampant. Ramon looked around vigilantly. He did not notice that he had already begun to answer Thales' questions without realizing it. Thales twirled his fingers gently and stared at Ramon in a way that made him feel uneasy. Then, do you think that if the people from Blackstreet Brotherhood are injured or sick, will they also come to you, my dear Dr. Ramon, for treatment? Once he finished speaking, Thales revealed an innocent smile that a 7-year-old boy should have and stared straight at Ramon. How is it possible? We do not dare to deal with those gangsters. Ramon awkwardly changed the topic. Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt, but the man on the bed is not in good condition. Why don't we? Is that so? Thales suddenly revealed a cheerful smile. But that is not what you think in your heart. Ramon was startled. In my heart? But Thales' next sentence made Ramon widen his eyes. You seem to have treated quite a number of people from the Brotherhood? Thales pressed his temple with one hand, while the other hand seemed to be desperately trying to recall something. Yes, a guy with a knife. That guy looks quite fierce, but he doesn't really like to talk. But it's a gang, it's normal to have such people. Ramon's expression instantly became strange. Take the knife. Ruthless. Don't like to talk. A figure that fit the description popped up in his mind. But how could that brat? Thales stared at him in amusement. What is his name? Leorc? It seems like he often comes to you for treatment. From the looks of it, he can't be a killer, right? Ramon's expression changed drastically. Killer Leorc. The Brotherhood's 13 great generals, the silent killer who was as ruthless to his enemies as he was to himself. Ramon had often taken care of the terrifying wounds he left behind after those fierce battles. But how did he know? Putre and the others looked at each other. What was going on? Let me see, a room decorated in black, a still life painting of a fruit vase hanging on the fireplace. Thales closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, as though he was trying his best to recall. So much blood, a knife wound on his left shoulder. Oh God, he was in so much pain that he almost bit through his teeth. He grabbed your collar tightly and muttered something about poisonous stinger and scorpion whip. Who is the crying woman next to him? She is quite pretty. Her name is Felicia? Ramon gritted his teeth. Isn't he a prince who lives like a prince? How did he know that I treated Leorc's wound a year ago? Leorc went to assassinate his target, but he was ambushed by Blood Bottle Gang. Is it information from the Secret Intelligence Department? No, impossible. Ramon's face was ashen as he thought bitterly. Because even the details of Leorc's room in Blackstreet's headquarters, he knows it so clearly. Even I can't remember it all. And the crying Felicia next to him. Don't stop, Doctor. Thales rubbed the side of his forehead, opened his eyes and smiled. Hurry up and think, which Brotherhood member did you treat? Were there any people of a higher rank? Hurry up and remember. That's right. The Brotherhood. Higher rank. Ramon realized that he began to tremble slightly. A fat man. What did you call him? Morris? Why did he always like to meet you at the back door of a bar? In the beginning, he even had an ugly dog with him. He was always smiling. Was he very close to you? Ramon instantly felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Morris, one of the 6 powerhouses? Regarding that matter, his direct contact person was indeed Morris. The secret meeting place was at the back alley of Sunset Bar, but how is this possible? Morris would always confirm the safety of that place. Unless, he did not want to think about that possibility. Ramon tried his best to clear his mind, but Thale's words always made him recall the scenes in his memories. Let's look at some interesting memories. This is a big guy. Thales grinned and said slowly, he has a fierce look on his face. He doesn't look like much, but his temper is quite bad. He actually got injured at the crotch area, how pitiful. I mean you, doctor. You actually want to treat his injury. Oh, it's because his father is very fierce, right? Ramon revealed the most incredulous expression as he looked at the mysterious second prince. He even knows this? Hurry up and think, what's his name? Oh, Rhoda? Thales chuckled softly. Is he considered your most troublesome patient? Quite Rhoda. Putre, Wuxia, and the rest were even more puzzled. Ramon parted his lips unconsciously. His palms were already wet with sweat. Quide? Rhoda's son? His injury. It's true that I was the one who examined and treated him. But this is something only the higher-ups in the Brotherhood know. It can't be any more secretive. How does a prince know? Ramon stared at Thales blankly. Thales sighed. He loosened his right hand and stared straight at Ramon with a cold smile. Don't be surprised, this is my psionic ability. Yes, Dr. Ramon. The next moment, Thales smiled and uttered a simple but effective sentence to the dumbfounded Ramon. I know how to read minds. Ramon stared at Thales blankly. His mind was blank. Thales continued to smile brightly. All your thoughts and thoughts are mine. Mind reading. Putre, Wuxia, and Ralph all had their mouths wide open as they stared at the second prince in a daze. On the other hand, Ida furrowed her brows tightly as she stared at the back of Thales' head. Mind reading? Ramon struggled to change his expression. He revealed the most incredulous expression. No. Even in Soul Tower's notes. Mind reading is the most untouchable domain. And he's only 7 or 8 years old, but he has this. No, the Brotherhood's strange doctor shook his head subconsciously. Thales turned his head and looked at Putre, Wuxia, Ralph, and the rest who were all shocked. Beside him, Ida crossed her arms with a doubtful look on her face. Please keep this a secret for me. Thales flashed a bright smile. When he trained me to use this ability, he did not want others to know, but I trust all of you. Trained, you? Putre asked in disbelief, who? Who else could it be? Thales chuckled cheerfully and turned his head. He looked at the terrified Ramon and said a name in a relaxed and cheerful manner. Morat Hansen. There was silence. Everyone stared at Thales in a daze. As if he was some kind of monster. Ramon stared at Thales in a daze. Morat Hansen. He knew the meaning of this name. Lance's teacher. Constellation's nightmare for half a century. The Viper in the Night. The head of the Secret Intelligence Department. No way. The new Prince of Constellation is the Black Prophet student? Of course, Thales thought to himself. Morat is even more adept at using this so-called ability. After all, he can detect the other party's lies and use it to assist his next questioning. But fortunately, he has a good bargaining chip. Everyone in the room reacted. You never said that. Putre frowned. With the Black Prophet, ah. Thales sighed softly. You know, after all, a psionic ability like mine is too rare. Let's get straight to the point. Thales revealed the friendly look of a 7-year-old boy again. He rubbed the side of his forehead and said with a smile, "Come, think about your real identity, Dr. Ramon. You don't mind letting me know, right?" Ramon trembled slightly and stared at the ground in a daze. "My identity? No, my identity. That will expose the Brotherhood, will expose that person, no. I can't think about it. I can't think about it." "That's right. So this is your identity." Thales rubbed the side of his forehead and looked at the nervous and absent-minded Ramon. He flashed a victorious smile. "No wonder I have no impression of your name even though I have seen the name list. So you are not just a secret black doctor who makes house calls for the Brotherhood." He narrowed his eyes. "You are a member of the Black Street Brotherhood. The one nicknamed the Strange Doctor, Cobb Sirkar Ramon." Ramon's hands fell to his sides involuntarily. "My full name," Thales put down his fingers and concluded. "That's all I know," Thales told himself secretly. "I hope it works." During the 4 years he was in the Brotherhood, a little child beggar who was strictly controlled and had to beg for food, clothing, and livelihood every day, was never noticed. Hence, he, the former child beggar, could always learn many secrets of the Brotherhood without attracting attention. For example, with his thin and weak body, he crawled through the dog hole and overheard the fight between Leorc and Felicia's vixen. Ahem. He was trying to find out the secrets in their room. After all, Leorc's room was in the corner of the big house, and it was the outermost. Every night, he would watch from the back alley of Sunset Pub. Once he confirmed that there was no one inside, such as Morris and his angry wolfhound, he would sneak in and rummage through the trash for the whole day. Of course, the most important thing was this strange doctor with a strange appearance. Strange Dr. Ramon. He did not appear in the Brotherhood often, and every time, he would cover his face. But do not underestimate a child beggar's memory and ability to recognize. In order to survive, they had to recognize every passerby's figure and posture in order to obtain a chance of survival. Which one was poor, which one was rich, which one did hard work, which one was pampered, which one could steal, which one could only beg, which one could not even get close. Not to mention that they were always greeted by the thugs, which one was one of their own. If he appears, get lost. Do you understand? This was what Quide said while holding the collar of a poor boy. The strange doctor always appeared after the Brotherhood's big operation. He would come with the smell of medicine and leave with the smell of blood. It was obvious that he was going to treat the injured. One day, Thales, who had just finished digging the secret tunnel and returned late, secretly lay by the roadside. He saw Leorc being carried back and saw the terrifying wound on his shoulder. Then, Ramon's figure appeared. Child beggar Thales remembered this figure at that time. Prince Thales also remembered this figure at that time. Quide, who often drank heavily, this name was so old that Thales had almost forgotten about him, would regularly go for body checks, but every time he came back, he would bring with him the unique smell of medicine of the strange doctor. Every time Quide came back from a check, he would be furious and drink to his heart's content. When he beat the child beggars, he would occasionally mention the strange doctor's full name. Cobb Sirkar Ramon. Thales buried the past memories in his mind. Unfortunately, this godly mind-reading was only effective on Ramon. Ramon was drenched in cold sweat. But he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not read my true identity, that fatal secret. Wait. Thales observed Ramon's expression and shook his head. It seems like your identity is not that simple. Of course, Thales thought to himself. I only know Ramon's name and nickname, but how can a person who goes in and out of the Brotherhood and often meets the higher-ups be a simple doctor? Could it be that you have other secrets? He asked faintly. Thales looked at him with a profound gaze. The 7-year-old boy slowly raised his finger. Come, think about it carefully. Ramon could not help but tremble. The scene was a little strange. An old man was trembling in front of a neurotic boy. Something else. Secret. No, no. Ramon cried out in terror. He did not dare to meet Thale's gaze. He lowered his head in fear. Please. Please stop, Thales narrowed his eyes. You don't have to be too shocked. I have seen this expression many times. Thales stretched his body. Thales rotated his neck and said softly in satisfaction, from a criminal to a king. Ramon bit his lip in anguish. Tell me the truth. Thales stared at Ramon. I am the Prince of Constellation, the only heir to this country, and you are just a gangster. I am not interested in you at all. I don't want to care about your secrets either. But, when it comes to matters that involve me. He said faintly, so, before I tear apart your clumsy lies and dig out your dirty little secrets from that big head of yours. Dr. Ramon, tell me, why do you insist on following us to the north? So that I don't have to dig out some boring things from your head, Ramon was shocked. Yes. And those, secrets. I understand, Your Highness, Ramon said bitterly, I will be honest about my motives, thank you for your cooperation. After all, it is not easy to use this mind-reading ability. I can only maintain it for a short period of time. Thales sighed and put down his right hand. He smiled slyly and said, the next time I can use it, I will have to wait until tomorrow. Ramon trembled slightly again. Oh, also, you can start your treatment. Thales pointed at Cora with a smile. We have wasted a lot of time. Ramon lowered his head dejectedly. The others looked at their prince with different expressions. It was as if they were meeting him for the first time. Blood Bottle Gang? Nikolai and Catherine? Thales furrowed his brows. Ralph, who was behind him, could not help but tremble slightly. Catherine, big sister? Yes, I am hiding from them. Ramon's expression was profound and mysterious. He held some medicine, scissors, and strips of cloth as he tended to Cora's injuries. He glanced at Thales from time to time, and wariness flashed in his eyes. Of course, you have never heard of these people's names, Thales thought of something. The scene of Nikolai, the burly man in red, fighting with Istron in Vine Manor appeared in his mind. I have been chased by them for 6 or 7 days. I just hid in the fortress. But it is only a matter of time before they discover my location. As long as they guard the perimeter, they will eventually catch me. And Extet and Constellation are about to go to war. If I appear alone in the wilderness and run into any army from either side, I will not end up any better than falling into the hands of the Blood Bottle Gang. So, when we came here and looked for a doctor, Thales muttered, you suddenly thought of using us as a cover to leave Broken Dragon Fortress? And to leave when you reach Extet? Ramon nodded bitterly. How suspicious. Thales thought to himself. Why would a secret doctor who makes a living in the capital come to the border between the two countries? A member was injured at the border, Ramon said quietly. He did not dare to look at Thales. I came over to treat him, but was discovered by the Blood Bottle Gang. That's not right. Thales thought to himself. A gang doctor who is only in charge of treating injuries is really so important that the Blood Bottle Gang would mobilize their men to chase him at the border for 6 or 7 days? There are some other secrets. Unfortunately. I told him just now that I can only use the mind-reading skill tomorrow. Otherwise, I can scare him again. Thales nodded and said, continue with the treatment. Since you are so honest, maybe I will reconsider. Ramon nodded dejectedly. Thales exhaled. He jumped down from the chair, but suddenly felt a numbness under his legs. Thanks to Waya and Ralph's support, he did not fall. Oh no, for the sake of acting, I just sat for too long. Thales stood up strenuously. Fortunately, the fluctuation that appeared after he died once surged up on its own, soothing his numbness. That's right. Thales hammered his leg worriedly. This fluctuation, this power, is also the source of the trouble. Although I feel that it can instantly strengthen my condition, the extent of it is a little small. It is only enough for me to cut the rope. Anne. Thales thought worriedly. What is it? But the vision that detects heat and radiation looks very dazzling. As Thales thought about this, he guided the fluctuation to the surroundings of his eyes. That magical vision appeared once again. He turned his head and saw that everyone's body was radiating light. Aida's was a piercing white light, Waya's was a sharp gray light, Putre's was filled with a gentle purple light, and Ralph's was a continuous stream of faint green light. Are these different powers? Vitality? Or is it an energy attribute? Thales tested his vision curiously. He turned towards the house. In the next moment, Thales was stunned. In the vision that the fluctuation gave him, he saw the most unbelievable scene. The light on Cora's body flickered, like a waning light that was about to be extinguished at any moment. But Ramon, there was no piercing light on Ramon's body. Instead, he seemed to be emitting a strange dark fluctuation that resonated with the world around him. But this was not what surprised Thales. He saw that Ramon was gently pressing on Cora's wound. Clear light particles gushed out from Cora's body, which was bright and dim at times, and gathered on Ramon's hand. The trembling light particles followed Ramon's hand and slid over Cora's wound. The light particles seeped into Cora's terrifying, festering wounds one by one. Every time they seeped in, the light on Cora's body became steadier and brighter. He was like a dying patient who was slowly recovering. Thales looked at Ramon in a daze. Others might not be able to see it clearly because of the light. But in the vision that the fluctuation gave Thales, he could see it clearly. He saw the strange doctor's lips trembling slightly in a dark corner. He seemed to be chanting something. As he chanted in a rhythmic manner, the light particles that seeped out from Cora's body passed through Ramon's hand rhythmically, then returned to Cora's body, completing a cycle. Thales frowned tightly. This is definitely not medical skill. He told himself with certainty. Chapter 103. 3 days after the second prince arrived at Broken Dragon Fortress. The emissary sent to Lampard's military camp has returned. Standing on the fortress wall, Commander Sonia Sasir stared solemnly at the front of the fortress. Chapman replied that he is waiting for your highness' arrival. I'm afraid you will have to leave for the north today. Thales was lying on his stomach in front of the observation window on the city wall, looking at the wide snow-colored plains in the north. He could vaguely see the continuous expanse of a vast military camp. The Iron Fist flag representing the Lampard family of Black Sand region was erected there. There were also quite a number of military camps hidden beyond his sight, with smoke rising from the chimneys in the distance. Waiting for my arrival with thousands of people? Thales sighed. I didn't know I was so popular. The fortress flower turned her head and said to Thales, Chapman Lampard is the Archduke of Ekstedt, which borders Constellation. After the Ekstedt diplomat group was assassinated, he quickly mobilized the vassals of Black Sand region. Within a few days, he gathered an army of more than 10,000 people and approached the border. They have already been stationed there for 2 weeks. At first, they were just observing and deterring him. But in the last 3 days, Lampard began to send small troops to clear out the main roads around the area. He even plundered 2 villages and fought against our patrol troops a few times. We had no choice but to reduce the range of the mounted sentries and retreat to the perimeter of the fortress. Thales felt a bone-piercing chill. He rubbed his hands together and exhaled a breath of warm air into his palms. I have already arrived at the fortress, and the Jade Star family's 9-pointed star flag has also been raised. Why hasn't he withdrawn his troops? He obviously doesn't have an excuse to invade Constellation anymore. Behind Thales, Putre raised his eyebrows. Based on Chapman Lampard's unique life, he is a standard gambler. One of the characteristics of a gambler is that he is unwilling to turn back even at the last moment when he loses and leaves the game. So my arrival has no effect on this gambler? Thales snorted. Even in a situation where he is bound to lose, he still wants to place his bet? Not necessarily, Putre answered seriously. What we were most worried about was the other two archdukes who shared a border with Constellation, Trentida of Reformation Tower and Alcius of Prestige Orchid region, sending their troops. The three archdukes and even more of Exdet's vassals gathered their military forces to oppress the lonely old tower, the watchtower, and Cold Castle, who were mutually supportive of the fortress. In a situation where they could not provide reinforcements, they attacked the isolated Broken Dragon fortress at all costs. Exdet's soldiers are more suited to the cold winter compared to our reinforcements from the north, be it in terms of physical strength or quality. If they manage to take this place, they only need to wait for the coldest day before the bitter cold winter to pass. Sonia continued Putre's words. Then, at the beginning of next spring, they will use the fortress as their base of operations and march south en masse, just like they did 11 or 12 years ago. Putre nodded. But after you left for the north as an envoy, the two archdukes have yet to appear. This means that we have completed half of our mission. In the coming day before the bitter cold winter, Archduke Lampard cannot rely on his own 10,000 men to take down the fortress before his supplies run out. He has already lost. Putre said faintly. In that case, I am afraid that the other half of our mission, completely eliminating the war disaster between the two kingdoms, will have to be completed by me personally walking up to King Nuvan, right? Thales shrugged in resignation. First, I have to pass through Archduke Lampard's military camp. There are more than 10,000 strong and energetic Northland men waiting for me there. They have nowhere to vent their energy. Putre shook his head. Lampard does not dare to endanger your safety. Attacking the fortress to invade the northern territory and plotting to kill the heir to fight against Constellation are two different concepts. Lampard may not dare to do so, but his opponents might be happy to see such a thing happen. We still have to be careful. Sonia flashed a hearty smile. Araka will bring his Fury guards and escort you to the entrance of Lampard's military camp. Araka? Thales recalled the aggressive and dangerous man and the disdainful gaze he had when he looked at him. He shook his head. Are you sure he is willing to do this? I do not deny that I hate him. Sonia snorted coldly. But he is indeed the one who has fought against the Extensions the most on the battlefield. Moreover, he insisted on this. Originally, I planned to let Miranda. Thales could not help but be stunned. Insisted on escorting me? He began to recall the man's appearance again. Araka Murch. What a familiar name. I must have heard it somewhere before. At this moment, a black-haired swordswoman slowly walked up the city wall. She bowed slightly to Sonia without any expression on her face. The diplomat group's team is ready. Please send someone to make the final confirmation, Your Highness. Even though the swordswoman addressed Thales as Your Highness, she did not look in Thales' direction nor did she bow to him. Sonia nodded and turned to look at Thales and Putre. Beside her, Putre sighed. I will go with you. Miss Arund. Thales was startled again. Arund, the swordswoman, Miranda Arund nodded stiffly and followed Putre down the city wall. She still did not look at Thales. Don't mind her. Sonia smiled faintly. Miranda is Duke Arund's only daughter. Her father was imprisoned in the capital. Her family was humiliated because of this. It is normal for her to hold a grudge against you. Oh. Thales nodded awkwardly. I seem to have heard from Waya that there is a particularly famous female swordsman of eradication in the fortress. I heard that she is a seed of the Tower of Eradication. she is a seed. Sonia looked at Miranda's back and sighed. The Tower of Eradication has a large number of battle skills and inheritances of the power of eradication from before the Battle of Eradication. Most of them are swordsmanship. Its inheritors are still continuously developing new swordsmanship, skills, and even the power of eradication. They are training generation after generation of controllers of the power of eradication for the human world. Only a few of the most outstanding students can be given the title of seed, such as Miranda. Thales looked at Sonia and frowned slightly. The power of eradication. The supernatural power that humans awakened on their own. Another piece of news worth paying attention to. What does it have to do with my fluctuations? Sonia did not know what Thales was thinking. She continued to say helplessly, but even so, Miranda is still in a difficult situation recently. After Duke Arund was imprisoned, the Northern Territory was managed by a few of her father's most trusted vassals. They are waiting for her to return after the crisis is over. But a few of Arund's cousins and nephews are covetously eyeing the right to inherit the Duke of the Northern Territory. Fortunately, although Val Arund is imprisoned, he is still the Duke of the Northern Territory. His Majesty did not charge him with treason, nor did he strip him of his title and territory. He only accused him of murdering a foreign political figure. This is a little consolation. Sonia sighed deeply. It is just that I did not expect him to do such a thing. You know, Val has always been our backup in Broken Dragon Fortress for more than 10 years. He is a coward. At this moment, a sonorous but unsettling voice rang from afar. Compared to his heroic brothers, Val Arund is a complete coward. He is a disgrace to his blood-related brothers. They risked their lives to protect His Highness Horus and did not take a single step back. Araka Murcha's figure slowly walked up from the bottom of the city wall. His face was filled with impatience. In comparison, 12 years ago, that Duke Val was scared out of his wits by the Extension bastards. He actually still believed in trash like Lampard. In my opinion, the only good thing he did was to kill that Prince of Extet. At least this time, you only said that after Miranda left. Sonia covered her forehead and sighed. Should I thank you for being considerate and taking care of her feelings? Her feelings? Araka snorted coldly. Do I look like someone who will consider these things? Thales rolled his eyes in his heart. Why does this guy always look like someone owes him money? Sonia snorted softly. What do you want this time? Araka gave her a disdainful look. I came to look for this brat. Araka's fierce gaze landed on Thales, making the latter slightly nervous. The 300 Fury Guards are ready. If you really want to go to Extet to die, at least don't make me wait too long. Thales could not help but ask, it seems like you are not very satisfied with my trip north, Baron Murch. Then, why are you still sending me to Lampard's military camp? Sonia heaved a sigh of relief. Araka fixed his gaze on Thales, making the latter a little anxious. Because I owe Jade Star a favor. After a while, he slowly said, and you, annoying, dawdling brat, happen to have the surname Jade Star. After saying that, Araka turned around and left without looking back. We will depart in the afternoon. Stop dawdling. Thales and Sonia watched Araka's figure disappear into the distance. Do not misunderstand, Sonia said to Thales sarcastically, that is his unique way of saying hello. You know, Araka is a little shy. Shy? Thales could not help but stick out his tongue. Is it because of the difference in ideals? Thales suddenly asked. Sonia revealed a puzzled expression. The dispute and discord between you and Baron Murch does not seem to be a specific grudge, Thales said quietly as he pondered. Also, what you said about him and my uncle, Prince Horus. Thales hesitated for a moment, but still said, even though he seems rather annoying, Araka does not seem like someone who would stab someone in the back. Sonia was silent for a second. Those were indeed words spoken out of anger. Sonia smiled bitterly and said, "Back then, it was Araka who led the remaining troops and fought his way out of Extet's tight encirclement while bathed in blood. He snatched Prince Horus's remains. Before the fortress treaty, the Starlight Brigade headed north to meet up with the remaining remnants of the kingdom's army. They fought 3 fierce battles against Extet in the Northern Territory, the Land of Cliffs, and Central Territory without caring about the casualties. We suffered heavy losses, but the other party also suffered heavy casualties. I saw it with my own eyes. Araka was on the verge of madness. His impact and lethality on the battlefield made even Extet's most proud heavy swordsmen fearful. I think this is also the reason why Extet was willing to sit down and negotiate in the end." Thales was shocked. "That impatient-looking man is actually, as for ideals, that's right." Sonia sighed and said, "John, your father's uncle, the Starlight Brigade's combat principle is to be steady and cautious, to try their best to protect themselves, to move forward flexibly, and to wait for an opportunity to attack. However, Prince Horus's army is known for being merciless and having harsh military rules. Under his command, Araka is even more used to fighting tough battles and bloody battles. Due to the high number of casualties, Araka's army always has a large number of new soldiers, but he only keeps those tough men who can withstand blood and death." Sonia shook her head. "I don't understand why His Majesty put the two of us together. We can't even reach an agreement on how to advance or retreat on the battlefield." "Perhaps this is the king's true purpose," Thales suddenly said. Under Sonia's puzzled gaze, Thales raised his head. "When defending the fortress for a long period of time, he needs a chief commander who is steady and cautious. However, when Extet's army presses on the border, he needs someone who can fight tough battles head-on." Sonia raised her head and glanced at him. "Perhaps." Sonia chuckled softly. "They are right. You are indeed not like an ordinary child. His Majesty did not choose you to head north without reason." Ahem, Thales scratched his head awkwardly and tried to find something to change the topic. "Oh yes, with such a glorious battle record, why is Araka not very famous?" Sonia was completely stunned for a moment. "Not very famous?" Sonia widened her eyes and stared at him with an expression that said, "How is this possible?" Thales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. "No." Sonia came to her senses and shook her head with a smile. "You definitely know him, even if you don't know his real name." Under Thales' confused gaze, Sonia raised her head and looked at the Extet military camp in the distance. Her eyes shone brightly. "From the beggars to the king, every constellatiate knows him. At least, they know his nickname." Thales widened his eyes in shock. Everyone knows. At that moment, he knew who Araka Murch was. Under Ramon's treatment, Korra's injuries had stabilized. However, he obviously could not follow them to the north. "Yes, we need to replenish our entourage." Behind them were Waya, who was wrapped in bandages, Ralph, whose arm was in splints, and Ida, who was still extremely dispirited because of the cold. "At least there are some benefits. The ones we replenish from the fortress are veterans who have been on the battlefield for a long time. They are not the private soldiers from the Jade Star family's manor who are mainly trained in single combat and protection." Thales stared at the 30 veterans in front of him who stood with stern postures and firm gazes. They were equipped with weapons ranging from swords and shields, bows, pikes and axes. The former Duke's personal guard of the Starlight Brigade, Gened, stood resolutely at the front, causing Thales to be a little stunned. Putre continued to speak. "Thanks to your trial under the gallows, many veterans are willing to join our diplomat group, even though many of them think that our journey is very dangerous." They walked past the last row of soldiers. A black-haired young man with 2 pikes waved at him happily. Thales frowned. "Veteran?" He insisted on coming. Putre looked at the cheerful Willow Ken and spread his hands. But there are only 29 veterans among the volunteers. The rest are new recruits. If I want to gather 30 volunteers, at least this new recruit who owes you a favor is more reliable. Putre looked at the cheerful Willow Ken. Thales smiled at Willow. At least they gave him a new pair of weapons. Putre shrugged. There were many broken pikes in the warehouse. It was not difficult to cut a pair of short pikes, but that suspicious doctor. Do you really want to bring him along? Putre turned his head to look at Ramon. He pursed his lips and shook his head. I thought you had learned your lesson from the Duke of Iris Flowers. Ramon was cowering in the group. He inadvertently raised his head and saw Thales gaze. He was slightly shocked and immediately lowered his head. Don't worry, I have asked about his background and made an agreement with him. Thales stared at Ramon with a complicated gaze. And he did save Cora. Strange doctor. The power in his hands. If my guess is correct, then it is, I need to know more. If you have no more questions, Your Highness, according to the agreed time, it is time to depart. Sonia walked over from afar. Behind her was a cold-looking Miranda. Araka has already chosen 300 sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards. The fortress flower squatted down and patted Thales' shoulder. But this time, she used a little more force. I am sorry, but I cannot bring more people. There are only 3,000 people in the fortress, but Araka has chosen all the old soldiers under his command. She gestured with her chin at the lightly armored man who was carrying a bow and arrows on his back. He was obviously impatient. They will escort you all the way to the border. Thales exhaled a mouthful of mist and stepped on the snow that belonged to Constellation. He raised his head and said quietly, Of course. Sonia nodded at him. The second prince of Constellation flashed a relaxed smile at the group. Let us depart. Follow me to see the Dragon's Kingdom. Hence, the double cross-shaped star flag that represented Constellation and the 9-pointed star flag that represented the Jade Star family were erected at the same time. Waya mounted the Northland horse with broad hooves unique to the north and pulled Thales onto the saddle. I will hold the reins properly with my life, Your Highness, Waya said solemnly, please do not worry about your safety. Thales nodded naturally. Then I will leave it to you, attendant. He was already used to Waya's attitude of using too much force. Putre and a few of the remaining Jade Star private soldiers who were trained to ride horses rode on the remaining horses. Ralph was obviously not suited to ride a horse. For some reason, Ida shook her head violently the moment she saw a horse. Araka rode the horse and walked to Thales' side. The sword and shield soldiers behind him followed with stern expressions. Don't be so scared that you wet your pants, brat, Araka said coldly. I heard from the people on duty that Exdet has prepared a welcoming ceremony for us. Huh? Thales was startled. Before he could react, he heard Araka shout at the gate rope above his head. Open the gate. As the sound of metal rubbing against the hinges rang out, the north gate of Broken Dragon Fortress slowly rose. Thales took a deep breath. He followed the Constellation diplomat group, which consisted of less than 40 people, and the escort team of more than 300 people. They slowly walked out of Broken Dragon Fortress and headed north. They first passed by the 5 fortresses to the north of Broken Dragon Fortress. The soldiers on the fortresses had their bows drawn and were ready for battle. However, Thales soon understood what Araka meant by the welcoming ceremony. Many people suddenly appeared on the vast expanse of white snow before their eyes. Or rather, Exdet's army. There were 6 battalions of infantrymen. They formed an 8 on both sides of the road in front of them. Putre's pupils shrank. There were nearly 400 infantrymen in each battalion. In other words, there were more than 2,000 Exdet infantrymen waiting for them to head north. The people in the diplomat group could not help but become nervous. Wyatt tightened his grip on the reins. This is our welcoming ceremony? Thales looked at the Extet army formation not far away from them with an unpleasant expression on his face. They really crossed the border. He turned around and glanced at the fortress. Sonia's figure could be faintly seen. Araka, who was walking in front, turned around and said to his soldiers in a deep voice, "Get ready for battle. Do not relax." Putre furrowed his brows and said, "Maybe it's a show of force, but they don't have to get into formation in front of the fortress. Waiting for us to enter Extet's military camp will have the same effect." "I have a bad feeling about this," Thales said with a pale face. "So you want to retreat, little prince?" Araka said sarcastically, "It's not too late to turn back now." Thales closed his eyes and exhaled. Then, he opened his eyes. "Let's continue moving forward." "Don't worry," Putre said in a deep voice, "Lampard will not be so stupid as to kill the prince and heir of Constellation's envoy in front of everyone at the border of the two kingdoms. As long as we do not do anything provocative and give the other party an excuse." They advanced slowly until they entered the area of the bait. They did not say that such a thing would happen. In the group, Ramon anxiously nudged a black-haired soldier beside him. "The diplomat group should be fine, right?" "Huh." Willow Ken was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He smiled and patted Ramon's shoulder. "Don't worry. I met them before. Extet's soldiers are quite nice." "Quite nice?" Ramon was startled, but Willow's next words made his face turn ashen. "If they want to kill you, their swords are very sharp, and they will not dawdle. You will not suffer." At this moment, the 6 battalions of infantrymen began to move slowly. The people in the diplomat group immediately became nervous. But fortunately, the Extet soldiers did not walk towards them. On the left and right sides of the diplomat group, the 2 extension battalions at the front advanced slowly. They almost brushed past the diplomat group. Thales could even see the Northland soldiers' beards and yellow teeth. They looked boorish and fierce. The tall soldiers were usually equipped with large axes or huge spiked hammers. The extensions also turned their heads to look at Constellation's diplomat group with hostile expressions. Thud, 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 the sound of heavy footsteps on the snow-covered ground could be heard in a disorderly manner. But the momentum of more than 2,000 people from all directions made the densely packed footsteps sound rather shocking to the ears. They walked past the diplomat group on both sides. Thales' expression froze. It was the first time he faced an army of thousands. He was a little flustered. But he was not the only one. Even the sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards could not help but become nervous. Thud, 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 steady yourself, Araka said in a low voice. The anxious Thales wanted to calm himself down, so he turned his head and saw the Northland soldiers on both sides clearly. From their armor, weapons, movements, to their march, Extet's infantry battalion was obviously not as orderly and uniform as Constellation's square formation. Some of them held axes and wore chain armor, some held one-handed swords and only wore breastplates, some held shields and spears, and there were even sword and shield soldiers who were similar to Constellation's sword and shield soldiers. But Thales could clearly feel that these infantrymen were different from Constellation's infantrymen. They all had one thing in common: their gazes were unfriendly, their expressions were fierce, their auras were threatening, and their expressions were filled with contempt and disdain. These infantrymen raised the flag that represented the Lampard family with the pattern of an iron fist. But they occasionally rubbed, knocked, and swung their weapons as if they were demonstrating their strength. They were murderous, like wild beasts that would go berserk at any time. Thud, 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 that's not right. Thales told himself in his heart. If this is a demonstration, they are all light infantrymen, at least according to Northland standards. Extet's famous two-handed heavy sword infantrymen, heavy armored axemen, and even Northland's heavy cavaliers are not here. Not even the light cavaliers are here. Putre pondered deeply and said slowly, if it were those troops at the back, it would be too easy for them to kill us. If it's the light infantrymen, they should just be demonstrating their strength. Then, why don't they use the other powerful troops to demonstrate their strength? Thales furrowed his brows tightly and asked, a group of heavy infantrymen trampling on us with a shocking momentum. Wouldn't the effect be better? Putre also furrowed his brows. It's really strange, thud, 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 don't let your guard down. Araka Murcha's voice rang. Even if there are more than 2,000 light infantrymen, if they were to swarm us, it would be enough to chop us into pieces in half an hour. Araka tightened the silver-black metal bow on his back. He turned his head and said coldly, in a battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses, without support and protection, a supreme-class elite would not be able to last more than a quarter of an hour. However, in the next moment, the situation completely changed. The 6 extension brigades moved slowly. After the first 2 brigades passed them, they suddenly changed direction at the command of their officers and met up with the other 2 brigades. Thud, 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 the disorderly footsteps of 2,000 people could be heard continuously. Extet's light infantrymen surrounded them and slowly formed the shape of an 8. They are surrounding us. Waya roared furiously, what is the meaning of this? Putre stared at the extensions before him in shock. On the other hand, Thales looked into the distance in disbelief, trying to see what was in front of him clearly. Impossible. Stop. Araka roared furiously and stopped the entire diplomat group and the escort team. Form up on the spot. Even though they were nervous and apprehensive, the 300 soldiers of Constellation, especially the veterans, still stopped and turned around in an orderly manner. They formed a wall with their swords and shields, surrounding the prince and forming a circular formation. It is impossible to charge out now. Araka looked at the extensions around him in rage. These bastards! The Constellatiates stared at the murderous extension infantrymen around them in bewilderment and nervousness. What do we do now? Waya asked through gritted teeth. Do they have anyone they can communicate with? Officers or commanders? Thales asked anxiously, for Lampard's benefit, they dare not kill me. However, in the next moment, a few unfamiliar yet forceful orders rang from within Extet's battle formation. Araka and Putre's expressions changed abruptly. There were also many old soldiers. They recognized this extension military order. In the next second, 6 large groups of more than 2,000 extension infantrymen raised their weapons and roared furiously in unison. War! 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 The deafening roars terrified Thales. What happened to them? In the next moment, the extension infantrymen's faces were ferocious as they strode forward. Boom! 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 The sound of footsteps that were even louder than before rang out like thunder. More than 2,000 infantrymen raised their weapons and charged madly towards Thales' diplomat group from 6 directions. Kill! The extension light infantrymen roared fanatically and charged towards them. Thales stared at everything before him in a daze. Didn't they say that Lampard would not dare to endanger my safety? Quietly awaiting the prince's arrival. Then why does he want to kill me? Damn it! Putre widened his eyes in shock and drew out the 1.5-handed sword at his waist. An even louder roar exploded in the air, interrupting Putre's words. Enemy troops, charge! In the center of the troop, Araka Murcha's face was ashen. He controlled his restless steed and forcefully drew out a fierce 2-handed longsword. He roared at Constellation's escort team, his fury guards. Chapter 104. A soul-stirring battle howl erupted from the throats of more than 2,000 extension men as they pounced towards the Constellations, who resembled a lone boat. His first large-scale battle experience came in a situation that Thales did not expect. The sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards were in the first row. They held their long swords in their hands and pressed them against their comrades beside them. Araka had long since dismounted from his steed. He raised a terrifyingly large sword that was almost as tall as a person with both hands. His eyes burned with a fiery fighting spirit as he strode forward. The soldiers in front of him consciously gave way to their commander, making a space that was 3 people wide. The first round of attack. Araka looked around and shouted, "Hold the line of defense." The enemies surged forward like a tidal wave, getting closer and closer. At the center of the battle formation, Wuxia immediately pulled Thales down from his conspicuous warhorse and surrounded him tightly in a circle formed by 6 soldiers. Then, he joined Ida, Putre, and Ralph in guarding the 4 corners of this small battle formation. "Go and help the front row," Thales urged. "If they collapse, all of you will not be able to protect me." However, his heart was in a mess. He could not understand how he could face such a situation on a diplomatic mission to Extet. What happened? Wuxia and Ralph looked at each other. With Putre's nod, they moved towards the front row. Ida exhaled and whispered to Putre, "This is a real battlefield. Even supreme-class elites have to be extremely careful. And such a great disparity in battle. If you have any way to avoid battle, quickly say it. If not, quickly think of it." Thales gritted his teeth and looked at the enemies charging towards him from all directions. There were 6 large groups of extensions. The number of enemies is too many. We are surrounded. We don't have enough military strength at all. No, it should be said that we are not prepared for battle at all. What should I do? Shout out my identity? But the other side did not seem to care at all. Faced with the impending battle, many of the Constellation soldiers exhaled a breath of hot air. They gripped their weapons tightly and held their shields properly. They looked at the aggressive extensions with solemn gazes. The first extension infantryman roared furiously and charged towards them. Bang. His shield collided with the shield of a sword and shield soldier. With the help of his comrades on both sides and behind him, Constellation sword and shield soldier gritted his teeth and withstood the tall opponent's charge. He also swung his sword to block the opponent's axe that came swinging down from the air. However, more extensions surged towards Constellation's diplomat group. Bang! 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 The Extet soldiers roared furiously and continuously crashed into the Constellation's battle formation from all directions. Kill! Hold them off! Amidst the roars of the soldiers from both sides, the sounds of shields colliding and weapons clashing interweaved, like countless thunderclaps exploding on the flat ground. Genid stood in the first row with 2 soldiers of the Fury Guard. He pushed his shoulder against the shield with all his might. A mace that was swung over smashed onto the shield. Genid's entire body trembled, and he almost fell backwards. His companions behind him supported his back and helped him stabilize his body. With a distorted face, Genid withstood the impact with all his might. Damn it, he thought bitterly. These extensions. Their strength and physique are much stronger than those rebels from the southwest. Genid dodged a sword that was aimed at his forearm and asked his comrade to deal with him. The veteran pushed away the mace and kicked its owner's knee, causing him to stagger. Then, he stabbed his sword into his defenseless neck. Blood gushed out, and the opponent fell on his back while stammering. Fortunately, their movements are not very agile. Just as he thought of this, a long spear brushed past his ear and pierced through the abdomen of a soldier on Genid's left. The latter fell limply as he howled in pain. Genid roared furiously and replaced the position of the dead soldier. He broke the long spear and blocked a blade that wanted to charge in through the gap. A soldier behind him quickly filled in the empty spot Jennad had left behind. Such scenes appeared at various places in the front row. Enraged roars and pained wails were still mixed with the sounds of metal clashing and weapons clashing. Extet's light infantrymen pounced forward again and again as if they did not care about their lives. They were blocked or even killed by the Fury Guards and the diplomat group, leaving behind corpses. However, people from Constellation continued to fall, and blood gradually dyed the snow red. However, the veteran of the Fury Guards at the front row still relied on his rich experience and mature skills to maintain the line of defense and prevent it from being broken. Thales watched everything around him in fear. This was a battlefield where thousands of people intertwined with each other. A brutal and terrifying slaughter. Blood that splattered everywhere. Roars that risked their lives. Corpses that kept increasing in number. The battlefield before him was undoubtedly more shocking than the battle with the Sacred Blood Army. Commander Araka was also at the front row. With an unpleasant expression, he guarded the gap between the three of them alone. He did not display any fancy and exquisite supreme-class combat skills. Instead, he repeated simple and unadorned battle moves. However, no one could gain an advantage over him. During the first round of attacks, Araka's two-handed greatsword made a deathly howl in the air as he chopped off a head with a horizontal slash. He then took the opportunity to slash open the shield, chest and abdomen of the second extension. Then, as blood gushed out, he swiftly parried a longsword that came thrusting towards him. Before the other party could react, he pierced the greatsword into his chest. However, next to him, a soldier of the Fury Guards had his skull split open by an axe. He fell limply to the ground. Extet's bastards! Araka gritted his teeth and exhaled. His face was full of ferocity and savagery. He turned around and swung his sword hilt, causing the enemy to stagger. Observe the situation behind us and wait for an opportunity to break out of the encirclement and return to the fortress. Araka, whose face was covered in blood, lowered his head to avoid an axe as he shouted his orders. I am afraid that it will be very difficult. An officer of the Fury Guard struggled to push back a fierce extension and reported, more than half of the enemies are blocking our way behind us. Persevere. They are only relying on their morale from the first round of attacks. Araka gritted his teeth and kicked down a shield. He then stabbed his sword into the ferocious and furious face of his master. He swung his left hand at the right moment and parried a long spear with his forearm. However, at the same time, an axe slashed towards his head. Araka calmly lowered his head and dodged. The axe blade took away a few strands of his hair. Wuxia, who was wielding a single-edged sword, arrived. He thrust his longsword forward and activated the edge of no return. He sliced his opponent's throat with a backhand, but his ribs were grazed by the axe blade. He groaned in pain. Beside him, a comrade's head was smashed by a hammer as he tried to save him. Blood and white matter splattered everywhere. Stop using those boring swordsmanship. Put away that beautiful posture of yours. Araka parried a straight blade that was slashing towards Wuxia with his sword and roared furiously, on the battlefield, supreme-class elites are not much stronger than ordinary people. You will only be able to stand for more than 10 minutes and kill a few more soldiers. Save some strength for every attack and leave room for dodging. Just stab and dodge honestly. An infantryman's weapon was sent flying. He roared and wanted to rush forward to hug Araka. Without hesitation, Araka held his sword with one hand and punched him in the face. He fiercely elbowed him and sent him flying backwards. The sound of his ribs breaking could be vaguely heard. Otherwise, retreat to the back. Don't be a burden. Wuxia, who had yet to recover from his injuries, could only clench his teeth and retreat in shame. A strange gust of wind suddenly attacked them and blew up snowflakes. A few ex-dead infantrymen who came forward to replace them could not help but raise their hands to protect their eyes. Araka roared madly and swung his sword with both hands. He cut open a person's shield and chest at the right time, then suddenly stabbed into another person's abdomen. This psionic ability is not bad. Araka wiped the blood off his face and frowned as he looked at Ralph's one-handed hidden blade. But can that thing be used on the battlefield? The mute Ralph, who had a fractured arm, could not say anything. However, he could indeed feel the powerlessness of the hidden blade on the battlefield. Without a hand guard, every time he swung his sword, he might have to bid farewell to his own arm. He could only use his psionic ability to support him in battle and the hidden blade to defend himself. On the other side of the formation, Willow Ken hid behind a sword and shield soldier. He blocked a sword attack with his left hand and thrust his spear out of the shield with his right hand into the side of the enemy's face. A soldier's right hand was chopped off. He held his shield and clenched his teeth as he retreated. However, when he took his first step, a flying axe cut into his chest and abdomen. Another person stepped forward to replace him. "You are a doctor, at least do something." Willow anxiously shouted at Ramon, who was curled up behind him. "I am not a military doctor." Ramon glanced at the enemies around him. He hugged his head and shouted, "And that prince did not say that this would happen. If I had known that this would happen, we would have brought along some spearmen." Ida stood guard around Thales. She looked at the situation around her and sighed. Her scimitar, which had no defensive capabilities, was only suitable for small-scale battles. Unless it was aimed at a vital point, it would not cause enough damage to armor. Moreover, it was impossible for her to dodge to the fullest extent in a crowded battlefield. If I had known that this would happen, I would have brought along my father's two-handed machete, which was said to be able to pierce through armor. That was the standard equipment of the ancient Elven Kingdom's Imperial Guards a long time ago. No one expected this battle to happen. For the time being, no enemy had broken through to the back of the second row. However, Putre still turned his head around worriedly and glanced at Thales. He anxiously shouted, "This is unreasonable." There is nothing unreasonable on the battlefield. At the forefront of the formation, Araka swung his great sword madly. There was already a wound on his body. Surviving is reasonable. Withstand the first round of attacks. There will be a time when their attacks will weaken. Find a chance to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, we will all be exhausted to death here. At the center of the formation, Thales lay prone and hid in the shadows of the soldiers. He breathed rapidly. He was extremely flustered. Thales wanted to calm his hands, which were buried in the snow, so that they would no longer tremble. However, amidst the deafening battle cries and sounds of collisions from thousands of people, his forearm was like a wild horse that had gone out of control. It disregarded its owner's will and shook disappointingly amidst the endless sounds of battle. Damn it! Thales' teeth and lips trembled. He was extremely ashamed of his performance on the battlefield for the first time. Hurry up and calm down. However, no one seemed to care about him. The soldiers beside him looked around anxiously, afraid that the layers of defense would suddenly be broken through from one direction. A horrible howl was heard. It was the sound of a Constellation soldier being cut in half at the waist. Thales shuddered and closed his eyes. Calm down. At this moment, the already familiar fluctuation spread from his heart. The world around him seemed to have quietened down. Thales instantly grasped the situation of his entire body. He could clearly feel which muscles were trembling. With the help of that fluctuation, he breathed deeply and rhythmically. He soothed those muscles and finally calmed down their involuntary trembling. His heart and breathing calmed down. But this was not enough. Thales turned his head extremely slowly. It was as if time had also slowed down countless times as he thought desperately. How do I get out of this predicament? No, I don't understand military affairs at all. That's Araka and Sonia's specialty. I can only think from a more comprehensive and fundamental perspective, for example. Why? Why does Lampard want to kill me? No, I should think in reverse. If I die here, what is Lampard's purpose? What benefits does he have? Think clearly about his motives and benefits. Impossible. Robbing and killing Constellation's diplomat group and Constellation's heir. He has no benefits at all. Then what is Lampard's purpose? Did someone bribe him? At this moment, the long-lost memories of his previous life surged again. War is a highly complicated and ever-changing form of social conflict, but it has long been neglected in our field of study. Many scholars' research results are in response to Clausewitz's classic exposition, male. Evie. He proposed that structure, organizational ability, and legitimate ideology are the prerequisites for large-scale collective violence. Weber never explicitly included war as a social phenomenon in his theory. However, in his definition of a modern country, he mentioned that the country's power monopolizes the legitimate use of violence in the territory it claims. Thales resisted the flashbacks of his memories and the urgent situation before him with great difficulty. Damn it. In the territory it claims, wait a minute. Thales' pupils shrank. Maybe it's not that complicated. War is never about killing. Territory. Lampard's original intention was to conquer the Northern Territory. So, the fluctuations faded away. Time seemed to have returned to normal. Fighting and death returned to his ears. Thales lay on the ground, sweating profusely. He panted heavily. He found the source of this conflict. Now. I have to get rid of it. No. An Extat infantryman watched in horror as Araka slit his throat. You are, but he could no longer say the rest of his words. Fill my position. Araka clenched his teeth and swung his sword again. He cut down a rough-skinned man with a hammer and retreated with a furious roar. Two sword and shield soldiers covered his line of defense with resolute expressions. We have almost exhausted the momentum of their charge this time. Araka panted and dragged his great sword to the center of the battle formation. He said to Ida, "Leave some people behind to guard the rear and bring the prince along. I will fight my way back to the fortress." Wait a minute. Thales could not care less about resting. He raised his head anxiously and shouted loudly, attracting Putre and Araka's attention. Lampard. Lampard's army. They did not send heavy infantrymen, no cavalry, not even crossbows and archers. These are just light infantrymen that were recruited at the last minute. Thales anxiously recalled the little military knowledge he had. They do not intend to defeat us in an instant. So, do you want to stay behind to repay him? Araka turned around and said sarcastically, because of Lampard's kindness, he let us live for another 15 minutes. What he wants is to stall us here for this 15 minutes, not to quickly annihilate us. Thales rejected Aida's support and stood up strenuously. Lampard is betting. He is betting on his opponent's choice. Our choice? Waya, who was beside them, thrust his sword out from behind his shield and forced an axe to retreat. Before Waya's face was cut by a long sword, Ralph dragged the powerless Waya back just in time. Waya panted and said, "Betting on us breaking out of the encirclement or defending to the death?" No. Thales opened his eyes and stared at Araka. Lampard is not betting on us. No. Putre instantly understood. His face turned pale. He would never dare to use your life to, Thales said anxiously. Archduke Lampard is betting on the broken dragon fortress behind us. The bet is on Lord Sonia Sasir's choice. He is betting on whether she will send troops to rescue us. Araka's pupils shrank abruptly. His bet, Thales roared, is my life and his future. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled Sword Will YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.